Hello. Welcome to a rare Just Chat night. Yo, what up? Dude, I love saying yo. I actually I started saying yo ironically, and now it's just part of my vocabulary. Especially since we got the emote for it. Been a while since I asked, have you gotten a response to the Mario Bros. Super Show email? Nope, they completely ghosted me. What about Ayo? I think Ayo is funny as fuck. But just saying yo as like a way to say like hi is just very funny to me. Hey, can you do this IRL? I'm doing it right now.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Sifri Frog, Sifrio.
Yo. Twin. Thank you for the 31 months. Dude, I'm hungry. Guys, can we talk about...
How to fix the email issue.
Yeah, I don't know. They haven't emailed me back. I have no clue. Guys, can we talk about Kojima? I know we talk about Kojima a lot on this stream. Just, I can't... This picture is fucking sending me, dude. A true king. He loves Paddington. He loves Paddington. I fully expect Paddington to be in Death Stranding too. It's his Kirby. His next game is about this bear. He did just tweet. He did just tweet the Paddington 2 movie is a masterpiece. And included this image in the tweet. Kojima loved Paddington. Bought Paddington. A hard eyes emoji, dude. He loves Paddington. It's his Kirby, for sure. By the way, speaking of Kirby, did you guys see fucking Waddle Dee's balls? They fucking added this menu item to the Kirby Cafe. It's Waddle Dee's fried balls. Waddle these nuts. They do look yummy. It does look, it looks like a takoyaki kind of situation. What kind of sauce? It looked like some kind of a soy sauce and like a red pepper flake kind of deal.
Sifrio Siverlove.
Thank you for the bits, Craig. Dude, Craig finally got rid of the numbers in his name, but he couldn't get rid of the underscore. Imagine having an underscore in your username. Imagine having an underscore in your username. Cringe. Dude, I hate being Sci-Fi TV on Twitter. I wish I could. I want to drive NPR out of business. I hate being Sci-Fi TV on Twitter. It drives me up the wall. I would love to be just Sci-Fi. When I first got this name, I didn't want the HD. Askers. You said that twice. People are responding to me. They clearly asked. Forgot my old account name a long time ago? Damn, got stuck with the one for life. I wanted Vera, not Velasquez added. I think Vera Velasquez is a more unique name. I think you got a dub for that one, because I think that's a more unique username. We get some, like... Persona 3 music, why not? And my name used to have both an underscore and numbers, so I'd consider that an upgrade. My name is because of PUBG? Oh, you're so young, Kiwi! Ugh! Someone will subject name here, which are just over Portal. I think subject name missing is more interesting. My name is because I had way longer from my days of Gaia Online, and when I joined Discord, I had to reduce it. My name is based on a real event from username Pillow Wasp. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I don't even need to hear the story. If the name you want is taken, add CSGO or OW or something at the end and pretend you're an ex-pro. Is that why you have Smash in your name? No, if you really wanted to live that ex-pro life, you'd have like Kraken SSBM or some shit like that. Dude, I think Helen Keller versus Traffic was one of the funniest usernames on this website before they got banned. I've been using this name since high school. Dude, I would hate to have to change my username. Dude, I was sitting in on a meeting with I was sitting in a Zoom meeting today with some company for like merch stuff. And the guy was just going through it. He typed in sci-fi into Google and he's like, "Oh, your SEO is awful." I'm like, yeah, fucking Science Friday has top billing. I can't do anything about it. Hang on. When is Boon starting? Boon should be starting soon. Make a Reddit for sci-fi and get engagement on that to boost yourself. I fucking hate Reddit. Quick GeoGuessr again before Boon starts. Why the sudden interest in Vampire the Masquerade? There's been a lot of games coming out around it recently. Like, been playing Blood Hunt, and Boon is really into it. And I've owned for a while. It's literally collecting dust. A hardcover book of Vampire the Masquerade, the tabletop game, which, as I have previously mentioned, is literally collecting dust because I haven't like read it or like learned how to run it. So I'm super interested to learn because I think like the idea of like World of Darkness and stuff like that is super interesting. That's me with Shadowrun 5th. Dude. You want to know what I got in for my Shadowrun folder? Shadowrun is so fucking complex, and it has, like, I used to love it. I don't love it anymore. I used to love how complex Shadowrun was. Not anymore. I don't have time for that shit. But if we go into my Shadowrun folder, I've got all the core books, or at least the core books that were out back when I played. And then I have a separate folder that is just cheat sheets. Like, I got fucking cheat sheets for, like, spellcasting, summoning, banishing, range combat, melee combat. Got a sheet here, I think, for a bunch of, like, drones. Some quick enemy stat blocks. Cheat sheets. Combat sheet. Cheat sheets. Here's a table that you have to roll on to see which way a grenade fragments when you use a grenade. Here's a whole fucking thing of just gear. cheat sheets for gear. Oh god, yeah, here's my Technomancer cheat sheet. Love reading this for instead of getting to play the game. Love going through all of this. Oh, you want to be a computer hacker in Shadowrun? Yeah, you wanna be a decker? No problem, dude. Just memorize this. This whole table. And then oh, sorry, never mind. This is actually page 1 of a 10-page document on decking in Shadowrun. Oh, this one's great. This one's great. The so you want to break a maglock. A literal flow chart on how to open a door. Let's see. Vehicle rules. Another 6 pages. Riggers for controlling drones. This is just called Other. This is just like everything that doesn't fit into any other cheat sheet. Skills and qualities. Spells and incantations. Yeah, I used to be really into Shadowrun. Oh, by the way, if you're playing Shadowrun 5th, download Chummer 5. You need to use Chummer 5. Otherwise, this will not work. This is a character creator that checks all the rules and stuff for you. Classic random program name? Well, Chummer is a Shadowrun thing. Chummer is like what runners call each other, like when they're pals in Shadowrun. I think in Cyberpunk they say choom. Shadowrun is such a good idea and such a bad game. I liked it a lot when I played it, but that was also because Shadowrun was the only game I played. And for people who, because I was into Pathfinder back then, and if you get into it, if you get really into the nitty gritty, you can customize your character to such an insane degree in Shadowrun. There's 50 pages of gear that all does the same shit, but is all just different flavor, just for the sake of having it. It's built for fucking crunch heads. It's absolutely built for fucking crunch heads. Has that mecha game been good? I love Lancer. Lancer was so fun. I would love to actually run a game of Lancer. Or a different mecha game. There are people that find giant esoteric rulebook entertaining. Dude, I am one of those people, but I don't have the time to be one of those people anymore. Ironically, Ironically, one of the books being called Run Faster is also just a 300-page book of gear just for the sake of having more gear. Alright. 300 pages of gear to make runs go faster. You just have to read it all for horse. It doesn't even make runs go faster. It just makes your character cooler. Which I'm down for my character being cooler. My character in Shadowrun had a sick fucking bike. I had a sick fucking bike, but it would always attract attention because it was like so like customized that I would get pulled over every time I would drive it to a run. A great face makes all runs go faster. True. That was the same character that got turned into a unicorn and then died. Wait, what? So I went on a prime mission, which was like a high-level Shadowrun, and we had to extract a corporate VIP who was caught in an African mana storm. So we went into the fucking jungle, into the fucking Sahara, extracted this guy out of the middle of a mana storm, got caught in the mana storm fighting corporate soldiers. My character got turned into a Surge 3 changeling, which meant that I randomly developed features of a mythical creature, which the DM rolled on a table. So my elf Street Sam just materialized a unicorn horn. And I think I could shoot laser beams out of it. And then, you know, that being the thing, that immediately caused my heat rating to go up with every subsequent mission that I did, because you can't hide the fact that you have a fucking unicorn horn. So it basically led to me death spiraling into getting accu-hired. That's a new sentence. Yeah, just invented it. So, anyway, I just closed my chat. Holy shit, I'm a fucking idiot. Oh my god, I'm so fucking dumb. Alright. So the plan today is me and Boon are gonna watch Vampire the Masquerade lore videos so that I can learn about it. And then also, at the same time, we're gonna do Kokoro in the background so that you guys can grind out skins. Also, I added a new BTTV emote. We have, Morbed Up. So I saw it in Kraken's stream and it made me laugh, and I had exactly one free BTTV slot. What's Boon talking about? Let's listen to Boon's stream. It's not talking about anything. Alright, let me start Kokoro. Real talk, you should play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines with the unofficial patch if you want to get into Vampire the Masquerade stuff. Imagine thinking Boon would be on time. True. Use my fucking referral code, please! Alright. I just have to wait for Boon to unmute. The way it works is you could just do the various activities here, and then when the bar at the top fills, everybody gets a skin. No Sput Pet scene, not a Sput Cube in sight. God, what a day. There's two versions of the unofficial page if you want to vote it. Just put the info in suggestion box on the Discord. Just give me everything I need to know. I'm down to play it. Is this what we are now, idle game farmers? No! We're gonna idle game farm in the background while we do React Andy. We're doing two things at once. Hang on, where's Boon?
Chat. It's Lorbin time. We're gonna be watching Vampire the Masquerade lore. Unmute. I'm starting my stream, motherfucker. Be patient. You bitch. Be patient, or I'll spank you. Why do I say that? That's fucking weird. Okay, anyways, listen. It's Lorbin time. We're gonna have Kokoro open. Sai's gonna join me. Maybe Blair. Maybe some other people. I don't fucking know. We'll see. We'll fucking see. Yes, please. Oh, Jesus Christ, chat. But yeah, we're gonna be watching that in preparation for playing every piece of that media that there exists. That is good. Which is ours.
Oh, by the way, chat. The reason I want to also learn about Vampire the Masquerade is because Boon told me once that it was basically the only tabletop RPG that he would actually like play for more than a one shot, because he really likes Vampire the Masquerade lore. So if I learn how to run the tabletop, I could finally get Boon in a tabletop game. Dude, I'm morbed up. Hang on. I'm a DM morbed up to Boon. Boon is afraid of commitment, don't believe him. I know, that's why he won't play the fucking puzzle game with me. He keeps trying to weasel his way out of it. Or Shadow the Hedgehog. Or Sonic 06, which was an idea that he came up with. And he's trying to weasel out of his own idea. Boon has no commitment. No commitment? Wait, I have an idea, chat. I have an idea. Bear with me. Add window capture. Kokoro. Hang on. Oh, wait. Hang on. Okay. Right? And then, when I turn desktop capture back on, hang on. I'll turn desktop capture back on, and then when I go to, like, YouTube, it stays on the screen. Actually huge.
Sai,
Yeah.
you come into my chat during my startup, and you come after me in my territory.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna delaberize your ass, bro.
Dude. I have like fucking next level tech for this stream. I added a second window capture of Kokoro, but then I cropped it so it's just the next skin progress bar.
I'm trying to make it game capture it, but it won't let me. It just
I did
doesn't
window
show me.
capture.
Oh. Why is it like that?
Yeah.
Why?
So that I can watch like the video and then check and still see where the skin is coming in.
Okay, hold on.
Are you gonna enable Morbed Up?
I'm hoping one of my mods does it
The
for
game
me.
is fun.
Give me a second. I'm
If it's
doing
not fun, why bother?
Fuck.
Hey, Baron
Come on now,
Vespalis, thank you for
Give me
the
one-
sub.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, give me 1 second. Window capture. Let me make sure it doesn't like automatically capture Discord.
Where do you guys want the Kokoro bar? Like down, like bottom left? I can't hear. You have the
Well,
watching
it
without
just-
audio badge.
It just automatically started capturing a window. That is a nightmare. They need to. I miss Streamlabs OBS. I'm gonna say it. I think it was better.
What the
Okay, hold
fuck? You're
Yeah.
you're fucking insane.
Insane.
You're
I know.
insane in the
I
membrane,
know.
dude.
I'm insane.
This is
Hold
why,
on.
dude. This is why nobody trusts you. You don't like Fallout New Vegas. You like Streamlabs. This is why everybody says you have bad opinions.
They only say that because they don't get me. I'm misunderstood. I'm like a vampire.
Like
Hold on.
Morbius.
Yeah, like Morbius, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you just don't get it.
He only drinks the blood of the bad guys. He's like a good vampire.
Okay, now that's there. Now let me try to...
Boon. Do you not know how to crop things?
No, so
in OBS?
no.
Hold
I do.
Alt.
I know. I'm doing it. It's funnier that way though. What if I just squished it, you know, like this? Wait, hold on. Chad, do you like to be squished? God damn, that is some tech right there, you know, Sci-Fry. That's some.
Yeah, this is
some
the
super
fucking
tech.
the juice, man.
Okay, chat. Here's the strat. This is how we actually force you to watch both our streams while eating lore. Is literally this. Like
While
you have
eating
to
the lore.
switch. Yeah, that way you have to watch double the ads if you're not subbed. That way we make the most amount of money. We thought of
Real.
this in advance. Hold on.
Yeah, we both opted into the ad incentive program.
I didn't.
No, I didn't either. But
I want my
might.
channel. I desperately don't want my channel to die.
I think it might be funny if my channel died.
Damn, look at the look at that. You get to see double right now. That is crazy. I'll stream the lore videos. I don't know which ones to start on. I was looking at a few of them. One of them is like the most definitive one, but it's kind of boring.
Well,
But, I mean, it is
we could make
lore.
it not boring.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna make it not boring, but like it's all goth looking.
Well, yeah, it's Vampire the Masquerade. What do you mean, goth looking?
Yeah, that's probably like show video game footage, but I forgot this is a tabletop game, you know?
Yeah. Boon. I have in front of me. It's literally been gathering dust because I've never used it. But a fucking hardcover Vampire the Masquerade tabletop manual.
One that you've never played but always
I've
wanted
never
to.
played but always wanted to.
Well, look, that might change. Maybe we go Morbin. Maybe we get.
I opened it up and on the first page it says number 14 cuckold.
Yo, get Joe in on this. Someone call Joe. Tell him about this. He wants to know.
It's the opening page is like a 2-page spread. It says 50 victims, 14 cuckold, name Frank Mayer, Leslie Grant, who they are. They know the other one's cheating and they're gonna go out and find them and fix it by yelling. What they want, to get a cab right now and catch them in the act. Residence, choleric.
Choleric. Oh my god. So choleric is actually the cuck resonance. Oh my fucking god. Okay, hold on. Tell me if you see this.
I'm clicking. I do see it.
Okay, fucking sick. This is gonna be weird with the next skin being so colorful. I think that might work a little bit better, huh, chat? No, because I want people to see the title. Over here. Over here. This is like a.
The title. I'm putting it like top left.
I'm putting mine bottom left, so we're different.
Well, you're gonna cover the title if it's bottom left.
Oh, you're right. Fucking hell, mate. Goddamn. Should I go full screen with this, or should we leave the title out?
I think
actually
leaving the title is good because so people know like where we're at.
Yeah, true. And I'm in theater mode, so like most of the screen's already taken. Let me F12 it. Let me tell you if you. Is it F12 or F11?
F11 for full screen.
Oh, that's
There you go.
that's
That's
so good.
so
That
much
is
better.
so good. That is so fucking good. Holy shit! Perfect. Good call.
That's it. I think
Alright.
skin redeem. Hang on, I got a skin redeem.
Chat, we're watching this guy's videos. Hold on, let me. I think this is it.
Unicorn guy. The Primogen.
Regardless if you're an old fan of World of Darkness games or just recently got into them through.
Okay, perfect. We're fucking ready, baby. You
Hang
ready
on,
to
let me
fucking
copy
warm it up?
that. I'll give you the link in my chat too. This is the guy whose videos we're watching for vampire lore. Let's start it up.
Spamming chat, kind of crungo. I need to advertise this guy or else it's fucked.
Of interest in Vampire the Masquerade lately, I've found myself waking up from an extended period of fooling around with some other systems. Embarrassing.
Is this the first one? Hold on. Oh, introduction to
Yeah,
lore.
introduction
Okay.
to the lore. It's
Let
in
me go to
the
voice
first in the
activity.
playlist. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, voice
yeah.
activity all
Look,
day,
I-
baby.
I could hear your.
Wait, what?
I could hear like a fan or something.
Oh shit.
Are you in? Are you? Is it hot over there? Are you ACing it up?
Yeah, it is. I do have a fan on.
You're kind of a freak, you know that?
Yeah. What about it, motherfucker?
Okay, dude. All right, man. Hold on. I'm gonna tell me when you're ready, dude.
I'm ready. Let's get it going.
I know, and I've decided
I'm trying to turn you up. Hold on. I'm trying to make it so the fan isn't super omega loud in my end.
to revisit one of the most pivotal and
We're starting from the
with
beginning.
the general
You
research.
ready, chat? Are you morbed up? Are you ready to
I'm
morb
morbed up.
I'm morbed up, dude. I've been morbed up my entire fucking life. Okay. Here we fucking go. This is like a big nothing day. I love this.
That's what just chatting
With the general
streams are.
resurgence of interest
Yeah.
in Vampire the Masquerade lately, I've found myself waking up from an extended period of fooling around with some other systems. Embarrassing, I know. And I've decided to revisit one of the most pivotal and influential settings of my formative
Reaction
years.
Andy.
I'm talking, of course, about the World of Darkness. And just so that there's no confusion, this is old World of Darkness, not the Chronicles of Darkness or the 5th edition. Before we dig into it, though, let me just say that I am in no way an expert on the subject matter.
Bro, you're making
This
the lore
is
video.
as much of an exploratory
Yeah,
journey
wait,
for
wait,
me
you're,
as
wait,
it is for you.
hold on, is this the guy we go to? Wait, hold on a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, wait a second.
Dude has a 68 what playlist of lore videos and just says he's not the expert?
Wait, should we be watching this guy?
I don't know, the art's kind of hot.
In case I do
Yeah,
get
the art
something
is
wrong,
pretty
though,
good.
let me know in the comments below. Because unfortunately, given that White Wolf as a company had a tendency to not want to keep all their eggs in one basket, the odds of me finding that one little lore snippet in one of those obscure source books, it's actually pretty low. As a preface, if you're not familiar with the World of Darkness, it's essentially kind of like our own, but
This
it's
isn't
more
flimsy,
twisted
chat,
and dark.
fuck off.
Everything that sucks about our own world is even worse in this setting. But that's fine, because none of it is actually humanity's fault. It's all because of evil spirits, or ancient vampires, or even world-changing wizards. Honestly, with the amount of supernatural stuff going on, you'd think
Wait, wouldn't it be better if we had, like, vampires to blame why the world's so fucked up?
Yeah, if I could blame, like, vampires for all, like, our problems instead of, like, politicians.
It's like, ah, fuck, Dogecoin's down. Ah, yeah, it's the
Fucking
vampires,
dude.
Fucking vampires, dude. It's the vampires, dude.
more people will be savvy to it, but almost every game in this setting has its own mechanics for hiding the truth from us
You
normal
wouldn't know about
mortals.
the vampires
Old
because
World
of
of
the
Darkness is a
Masquerade.
pretty big
Oh,
setting,
true.
but I've chosen to dedicate my first couple of videos to Vampire specifically, primarily because I'm the most familiar with it, but it was also the flagship of the whole series. I started playing around 98 and 99, which is when the revised or 3rd edition of the game came out, and there was a lot of discussion about revised edition being a little too blunt about its lore and secrets, but honestly I never really saw it as a problem. But I guess I can see the issue if you as a storyteller want your players to go in blind, I mean.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff
Anyway, let's get to it.
that's all
What
World
is
of
a
Darkness,
vampire?
like werewolf,
well, we all
mage,
know the answer to
vampire.
that one, although our mileage may vary depending on our source material. The one unifying factor, though, is that they're immortal and that they drink blood. History has provided us with a lot of different folklore on the matter, but for now we're here to see White Wolf's take on it. A vampire, or as they themselves like to be called, a kindred, is a creature that once was human. The human is drained of all their blood and, before they die of acute blood loss, they drink some blood from another vampire. There's more to this process, which by the way is...
I always liked that idea. If you ever want me to pause, tell me. But I always liked the idea because it used to be that if you were bit by a vampire, you became a vampire, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit just didn't make any sense because like vampires like an elite club. You don't want just everyone getting all vamped up, bro. Whenever you're hungry,
Dude, I want to get morbed up though.
I want to get more. Dude, I could.
That's
not,
me fucking with sucking the juice out of Morbius.
Bro, you're like drinking the Morbius like he's like a Capri-Sun or some shit.
For real, for real. Like I need
Called
that
the
shit,
Embrace.
dude.
But
I
that's the
need it.
fundamentals.
Put it in me, dude.
You need to be empty of blood, and you need to drink
put on
vampire
subtitles?
blood. That kickstarts the
Yeah.
change. If you're not empty while
Why is it so
drinking,
dark? What?
you become something called a ghoul.
Oh, whatever, works.
And if you're empty but don't drink any blood, you just plain die. There's a lot of different vampire tropes throughout history that this game covers, and let's go through some of the ones that are actually true.
Press
Sunlight
O?
kills the man. It's lethal, to the point where a few
Oh, thanks,
seconds of
chat.
exposure might be all you need to kill a kindred. And from what I can tell, it doesn't seem to have much to do with how old you are. In fact, I think the older kindreds are generally more resilient. But if you are a thin blood, which essentially means you're on the very bottom rung of vampires, you could potentially survive some exposure. Religion and faith aren't really enough to hurt a kindred, unless that faith
So would
is
it be good to
genuine,
be Thin Blood
which
Boy?
in this gothic punk setting
You
is
just get
pretty
to live
rare.
a longer
A person
time.
with true faith
Well,
can
all
actually
vampires
perform
live a
miracles
long
too.
time.
And although most of the time this trait is connected to any of the Abrahamic religions like Judaism, Christianity,
But
and
I think
Islam,
you want to be
it
a
doesn't
higher tier
actually
vampire
matter.
because you
The
get more
person just needs
power.
a deep-seated conviction in their chosen divinity, and that should usually be enough. Stakes
Bro.
through the heart sends a vampire into torture.
Imagine you don't have a religion, you're just really into the Five Nights at Freddy's fandom, and you just fucking destroy a vampire with merch from Five Nights at Freddy's and just fucking
I
kills
don't
him.
think that's what they mean.
Freddy Fazbear! And you're like, oh fuck! And then
I don't think that's what they mean by
they
religion
they
and faith.
evaporate. Well, you could make it. Well, it's any faith that has enough people that believe in it with a conviction.
It has to be real though. Like it has to be real faith. Like you can't be ironically into
Well, no, it's not ironic. If enough people believe in it, the bite of 85 could actually kill a motherfucking vampire. The bite of 87, bite of 86, you're gone. You're dust, motherfucker. Get owned.
Torpor, which essentially means that you're paralyzed until said stake is removed. But unlike
Wait, it doesn't
folklore,
kill him?
the stake can be made of anything, as long as
No,
it can go
it
through a
tip
heart
bends
and
him.
stay there. You don't usually die from being staked, unless you're already pretty weak. But a creative punishment used in the kindred community is to stake a troublesome vampire and leave them lying on a rooftop, waiting for the sun to rise. Vampires drink blood to sustain themselves. They are undead and their bodies don't function like ours. They have no actual use of their internal organs and they can't have kids. They don't need to breathe and their bodies will always revert to how they looked at the time of their embrace. This means that tattoos, lost limbs, cut hair, and so on will revert back over time, although particularly bad damage might take a while to regenerate. Everything else, including garlic, running water, sleeping in coffins, etc., that's just not true, it's myth. However, there are options for playing a character who firmly believes these to the point where they compulsively have to consider them. It's pretty fun playing a vampire who can't get into a house unless invited, or who has to count all the toothpicks if someone throws them on the ground. Kindred society is sort of parasitic in nature, because unlike humans, vampires are strictly predators and they hunt. This means that unless you're a vegetarian, which means that you're living off the blood of lesser animals, which by the way isn't nearly as potent as human blood, you're gonna be living close to your prey. Mortals, or kine as they might sometimes be referred to, tend to gather together, so most vampires do the same. Cities tend to have a higher concentration of kindred in them, both for the easy access to prey, but also for the relative safety and anonymity that a city offers. And while kindred tend to be territorial,
Okay, that
they
part
do
makes
recognize
sense.
that they'd be much worse off if they were alone.
I always like, why don't they go
That
rural?
doesn't
Then
mean
it's
that
like the
vampires
Masquerade.
can't hang around outside the city limits, but in the world of darkness that's very much not recommended, because werewolves, they tend to make rural areas their home and have a deep-seated hatred for kindred, and will often go out of their way to hunt them down and kill them. So with a bunch of kindred living close together, there's definitely a need for some kind of order. Historically, vampires tended to be solitary, but with a little event called the Burning Times, kindred realized that humanity could pose a pretty big threat if they ever figured out that they had a common enemy in vampires. Hence, something called the Masquerade was created. In short, the Masquerade is a code of conduct put in effect to make sure that humans don't realize that vampires are pulling their strings.
Vampires are just
It
people
essentially
following Twitch
boils down to
TOS.
avoid killing unnecessarily, don't call
It's a
attention to
VTuber.
yourself, respect the
VTuber, what is it?
hierarchy in a city,
VTuber.
and
Vampire. Vampire
You're
tuber.
so
Veins.
stupid.
Veins.
You're
Tubes.
so
Blood. Blood. VTuber. Blood. Veins. Vampire drinking blood from the veins. Tuber.
Yeah, man.
and so on.
Yeah,
the
man.
sect that created these rules
there's
is called
probably a
Camarilla,
vampire
and it's
VTuber
the
out
sect
there.
that most new characters will belong
They're
to.
all vampires. That's why they don't show their
Camarilla
face, and
is
they
essentially
only
a giant-
stream at night. Kind of weird. Kind of strange. Why is that? Why have we never seen a VTuber in real life?
What do you
Riddle me this. Why do VTubers don't own dogs?
There was that VTuber that interviewed Morbius. Did you
Oh.
see that clip?
No.
Jared
Is it-
Leto got interviewed by a VTuber for Morbius, and he was very uncomfortable the whole time because he didn't know he'd be talking to an anime girl.
Really?
Yeah, it was,
Oh my
it's really
God.
funny.
Oh my god! What the fuck? Wait, that happened?
Yeah.
I'll think about watching it later. I don't want to fucking watch that guy. Fuck that.
pyramid
Yeah.
scheme that rules
I
through
want,
status
I
quo
want
and
actual
shadow puppet.
morbid time.
It's nowhere near the good guys of this setting, but at least they are trying to keep things on the down low. Unfortunately, unlike in real life, those older than you never really pass on to hand you the reins, and in fact, the only way you can usually get any influence is by either embracing a new generation of suckers, pun intended, or offing those above you. Coincidentally, that's considered a massive crime in the Camarilla. I wonder why. Opposite the Camarilla, you've got the Sabbat. The Sabbat usually doesn't give a shit about the Masquerade and instead love to revel in their own undeath. And without going too much into it, the Sabbat is essentially a massive army created to destroy the Antediluvians, the founders of each of the 13 vampiric clans.
Wait, hold on.
These
Slow down.
Antediluvians are considered fairy tale by the Camarilla, or at least that's the official stance on it, but since the Sabbat thinks that the older you are, the more likely you're a puppet to your Antediluvian, it's pretty clear that the elders of the Camarilla really don't care much for the Sabbat. The Sabbat also refers to themselves as Cainites, not kindred. And this stems from the in-lore theory that all vampires are descended from Cain, the first murderer, who was cursed by God with undeath. Anarchs and the Independents are the last big
pause.
factions.
So the Sabbat are like the anarchists, but they're like more wild, like they're the chaos element, and they just want to destroy the hierarchy because a lot of them are thin bloods, and they believe that they're controlled by just this shitty they want to stop the pyramid scheme. I
think maybe the Sabbat are like just savages. They're crazy, and then like the Carmilla are the like vampire establishment.
Okay, so the Carmilla are the vampire established. The Sabbat
Camarilla, sorry. Camarilla.
Whatever.
Camarilla want the Masquerade. Sabbat hate the Masquerade.
The Sabbat want to rule humans. They are vampire supremacists. Oh, so they don't want to follow the Masquerade.
Right. They want to just conquer the world and like dominate it, whereas the Camarilla want to like rule in the shadows.
They wanted to Castlevania that shit, and then they realized,
are essentially opposed to the rigid political structure of the Camarilla, desiring instead something a little bit more democratic. But they are also not as extreme as the Sabbat, because they know and accept that the Masquerade was put in place for a pretty good reason. And the Independents, finally, are the vampire clans who...
do the anarchists also want to follow the Masquerade?
I don't know what the fuck... I missed what the fuck the Antediluvians are.
He didn't really even say much about them. We'll find out. There's more videos.
Officially aren't aligned to any of the sects. We'll be covering the clans in a future video, as I don't think I'd be able to do them justice in this
I feel like it was a little fast.
This is definitely a overview.
The Ventru, for example, are a clan of influential power brokers, CEOs, and old school nobility. But that doesn't mean that your
the Masquerade is fine, but think it's common sense rather than like a governing
companies
body.
Looking for you. Maybe they desired companionship, or maybe they wanted revenge on you. Perhaps another kindred had you in their sights, but your sire got you first in order to mess with the other one's plans. Clans define what powers you have and gives you a framework to work within or to break out of. And usually your clan isn't super important to you either. It's more like your pedigree, which at times can be relevant, but it all really depends on the situation and which clan you belong to. For my next videos, I will be talking a bit more about the Camarilla and what it means to be embraced into it, as well as the clans who typically make up the majority of the sect's members.
So that's why.
Wait, pause. So the Camarilla are they're like the people who govern with the Masquerade, and they instate it.
They're the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, the Sabbat hate the Masquerade and want to rule the entire world as like vampire kings. The Anarchs, they think that the Masquerade is a fine thing to have, but they don't see it as like a governing body. They just see it as like a good rule for vampires to follow.
Yeah, because there's like a bunch of other rules.
Yeah, but they don't want to get into the whole democracy system that the Camarilla have.
They don't want to live under a fucking noble society. They don't want like a casting system. They just want to live free.
Mm-hmm. Anarchs are fucking centrists, said someone in chat.
For this video, I've decided to portray...
No, anarchists aren't centrists. Anarchs are anarchists. There's a big difference.
Goddamn
One person's road to becoming a kindred through an abusive and exploitative relationship. My intention is to show that many vampires, especially those who are very good at pretending they're not, are by their very nature manipulative. Given enough time, age and experience jades most of them to the point where they no longer really see humans as people, which is a common theme for this setting. So with that in mind, let's begin. Jacob Cardwell recently got the position as an SEO and social media intern at a small West Coast talent agency. He's from out of town, although from where changes every time you ask, but like many others, he came to California in pursuit of a career in the entertainment industry. And in just a few months, he's helped boost the online presence of many of his agency's clients, and he's already rubbing...
Dude, vampires are just streamers now. Like, you can't change my fucking mind. You cannot change my mind. Like, the more I look at this, like, the word influencer is there. They're just like, they're not farming content, they're farming blood.
...shoulders with some pretty famous influencers. Jacob's also secretly a street art.
Think about it.
Okay, who's the... XQC is definitely a vampire.
Definitely, 100%. Hey, hold on, I'm redeeming my skin for chat.
Artist, and his works, under the pseudonym of Destiny, can be found all across the western seaboard. He's been doing it for a good 4 years now, and it's been earning him some recognition within the graffiti community, enough that he's even had a couple of his pieces featured in Blank Slate, one of North America's biggest street art magazines. Jacob has been chosen by Jeanette de Moon de Cadillac, the local Toreador Primogen, to become her latest progeny. Jeanette is looking to expand her domain online and has concluded that social media may be both a reliable source of revenue and of clan prestige.
What's this to do with vampires?
Having been
We
born
know
in the
what social
18th
media is.
century, Jeanette has a rather
Yeah, it's
tenuous
a
grasp
modern
of how the
setting.
internet works. Jacob is the perfect candidate to teach her, and his artistic talent is the cherry on top. Jeanette has approached the local prince about embracing Jacob,
booba.
despite having 3 other children already.
They
Since
say her
Jeanette is
view
not
count
just a
isn't high
primogen,
enough,
but
so
also
she was turned
Toreador,
around
a
and
clan
totally...
with great influence in this particular part of the US, it doesn't take much more than that, and a few subtle threats, to convince the prince that she is in the right. Toreador are considered the artists and socialites of Kindred society. They, more than any other clan, tend to embrace the creative souls, hoping to capture that spark for themselves. But for some reason, many Kindred gradually lose this creativity that so much define their mortal lives, growing stale and unimaginative. It's no wonder then that so many of them flock to California, hoping to sate their taste for what undeath has taken from them.
What is
in a
this
place
shit?
Who said that?
Ewick said that.
What the fuck, Ewick?
This is actually about how VTubers fucking started. Pay
That's
the
not
fuck
true.
attention.
That's
It
not
is.
true. This is Vampire the Masquerade lore. It's a like fucking super like long running tabletop game, like World of Darkness shit.
Yeah, it's like one of the best tabletop games that ever existed. Also one of the best game series that ever existed.
where talent
Get owned.
comes cheap and plenty.
The great VTuber clans.
So
Yeah,
with the
you have the weird. You have animal hybrids. You have the quirked up anime girls. You have the what's the other clans? Catboy, the Catboy layer. You got yo Thor. What's up, man?
How we doing? Are we learning about how to be
Yeah, you want to hang out, dude?
in our world?
Yeah, we're learning all about. Dude, you want? We should play a tabletop.
This is permission obtained. Jeanette sets her plan in motion.
Hey, Ewick.
Within a day,
You
Jacob
should.
loses everything.
Absolutely should.
His
I'm
job.
surprised y'all don't know what this is.
Dude,
I know you know this is.
I've wanted to run this tabletop for a bit, and Boon's told me that it's one of the only tabletops he'll play.
Yeah, it is probably the only one I'll play because no one plays it. No one streams it.
Yeah,
I don't know
right?
this
If
would-
I fucking learn how to run this shit, Boon, I'm getting you in a game.
I'll do a one-off or a two. I'll do like a three. I'll do at most 3 games of this. At most. I don't think I do like a full grandized campaign because that's just too much commitment. But I'm willing to be in that world for at least 1 or 3 games worth because I really do like this setting a lot.
His friends, and his future, as he's publicly arrested on charges of willful destruction of public and personal property, as well as
To get you guys up to speed, nothing's really been talked about. They're just like putting a setting up about like a specific character that's not important. This is an example, but they covered 3 major factions or ideologies so far, and like one of them is like the rebel vampires, and they want to go around like eating all the humans and stuff, and they don't give a fuck. They're like super omega evil as fuck.
Did you
And they-
already forget the name?
It's just a bot. I'm just giving it to them because like it'd be too confused. They just need to know the basics. And then the other one's called the Camarilla, and they're like the noble hierarchy, and they believe in this thing called the Masquerade, where they can't they had to hide vampires
Hide
being
the fact
real
that
from
vampires
humans.
exist from humanity.
From humanity, so they had to follow like a strict rule set, obviously like feeding on people. You gotta be very careful not to get caught. Don't use your vampire powers in public. Just don't reveal yourself as a vampire in public, and don't make too many vampires. Like, and vampires can only be made if you bite someone and they drink your blood, and that's pretty much it. And then there's a bunch
You
of
have
other
to drain them
clans
of blood, and then they have to drink vampire blood to be made a vampire.
Yeah, and now they're talking about influencers for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Anyways, let's just continue.
Burglary. He
They're
spends
talking
a
about
night
the
in
claims.
jail, is booked, and then told to appear before court at a later date for his sentencing. Jacob does not make that appearance, vanishing that same night, and a month later a report is quietly filed of a John Doe dragged out of the local river. The body is later identified as being the missing Jacob Cartwright, but only through matching
influencer!
dental records, as the body is too badly decomposed to otherwise be identified. Being nearly 300 years old, Jeanette has learned to leave very little to chance. Now, not only has Jeanette severed many of the ties that might compromise her hold over her future child, but she has also made sure that he will feel forced to remain under her protection. Should he attempt to reveal that he's actually alive, he will most likely be facing time in prison. For Jacob, or Destiny as he now calls himself, Jeanette appears as a helpful Samaritan. She provides him with food, hospitality, and a genuine interest in his art, and what follows is a month-long period of careful grooming. Destiny slowly begins to warm to his mysterious benefactor. All the while she carefully studies him, performing her final evaluation before she decides if he is a suitable candidate for the embrace. Destiny's growing affection is also strengthened by the small amount of Jeanette's blood that she is feeding him, creating within Jacob an artificial desire as she turns him into her ghoul. This blood bond, if performed repeatedly, can be so strong that a thrall may even kill themselves should they be facing the threat of isolation from their regnant. The blood also has a mildly intoxicating effect, and during this time Destiny creates some of his most creative and wonderful art pieces. It is an intensely emotional and vulnerable period in his life, which Jeanette takes full advantage of. And when
So
finally
that's like
the
what a
time
goal
for
is,
his
right?
embrace comes, it seems romantic to Jacob. After a night of deep conversation and a pleasant dinner, although Jeanette isn't very hungry, the two make love. But in the cusp of their passion, she drains him of blood and feeds him a small amount of hers in return. The process of death and
Close your
rebirth
eyes.
is a powerful experience, potentially the single most potent any kindred will ever experience. Pain mixed with pleasure, and many kindred recall seeing a light in the distance as they arrive at death's door, only for it to be snuffed out as they are yanked violently back to consciousness. Waking up after the embrace is similarly traumatic. The small amount of vitae that their sire was willing to share is rarely enough to slake their newfound thirst, and if there is no readily available source of more, they will enter a state of frenzy, attacking anyone or anything in sight in order to satiate themselves on their precious blood. This is called succumbing to the beast, and for a kindred this will be an ever-present threat for the rest of their existence. They are no longer prey but predator, and their very nature has changed to reflect that. If it is not sated, the beast may rear its ugly head at the most inopportune moments. After the embrace, the relationship between Destiny and Jeanette quickly deteriorates. He is now her progeny, and whatever amicable side she showed him before is rapidly replaced with the cold and demanding true nature of his vampiric sire. He is an object now, a tool for her to grow more influential. All the while, Destiny has to come to terms with these new truths about the world and about
Yo,
himself.
being a vampire kinda
realizing,
sucks. What the
ultimately
fuck?
accepting
Well, yeah,
that there is no
if
going
the
back
only
to
way
the
to
way
be a
things
vampire
were.
is to be in
And with the
service to
effect of the
another
blood bond
vampire.
still in his veins, he can't even bring himself to hate the woman who did this to him. In fact, Destiny will come to the horrible realization that he, in many ways, is now incapable of truly feeling anything. Ghosts of emotions may still pass through him, but the energy, the life that once possessed him, is gone forever. Instead, he will feel empty, and as time goes on, he will find it harder and harder to relate to the mortals he once belonged to. He will shun the places he used to visit, worried he may run into people from his previous life. And even if he desires to reach out to his family, fear of putting them and himself in danger will stay his hand. Only the hunger drives him now. It is always there, always reminding him of its presence. It will be Jeanette who will teach Destiny how to hunt and how to behave. The fourth tradition of the Camarilla demands that until he is acknowledged as a neonate by the prince, he is Jeanette's responsibility, and it falls upon her to make sure that he does not threaten the Masquerade. Jeanette will of course personally ensure this before she introduces him to the prince, but other sires might not take as active a role. They might instead guide their child from the shadows, or not even help them at all, seeing it as a form of final test to ensure that they have what it takes to make it as a kindred. And somewhere in all of this, destiny has to do what he was chosen for. Unsurprisingly, educating a centuries-old vampire in the workings of social media soon proves itself a fruitless endeavor, and he is instead left in charge of managing things.
They turned his ass into a vampire to run a fucking Twitter page,
Yeah,
bro.
dude, that's a fucking real curse, dude. That's a fucking cursed existence. Vampire fucking seduces you, and she was like, teach me Twitter.
Now you're cursed to run my Twitter fucking theme page for the rest of your life.
As her interest quickly wanes. Paradoxically, he is given more freedom and power.
That image is so funny. Exactly. She's like, how do you change your background picture? And he's like, God damn it, I hate this so much.
Than ever
I had to deal with this for an eternity of my fucking life.
Before in his career, managing his sire's vast assets. Yet it comes with a gilded cage in which he'll stay until she considers his work done, if it ever is. This is just one of the ways that someone could become a kindred. Every embrace is unique, but rarely is someone ever embraced without reason. A lover may be embraced so that eternity will feel a little less lonely. A friend might turn another to spare them from a life-threatening disease. A stranger might need more bodies for their cause. In the world of darkness, every additional vampire created is another potential rival for prey and power. Your character's embrace might never become a topic of discussion in your game, but it can serve as a powerful tool in forming your character's views of undeath, mortals, and of course their sire. Vampire the Masquerade can be played in a lot of ways, and in my opinion it's important to always have a dialogue about your expectations for it. In any role-playing game, ground rules and consent are important to ensure that people feel safe and comfortable playing, even more so in a horror game where you are playing the actual monsters.
Alright, next.
The Guide to the Camarilla writes, "The Camarilla does not exist to protect humanity from vampiric depredation. Rather, its function is to ensure the safest and most profitable existence possible."
The Camarilla is the noble hierarchy, right?
Yeah, they're the guys who uphold the Masquerade and enforce it.
So
I have a question.
Yeah?
The Vampire Masquerade is roleplay?
Yeah, it's a tabletop game.
It's a tabletop game, it's video games, it's a giant, huge...
It's everything. So the World of Darkness is like a vast setting that has like a bunch of different games inside of it. And it also has like an open game license where basically anybody can make a like World of Darkness game or like comic or like movie.
Okay, I thought it was like that like shooter game that everyone was playing.
It is.
I mean, it is, but this is where the root of it comes from. It's basically that you can just anybody can basically request the rights to make a World of Darkness thing.
Got it. Okay.
I'm gonna become a World of Darkness VTuber, and they're gonna call me VTuber because vampire. Yeah.
For its members. And while it may exist to the profit of the elders who run the show, it does often offer something few other sects do: security and education for the newly embraced. If they're willing to roll over and do what they're told, the resources, knowledge, and machinations of the Camarilla can offer a safe port in a storm, while the fledgling kindred builds power and understanding of their new nature. However, there's quite a few things a vampire must know before they are to be considered.
I have to pause. I can't get over the fact that there is an entire story about a guy who gets coerced into becoming a vampire so that he can run someone's Instagram page for the rest of eternity. I can't get over that.
An adult in kindred society. The Camarilla hasn't survived for over 500 years thanks to loose reins, after all. Understanding your own vampiric nature is one thing, but the traditions, the Camarilla laws, and your ability to work within their boundaries are inevitably the rod by which you will be measured when you first start mingling with the undead. The Masquerade. The Masquerade is the single most important law of the Camarilla, but even Anarchs and the Sabbat recognize the value of having the mortals think you are not real, even if they're often more casual about towing the line or outright breaking it. Breaching this tradition can easily earn you final death if the prince considers your misstep severe enough. Depending on how the prince interprets it, and how much of a hard-ass they might be, a violation may range from using your more obvious vampiric powers in the presence of mortals, to simply having human friends. As this tradition came to be because of the First Inquisition, an event that resulted in the death of many powerful vampires as the kind rose up against the kindred, Quite a few elders who are still around from back then do not take kindly to someone who risks a repetition of that. And living in a modern world with smartphones, social media, drones and the like, it has never been more important to ensure that the world learns as little about your kind as possible. The St. Louis Conclave of '95 also declared it a potential breach to deal with other
Bro, we're actually getting law. We're getting vampire law dumped on us.
supernatural beings, and gives a prince free rein to enforce their rules should they see fit. Not that most supernaturals want anything to do with vampires. The
Where are you
domain.
learning?
Your domain is what territory you can claim as yours, as long as you can
Damn, he
defend
sucked
it.
in.
Princes will have entire cities as their domain, granted to them in a show of faith from the local clans through praxis. But it is often understood that certain areas are to belong to certain clans. A prince who starts giving away territory in the sewers to those outside of Clan Nosferatu might quickly find that the support from them will wither, potentially even turning to active opposition. If the prince let the elders have their own domain, and serving as an arbiter in affairs that need it, they will usually police their own just fine and show the prince more respect than if they were meddling in their affairs and micromanaging. It used to be that a kindred was in the right to kill you if you hunted in their territory. But these days, many cities are so crowded that there are plenty of communal grounds where kindred, especially younger ones, can get their fill. It helps that mortals tend to find the feeding quite pleasurable and don't usually have a good recollection.
So if you gave the Nosferatu like a cityscape that didn't have walkable streets, they would be pissed. Right? Never mind.
Aren't those the guys who live in the sewers?
You know? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. They're the guys who live in the sewers. Never mind. I was trying to connect it to a joke about walkable streets. Whatever that YouTube channel is. Never mind. That's my joke.
Of what happened during the kiss.
Segue.
Vampires can also lick the wounds closed, erasing any obvious evidence of their feeding. The tradition of progeny.
The Sabbat hates Rhodes.
Common
There's
that
my
a kindred
joke,
would
big
need
shot.
their prince's
Nosferatu are the
permission to
ugly
embrace.
ones, just
And
seeing
this
one
stems
means the
from how the
Masquerade
prince
is
is the
broken.
ruler of a city,
Yeah, they're the ones
and
that live in
needs
the
to
sewers
ensure
and
that the
stuff.
vampiric population does not grow big enough to threaten the Masquerade,
Thanks, Chad.
nor that any particular faction becomes too powerful. And in fact, if someone is found to embrace without permission, both sire and child may be expelled or even destroyed, should the prince see fit. The prince is free to embrace however much they want, a luxury that comes with the title, but if they do it too much, while simultaneously restricting the other's right to, it can easily become a point of conflict with the city's elders, as nothing will alienate the primogen faster than being outbred, as it were, by the one whose power they are supposedly balancing. The tradition of accounting. This tradition varies across the world, and some exceptionally powerful princes may even hold the primogen responsible should someone of their clan break the tradition. But more often this means that a sire is responsible for all of their child's actions until said child is acknowledged as a proper kindred, which is something only the city's prince may do. This acknowledgement can play out in many different ways, depending usually on the prince, but knowing the traditions and their implications is most certainly always a constant. The tradition of hospitality. If you're a new arrival to a city, politeness dictates that you make your presence known to the vampire in charge of that domain, the prince. How this is to be done is usually up to the prince themselves, who might, for example, use this as an opportunity to embarrass the new arrival by making some outrageous demand. Generally, it is in most vampires' interest that the prince knows how many kindred are in their city in order to prevent potential masquerade breaches or other unfortunate accidents. If a vampire decides not to make their presence known, they're playing a dangerous game. In fact, if the prince is powerful enough, they may choose to invoke the second tradition on the trespassers. Even if they don't, an unknown vampire may be mistaken for an agent of the Sabbat or the Anarchs, and may therefore be destroyed because of it.
Oh shit.
Of course, certain kindred are so powerful that they don't consider the local prince important enough to drop by, and a smart prince is wise enough to let that slide. The tradition of destruction. Many argue that this tradition actually means that any sire has the right to destroy their progeny should they see fit. But in many cities, it is instead that the prince bears this right, the right having been lost to the sire once the child was presented to them. The prince also has the power to sentence another kindred to the blood hunt, a citywide death sentence allowing any kindred the right to kill and even drain the target of a hunt, an act otherwise strictly prohibited.
Wait, that's the name of the game!
Whoa!
Whoa! Ewick, look, it's the name of that game you haven't played. It's gone. Anyways, continue.
Yeah.
Of course, should a blood hunt be called on a vampire of great power, it may instead backfire on the prince, who will be perceived as weak and foolhardy. Calling the blood hunt also gives elder vampires the opportunity to pick the corpse clean, so to speak.
What the fuck?
And if a prince does it too often, the kindred of the city might come to expect it, influencing his decisions and demanding it be done more often. After all, if the prince sentences you, your assets will be free for the taking. And finally, you have the clans. While I will cover each of them...
Sorry, is the blood hunt only specific to one person, or is it like specific to multiple? I don't understand.
It's just if you fuck up, the prince can call a blood hunt on you, which is just like citywide, anyone can kill you.
So how does that play into the actual game? Is everyone versus everyone? I don't
I think
understand.
in the lore of the actual battle royale, it's like all of the clans declaring a blood hunt on each other.
What the fuck?
them more in detail in future videos, here is a quick rundown of the 7 founders of the Camarilla. Bruja, the rabble, also known as the Scholars. If there is a
Vampire
cause to rebel
martial
against,
law?
the Bruja will find it and fight it feverishly, and their clan is known for their fierce temper and a deeply ingrained disdain for authority. A Bruja will rally to a cause, but oftentimes not the same as the others, leading to in-clan squabbling. The Gangrel are feral loners, and one of the few clans to travel frequently, earning them the nickname Outlanders. They, more than other clans, have a strong affinity for animals, oftentimes taking on animalistic traits of their own. The Gangrel have little patience for politics and machinations, and try to avoid getting dragged into the petty schemes of the other clans. The Malkavians, aptly called
pause.
the Lunatics, are all...
Can we talk about the Volcavians?
Someone said the battle royale is the Inquisition attacking all of the vampires. The Anarchs lose their shit and go wild, and the Camarilla orders a citywide blood hunt on all Anarchs.
Interesting. I guess that makes sense. But then, like, why wouldn't they just all go after the entity?
Also, someone said before you start doing the clan videos, you should do the quiz on the World of Darkness website to see what clan you and Boon would fit into. Which
I
I'm
wanna do
down
it.
for.
Hell yeah. But can we talk about the Volcavians text? Like, it's like worse than Comic Sans, dude. Like, what the fuck? The Volcavians just stopped giving a fuck, dude. Someone link me the
link
website.
it.
Yeah.
mad, one way or another. Mad prophets, these kindreds are often mysterious and hard to decipher, even harder to understand. They are masters of warping the minds of others, at one point even all simultaneously learning a new discipline specifically for it, later on unlearning it just as quick. A mystery even to themselves. The Nosferatu are walking breaches of the Masquerade, all twisted and ruined on the outside. But thankfully, these information gatherers have learned to hide in plain sight, and their loyalty to their clan, and oftentimes frank and utilitarian outlook on undeath, makes these sewer rats somewhat sympathetic. But if you have a secret, chances are they know it already. The Toreador are the artistes and socialites of the Camarilla, holding lavish parties and pursuing aesthetics above all else. The degenerates love to embrace artists,
VTubers.
trying to hold on to the passion and zeal of the human spirit in non-life. Their talent for politics is not to be underestimated, however, and they often rival the Ventru in the amount of princes they have in their clan. The Tremere are one of the few clans capable of wielding magic, using blood, theirs and others, in a myriad of arcane ways. They were once known as the Usurpers, who stole their vampirism, but are now known as the Warlocks, and they are strong supporters of the Camarilla. Hierarchy and structure are key words for this clan, and they are loyal, ultimately, only to themselves. The Ventru are the self-styled leaders of the Camarilla, favoring politics and business. It would not be a
There are
lie to
more
say that
clans
the
than I
Camarilla
thought.
has survived this long only thanks to the
There's
hard work
13,
of this
right?
So the
clan,
quiz.
something which the Blue Bloods take great pride in. Ventru
I
are
found
often
it.
at
It's on,
odds with the Bruja
worldofdarkness.com.
due to their vastly different worldviews.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Camarilla was forged by
'Cause we need to
these
solve it.
7
Hold on.
clans and remains
I'll
up to
DM
this
it to
day
both of you.
the single largest sect.
Depending on when your game is set, however, some of the original clans may have left and others might have joined. There will of course always be anti-tribu, those who rebel against their clan and join another sect.
Alright.
How long is this?
I have no idea. I have no idea, but I'm going to take this quiz on stream.
Oh, I'm doing it, but in private while I watch you guys.
Hold on, let me fucking put on my music. I'm gonna go crazy.
Oh yeah. Should we do like
I got you, don't worry.
Morbius type of beat?
No, I'm putting on the fucking Vampire the Masquerade music. There you go, bam,
Ooh.
done. Done, baby!
Damn.
How would people who know you describe you? Extrovert, charismatic, the center of attention. Introvert, quiet, hard to push to interact and socialize. Confident, sometimes bossy. Taking the lead whenever you can. Empathetic, helpful, always the first person to solve someone else's problems. Sarcastic, cold, always concealing yourself from the other side of, or concealing yourself from others. Or your softer side from others. Which one of these, chat?
Well, chat, how would you describe me?
Where's the awkward one? Where's that one? Give me that one.
That's the...
It's your shit. You answer. Sarcastic,
Boon, we should
cold,
pick
always
each other.
concealing your
We
softer
should
side.
pick each other's.
Okay. You
Like,
would be...
because this is how other people. I think you're A.
Damn. Okay. You're either D or C. I'm gonna do D. I'll do D.
Okay, I'll pick D.
Okay.
And you pick A.
Okay. Fair enough. Chat, we're not dating. Okay. Which topics do you find the most interesting to research online? What the fuck?
Pick up to 3.
Oh shit! Paranormal mystery creepypasta. True crime, unsolved cases, witchcraft rituals, magic,
Finance, stocks, and cryptocurrency.
No!
Vampire crypto, bro.
Dude, don't do this to me, dude.
I'll go with like art, music, and creativity.
Sorry, wait, hold on. Before we go any further, when we say we're picking each other's,
No,
we're still
we're
inputting the
picking
ones...
each other's for the other one because that was like, what do other people think of you?
So you're saying, okay, so when you say, hey, you're crypto bro, and I'm the one that has to click it on my end,
No,
right?
no. We're not picking each other's for all of them. Just for the one that was like, what do other people think of you?
Oh, okay.
And we just fill out the rest ourselves.
Oh, Jesus. I don't want to answer half of these. Art, music, and create. Okay, I'm going to go with art, music, create, even though
I
I'm
don't
watching all
I
of
don't look
those.
up any of this other shit.
Cult, sex, secret organizations. Like, half of these are like, you're like fucking like into like conspiracy theories. Oh no, astrology, self-discovery, personality test. Oh, Jesus. Wait, what if that's us right now?
This is a personality test.
Medicine, disease. I gotta go with finances and stocks. I'm watching.
That's true. I gotta go with D.
Everyone keeps saying I am, but I'm not.
You gotta go with D because we
given
both watch Steve Emery.
1,654 gift subs
Bro,
in the channel.
oh shit, I don't know. I put paranormal, finance, and art.
You would be into fucking crypto.
I'm not. Okay.
Inside trader.
I'm not an inside trader. Shut the fuck up. Okay. What is your ideal evening in your favorite nightclub, partying with amazing people you've just met and enjoying the night? Alone at home with books, video games, or online?
Hell yeah, B! Let's go! We streaming!
A regular place with close friends you've known for years. Attending a posh invitation-only party with a select group of people. Streamer party! Streamer party!
What's your online presence like for number 4? You've been called an influencer more than once.
I'm gonna go. It's either C or D
Sure.
or A. One of these three.
I'm a huge influencer.
I want to do C. I like C. C, you get the best stories out of. What's your online
This
presence
one's
like?
easy for us. It's both.
You've been
It's
called
A.
it-
We're streamers.
You've been called an influencer more than once. My chat doesn't call me an influencer. They
You
call me an
literally
idiot.
went on a rant about it. All streamers are vampires because they're influencers.
Yeah, but my chat calls me an idiot. We're not vampires.
Yeah,
so, like,
the fucking
are we
idiot
werewolves?
influencer.
Yeah, idiot influencer. You keep
Good
You keep
joke.
it professional. You keep successful busy. Yeah, no, we're influencers. That sucks. All right, moving on. What a curse. You get a link to a mysterious online personality quiz. You decide to take a shot at it. Rate each statement from 0. Doesn't apply to me to 10. Totally me. I'm often surrounded by people. Yeah, like right now. I'm fucking sick of it.
I'll
10.
give that a 3.
I prefer the hierarchy and structure over total chaos and disorganization.
Give that a 5.
Yeah, I give that a 5. Radical centrist it up, you know.
I know what
wish
I am. Let me know when you guys are ready.
I wish I had loyal servants to help me manage my affairs.
Those are my
Oh,
mods. 10.
Yeah, 10. The ghouls. When push comes to shove, I'd rather fight with my words than my fists.
Dude, that's pussy shit. 1.
Okay, dude. I don't see you fucking putting up your fucking fist, dude. I don't see you like wanting to fight somebody.
Fight
on
with
the street.
words rather than fists. That's some like Reddit debate me type of shit.
I would. Let's like. Okay. What if it's not debate me? What if it's like What if it's literally just talking your way out of a fight?
Dude, that's
Like, why
not
you
fighting
need-
with
hold on,
your
just kidding.
words though.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, what do they mean by that?
That's true. I gotta redeem a skin.
What is that? Yeah, I just did it too. What do they mean by that? I'm gonna put a 5. I don't know what that means. That's too generalized. Test links lead to a website that seems shady. Do you click on it? No, it can't be worth it. I'm a streamer. I know better.
Yeah.
As you walk alone in the empty streets, you feel like someone is following. You know, that's all the time. Even in my own home. You turn around but see nobody. What do? Investigate, trying to search for the source of this feeling. Yes, absolutely. You have to do that. Otherwise, you are not
No,
safe.
I'm getting the fuck out of there.
I need to find out what it is. If I don't find out what it is, I'll be pissed.
Nah, I'm hiding.
Someone broke into your home. What do you see?
What would they see after entering?
Entering. Okay, yeah. Chaos only can find a way through. You almost feel bad for them. So I go sicko mode on them?
Oh, that's saying
Everything-
that your house is fucking messy.
Oh, so like you're a hoarder.
Yeah.
Everything in its own place in a neat and tidy space. Nah, I'm somewhat tidy, but I'm not perfectly tidy.
They must have been quite shocked to see what you kept inside. You'd have a hard time explaining what the thing lying on your desk is. That's me with my VR setup.
And the 5 Tenga eggs you have on your desk. Okay, hold on. Barely anything of importance. Thankfully, you either smash your valuables somewhere or stash your valuables somewhere else, or haven't had anything worth stealing. A lot of cool things to steal, unfortunately.
Vampire blood! Wow! Let's party!
Look, we're taking a quiz. Can you
We're
dial
taking
it
a
back
quiz?
by like
Oh,
5?
sorry, my bad. I'm really hyped for vampire lore. What the fuck?
Yeah, dial it back. Jesus, take the quiz with us. Take the quiz with us. Okay. I got a lot of cool stuff to steal. Like,
I don't got nothing cool to steal.
Like, I got like a computer. That's like a graphics.
That's
If you
like
have a graphics card, if you got a graphics card, trust me, that people they'll kill you for it. All right. You know you're being spied on. It's been going on for weeks. How do you handle it? You hire a private investigator to discover who's following you. You confide in your friends. Try to be alone as little as possible. You spend nights with them.
What the fuck? If someone's spying on me, I'm
say
calling
you're
the
paranoid.
cops.
You're better off handling this alone. You contact the police. This is a serious... Well, you're a vampire. Do you want...
Not yet, I ain't. I gotta figure out what clan I'm in first.
Well, no, but like, what if you're a vampire right now? Like, no one's gonna start stalking you. Like, if you're not already a vampire, if a vampire is stalking you, they must be a
Wait,
really
the
shitty
next
vampire.
question. The next question is about becoming a vampire. So up until this point, this is normal questions.
I mean, yeah, I'd call the cops probably. I mean,
Yeah.
like, what would I do? The vampire who creates another, and the vampire who is created. You have been embraced this blah 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 blah. I'm about to become a kindred. When you open your eyes, you see who did this to
So
you.
this is
your
who
enemy, your
who
lover.
made you into a
Yeah,
vampire.
yeah. Who turned me? Someone you looked up to, a complete stranger, or a horrible monster.
I would go with a complete stranger because that's funny.
What's wrong? Yo, what's going on? What is happening with that? Yo, you need to go see a dentist.
I was trying to get Discord on my stream and also on my screen to watch it, and I legit screamed and got jump scared because when I turned, I saw that bloody mouth, and I was like, "Ah, what the fuck is that?"
But she
and
got.
I saw it lick its lips and shit. I was like, "What the
She
fuck?"
got glue on her teeth, though.
I got
Okay.
jump scared.
Oh, I'm all morbed up. I don't know.
I'm morbed up for sure.
Dude, it's gonna be an enemy, dude. I'm gonna
Why
get
would your
morbed
enemy
up.
turn you into a vampire?
Because I have to work for them
I
as like an
guess.
influencer for the rest of my fucking life.
You would
Like,
want
what if
someone
you
to
bit
work
me?
for you who likes you.
What if you're my enemy and you
Because
bit me, bro?
if I'm your enemy and I'm turning you into a vampire to be my servant, you're gonna take every opportunity to try and betray me. That's not gonna be good
I can't.
for me.
I'm literally. Well, yeah, but if I kill you, I'm fucked. Like I can't. Like I have to serve you for the rest of my pitiful existence, running your Twitter and your TikTok.
Okay, that would be funny.
Yeah, I know. That's what vampires do. It's like a cruel and unjust thing, but that's what they do. Okay. Disciplines. The supernatural vampiric powers allow the kindred to
Pick up to 3
navigate the
powers
nights
you
more
want to
easily.
have.
Okay. Invisibility, superhuman speed, superhuman strength, superhuman resilience. Wouldn't that be strength? I guess resilience would mean you could take a lot of hits. I want to be Potemkin.
Shape-shifting, witchcraft.
Superhuman charm, witchcraft, enhanced senses and instincts. Dude, I don't want to smell someone's fart from 50 meters away in the city, dude. Like, I don't fucking care about that shit. What am I gonna
Talking
do?
to animals could be funny.
Shape-shifting, kind of badass. Ability to control others, ability to talk
Actually,
to
if I
animals.
could control others, I could make them use Twitch Prime.
You already do that. You just tell them it's free. Because they link their Twitch accounts to their Prime. Yeah, exactly.
Real?
We're influencers.
Hurry
We
up!
don't
I
need-
want
we don't
to
need that.
discuss what we are.
Look, we gotta take our time.
We're taking our time. This is a deep
Superhuman
personal
strength or
thread.
superhuman speed sound both really fucking good. I think speed's
You're not
better
gonna be
than
surprised
strength.
when you hear what I got.
I'm gonna go with strength because like I can just walk through anything, and if I need to get away, I shapeshift and get the
I'm
fuck
going
out
with
of there.
speed. I want to zoom.
Zoom zoom.
Being immortal sounds great in theory, but there's a price to pay. You have a difficulty controlling your emotions. You're forced to hide or survive on the run. No one seems to trust you. I already got that lately. What the fuck? In dire situations, you tend to be controlling and ruthless.
Dude, I don't blame people for not trusting you.
That's so mean.
That's not. That's
dude.
no one
Totally.
trusts me, dude. I tell one cool little story.
Listen,
and
yeah,
everyone's
because you
"Wait
fucking
a
make shit
second,
up.
You didn't put dry ice in your hands for 10 minutes. There's no way you would
Yeah,
be
well,
dead.
okay, there's a difference between I tell one cool little
Read
story
between
and
the
I made it
lines.
the fuck up.
I didn't make it the fuck up. All my stories have a grain of truth, other than the really stupid ones, which are very obviously like not true. Like
Yes,
I've
Master,
never
please
swallowed a
don't cry.
frog in my life. Like that's never happened. Like that's
Thank you for
obvious.
the
I've
Prime
never
Gaming.
swallowed a frog.
Why not?
Because they don't just jump into humans' mouths.
Well, then I guess your answer is C, Boon.
No one seems to trust you. That's
It's
automatically.
relevant.
I'm switching. I'm pivoting this. Sometimes you get tunnel vision and completely obsessed with a single thing.
Do
or
you really
person.
though?
No, but this is like if I turned into a vampire.
Oh, okay.
I had to pick one, right? Or is this like something that I've always had?
No. You pick one that feels most suitable.
Yeah.
You have a difficulty controlling your emotions. All these things apply to me. Like I can't.
Dude, Boon would
I
be
know all
immortal.
these-
Boon would be immortal and still stream like once every 3 months.
What do you mean? I stream almost every day, bitch. Now you're just like psyopsing me, motherfucker. All right, hold on. Okay. You give me a hard time controlling my fucking emotions right now. I'm just taking that one. As a vampire, you are cursed with the need to drink human blood, and obtaining it isn't always easy. How do you hunt your prey? Seduce them, quietly drink from a sleeping mortal, feed on a group of people loyal to me and my needs. Okay, chat. Where's my weekly blood?
Where's my blood?
Hunt those who only deserve to be hunted. I want to be like Blade. I want to be
That's
just
Morbius.
like
Hunt
Blade.
those who deserve to be hunted. That's
Be hunted.
Morbius.
I'm all morbed up. Search for a way to make consensual, even if it means risking discovery. Quick bite in an alley without any unnecessary games. I'm going
for the stealth option.
I'm going for Blade. When I was a kid, I wanted to be Blade.
You are Blade.
Alright, you make a mistake and drink too much. Wait, you can drink too much?
Wait,
You're left in
what?
an alley with a body and voices of people approaching.
Oh, you drank too much blood and you
killed them. They cannot know it's your fault. What do you do? Run away quickly. I mean, I can. I'm like super strength. I can like transform. Run towards the people pretending you... Run towards the people and pretend that you found the body. That's what I do in the game.
The civilian RP.
The civilian RP. Hide and observe. Use supernatural powers on the people. Turn them around and make them forget. Convince them that there's nothing unusual. Use supernatural means to hide the body, even if it means they will never be found again.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's easy.
Yeah, I was like, just make it disappear.
Just make it disappear. Fucking stop.
No, I'm going to do the civilian RP thing because I think that's funny. The night belongs to those with ambitions. What is yours? To gain wisdom and knowledge I crave so badly. To climb the ladder and stay on top. To be loved and idolized. To destroy the worst monsters among us.
Damn, that's fucking morbed up right there, dude.
I'm
that's
so
morbed up,
fucking
dude.
morbed.
That's the one I picked.
Among Us. I'm about to be
Yes.
Among Us.
I'm here to destroy the monsters among us.
Truly free. No, dude, that one is so good. You are Bruja. I knew it. I knew I'd get Bruja, dude. What the fuck?
I got Gangrel.
That is so fucking accurate. You two are furries and Boon's a brute. That's so fucking good. That's so accurate. Oh my God, I'm
Often
gonna
closer
take
to
it.
beasts than other vampires. The
Boon is a
Gangrel
punk.
Style themselves apex predators.
Wait, did you get the fucking Gangrel too?
Yes? Did
Oh,
you think I
shit.
wouldn't? I wanted to talk to animals, transform.
I was hoping I'd get
I
that.
wanted to talk to animals because I thought it'd be funny.
I was expecting furry, to be honest. What the hell? I mean, I got Brujas, so.
I'm not a furry.
Apparently I'm a radical, though, which I don't know
Plus,
about that.
shapeshifting is cool because I like being a changeling in D&D.
Wait, weren't the Brujas the ones that wanted to like destroy humanity, or is that the?
No, that's the bot.
I always mix those up. Yeah, hell yeah,
I mean,
Bruja.
Bruja
Let's
is still
go.
part of the Camarilla.
Hell yeah, they're angry boys. I'm a little angry boy.
I didn't ask for consent, but I'm taking your guys' PNG tubers. I see that you guys have PNG tubers set up.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm trying to set it up to where Sai can kind of be kissing Boon lightly on the cheek. I made a
I
home.
would
Stop
love that
trying
for
to
me.
make us kiss.
I know. I'm trying
I would
to do
love
it
that
for,
for
you,
us.
Sai.
This is fucked up.
What do you mean? You guys are so cute. Sorry, I'm like playing paper dolls right now, trying to get
All right,
everyone to look cute.
Should we go back to the lore videos?
Yeah, I think
Yes,
we
I
go
want
back.
the look.
Yeah,
I think eventually.
Yeah, now we just
Love-
get into the clans.
After an hour or two, we just jump. If we get a bunch of really dumb ones like social media manager, we skip to the good ones we want.
That's a funny fucking story,
That's a
dude.
good story, and
That was a
and
good story,
It's
but,
a
like,
good
imagine
story. Well, the
being
point of it
enslaved.
is it gives you the lore on how the embrace works.
Yeah.
What a terrible way to
And
like.
the
You think it'd
politics
be like.
behind it.
It'd be cooler to be like someone's spy or something. It's like, no, you just run someone's social media page for all eternity.
Person advisors.
You
The
said
Toreador have
VTubers are
whispered in the ears
vampires.
of mortal
Sign me the
rulers
fuck up.
for
Who wants to be my
hundreds of
intern? Who
generations,
wants to run my
guiding
social
and promoting
media,
the development of
bro?
art, culture, and architecture.
Drink upon
They,
my
more
blood,
than many
so
other
you
kindred,
can
embrace their fading humanity,
Post
mingling with
funny
the kind at
tweets for
galleries,
me. What is
fundraisers,
the
and exclusive
ratio?
parties.
You will run. You
There
will
are many
order my
legends as to who
Postmates for all
founded the Toreador.
eternity.
I'm
A
telling you,
common
what we
held
do in the
belief is
shadows
that
is
her name
real
was
shit,
Ishtar,
dude.
and that she was born in Ubar, the
This
first
is so
city,
petty.
ruled by Cain. Ishtar, or Arakel, was a gifted sculptor, and her twin brother was a great poet and philosopher. His name is lost in history, but he is believed to have been the founder of the clan of Malkav. It is also said that she and Absimiliard, the founder of the
Sending
Hold
Nosferatu,
on,
Thralls
skins.
to
We gotta
the
claim our
clout
skins.
mines,
We gotta claim our
Wait,
skins,
is
bro.
mine's not ready yet. Mine's not claimable.
Sorry,
I don't think there's
I'm
enough
logged
people
up.
farming XP in my Kokoro. Send some people
Chat,
over.
can you go to him and help him?
I'll farm
his
in
fucking
Cypher,
Kokoro?
hold on.
Hey, you do exclamation mark Kokoro real quick, one time for the one chat. It times you
Hey,
out
do it
after
for the whole-
were
15
once lovers,
minutes.
sharing their blood with each other. but that this affair turned sordid after his dreadful curse. After the fall of the second city and Cain's banishment of his grandchild, Ishtar journeyed to Sumer. And by the way, if Ishtar sounds familiar, that is no coincidence. She was one of the most worshipped gods of ancient Sumerians, and she might have also served as the inspiration for the Greek goddess
Wait, was someone
Aphrodite.
whistling?
A testament
was
then
me.
to what was to come, for
okay.
surely no vampire not fond of humanity could earn themselves the epithet goddess of love. Her time in Sumer is veiled in myth, and it is said that she was involved with both Gilgamesh and Sargon of Akkad. After the lover she had embraced was murdered by her fellow antediluvian Enoia, or Enkidu, who had been hunting her, she left for Crete. It is said that Ishtar was a famed bull dancer, and she taught this art to the people of Crete while staying there, embracing more children and helping their civilization flourish. There, King Minos begged Ishtar for eternal life, but having seen firsthand the misery of kindred ruling over the kine, she refused him. But when he threatened to cast her out of Crete, she offered to embrace his son instead. Minos agreed, but his son soon fell to the beast and lost his mind, becoming the origin of the myth of the Minotaur. Before Minos could apologize for his foolishness, Ishtar had left Crete and journeyed to Mycene in Greece, where she was last recorded to have been seen. Interestingly, another version of the story says that Minos too was embraced, but that he was later diablerized by one of his own children, Helena, a powerful Methuselah active even to this day. Mycene and Athens remained a stronghold for the Toreador for a long time. Greece, in general, with their rich culture, must have been a paradise for them. It is said that Ishtar attempted to build a third city in Greece, possibly out of Athens, but the Peloponnesian War, instigated by the Lasombra and the Ventru, strangled that ambition in the cradle. It is unclear how involved the Toreador were in the Punic Wars. Some sources claim that they were allied with the Ventru and Malkavians of Rome, others that they sought Golconda together with the Bruja of Carthage. Some say it is foolish to assume that a vampiric clan would ever act as one. It is even speculated that Carthage fell due to one traitorous Toreador revealing its secrets. Regardless, Carthage fell, and the Toreador focused their attention to the artists and artisans of the Roman Republic. It is perhaps thanks to the Toreador that the Romans so deeply embraced the style of the Greeks before them. Kindred rarely have the power to control an entire civilization, but nudging them and encouraging certain decisions is well within the realm of possibility. However, with the slow but inevitable rise of Christianity in Rome, and the true faith that came with it and directed against them, many kindred of Rome began to look for new havens. They found it in Byzantium, despite it being Christian as well. These were not the fanatics who burned Rome, however, but the rulers and the elite, people who valued many things besides, perhaps even more than, their faith.
Damn, I'm
Ever
learned
mindful of the
Yeah,
du jour
I'm
of the
big
kind,
learning
the
right
Toreador
now.
were quick to ingratiate themselves to this new faith in order to blend in, and Toreador influence in the Christian church was established. And considering how much of Rome's culture and art has been preserved thanks to the church, this was perhaps not that surprising. As Rome was the Ventru's city, first and foremost, its decline only strengthened Byzantium and in turn the Toreador. They were so ingrained into the Byzantine society that they became reflections of each other. The more corrupt, complex, and intriguing the Toreador became, so too did the cities. Some vampiric scholars believe that this came to permanently change the jihad, the eternal struggle between the elders of the kindred, turning it into the political game of chess that it is today. The Byzantine Empire came to be influenced by other clans, however. The Bruja also had a gift for politicking and gained a foothold in Constantinople. And that, coupled with the diablerization of Michael, one of the three undead rulers of Constantinople at the time, began the slow but inevitable fall of the Byzantine Empire. These three, and the dream they inspired, I might do a video about in the future, as they are a cornerstone of kindred lore. As Rome fell, Byzantium stood nearly 1,000 years before the Turks took it. But the Ventru were not beaten, and they journeyed west, and together with the Lasombra, sought to make a new empire out of the Franks. The Toreador, of course, were there as well, offering Greek and Roman scholarship in return for a place in this new order. And as Christianity spread, some Toreador...
Yo, Sai,
Yeah.
I was told to invite you to this thing. Hold on, I'll give you the deets.
even argued that
Okay.
they were responsible for it taking root in Scandinavia, replacing the previous faith, and tempting the Vikings with the church's great wealth of art, music, and architecture. The Toreador were not satisfied simply with Christianity, however. Their hunger for art, culture, and creativity knew no bounds, and they traveled east and south, establishing themselves both amongst the budding Muslim cultures as well as further down on the African continent. Of note is Sungbo Zarido, an enclosed civilization founded over 1200 years ago and hidden from the outside world well into the 20th century. A place in Nigeria where art and culture flourished, and the Toreador took an active part in its rule. Even after the original visitors had left, the clan's bloodline remained, with those locally embraced. As for the Far East, despite their fascination with these cultures, few Toreador dared venture into the lands of the Kuei-jin, and of those who did, even less ever returned. In fact, barely any clans managed to establish a foothold there beyond where the imperialistic kind settled.
Summer, you're welcome.
The
You're
local undead
welcome to be in here. We're literally just big chilling.
wouldn't stand for it. The Toreador, unfortunately, bear the burden of being the ones who engineered the original Inquisition, although this is known by very few.
This whole video is just one of 13
causing
clans.
untold destruction amongst the kindred of Europe.
There are 13 fucking clans?
Yeah, there's 13 clans.
This one's like the lamest one. They're like the boring
they
politicians.
they suck.
In its wake, the Ventrue had left France for England, but the Toreador
Get
took
it?
over
They
after
suck.
them, all the while helping stoke the fires of the Italian
I'm like
Renaissance.
fucking
A
like
surprising
listening to
but
all
welcome
this shit
side
about
effect
like
of the
Rome
Grand
and
Bishop Inquisition.
Carthage, and I'm like boring.
I'm boring. You want to
Boring.
skip
Where's
this
my
one?
Bruja boys?
Yeah, I'm skipping this. I'm skipping this. This
Having
ain't
learned the
interesting. I don't
history of
fucking care. They're like aristocrats. No one fucking
This is
cares.
like ancient history
And
shit, though.
Toreador
They were
now
talking
has some
about the
understanding
Turks
of
and
how they
shit. And you want to
behave.
sweat? You
Where
want
the
that's
Ventrue
Bronze
we
Age
already-
or something?
Well,
Dude, I already know that
I
shit.
thought
That
the
ain't
part
Bronze
about
Age. That's
them
like
like
the
getting
cosplayer.
routed out of Rome because of Christianity was interesting. Like that's a good like bit of myth.
That's like the coolest shit about Vampire the Masquerade is like how they relate it back to like
history. Yeah.
history. Yeah.
Yeah, but I want fuck that shit. I want guns and goths and
Well,
shit.
Honestly,
I already have my
honestly,
history
very
major almost.
Bruja of you. Very Bruja of you, Boon.
So
Very Bruja.
Bruja of you,
I-
dude.
That's gonna be my new zodiac. That's gonna be my new zodiac
You're
sign,
so
dude.
Right
Stop
and
being so
responsibility.
You're being
Bruja.
The
so
Toreador
Bruja
Wait,
has
this is
always
a-
striven
This
to
is a
further
second
art.
video on
Historically,
Toreador.
art pieces belong to the
Yeah,
rich
they're
and
hot.
privileged.
Shut up.
So naturally, that is where the clan.
Look, he
I
turned
came
into
to-
a VTuber.
I came to kiss my Queen Ewick, my Godfield Queen Ewick. Mwah. Okay, I did.
You can stay here if you want. Oh, okay, fine. That's bye, asshole.
Bye.
See ya.
The rows would find themselves.
Jealousy didn't
In a
get
previous
kisses.
video, I've said that your
just
clan
gotta
does
hold
not
the L.
necessarily decide who you are, but a clan who values certain traits are prone to embracing
Yeah, but
those
I
who
heard
exemplify
that Boon
them.
and
Thus,
Sapphire have
a
been
clan of
kissing each
artists would embrace artists, or their patrons, who in turn could finance
I
and
did turn you
patronize
up.
their mortal craftsmen. But as time passed and art became so much more than a way to show off your wealth, the Toreador likewise evolved, and in the 21st century theirs is a broad and varied clan, united primarily in their passion for the artistic. So strong is this zeal, in fact, that were they to come upon a particularly captivating scene, whether rendered by hand or by accident, they may be so enraptured that the rest of the world simply loses its meaning. Many call this fascination their curse, but the Toreador know that it is a blessing, for it reminds them of their own passion and of their humanity. A Toreador is never baseline. They are either in an exultant peak or a valley of ennui, each treasured dearly.
Yeah, I like how between
Even
the last
outside
video
art,
and this
the
one, this
Toreador
guy got
surrounds
his own
himself with the
PNG
mortal
tuber.
kind, using them as
This
a
is back
reminder
when
of the
PNG
fire
tubers
that
were like a hot.
He's got his own
commodity,
rant
too.
sona.
Yeah, it's a
burned
rant sona. Yeah.
in their chest. The dark side of their passion is their equally burning need to stand out. Kindred of
Yeah,
the
but
Toreador often
he's
get
not
caught
like
up
a
in
bad
petty drama,
Ransona, you know?
as
He's
accusations
just
of
No,
an
he's-
explain
'cause he's
Sona.
talking about
are
lore.
far too common.
He's a
amongst the
mansplain
degenerate.
Sona.
You
That's
see the
a-
like
that's a
If you
step
gif
up.
of the
create,
guy
you are a
writing on the
critic.
whiteboard
And for
like
many
really
Toreador
sped
who
up.
lack talent or the creative spark, the outlet is to shine the brightest regardless of the occasion. Jealousy and betrayal are far too common when the Toreador flock together, and the Elysium is their battlefield. Fashion, parties, dancing, everything becomes a matter of unlife or death as they struggle to outdo each other. This distinction between those
Damn,
who
he's got
have
so
it
many
and who
different
don't
emotes. Look,
run
he's got old
deep in this clan.
glasses.
The traditional wording for it is artiste versus poseur, one who creates and one who imitates. Even so, a poseur may still hold vast influence, as their energies are instead directed towards being more important for other reasons. As a clan, however, the Toreador are a force to be reckoned with. They are the second most powerful clan in North America, and the single most influential
Best in North
Latin
America.
In France, the Toreador outnumber and overpower any other clan at least 3-1, and Italy is an old bastion of theirs, and one often visited for inspiration when a Toreador travels. which they do more often than most others. of the
Torador
high
is so
clans.
fucking vanilla.
The Middle East remains another
boring.
source of great interest, although the conflicts that has plagued the area for so long has severely diminished their influence in the region. As for their members, however, you will find very few of history's true artistic geniuses. It turns out that, despite their experience and expertise, the Toreador, much like the mortals, are quite inept at recognizing living genius. Time, instead, is a true test of greatness, much to their chagrin. The Toreador tend to gather together in guilds, cliques of relatively like-minded vampires with a distinct pecking order. Often little
So they're,
more
like,
than a
all
social
about
club,
art
these
and
guilds are
shit.
just a formal term for local gatherings of Toreador. Although in bigger cities, or where there's a distinct rivalry involved, more than one guild can exist at the same time. Like much else when it comes to this clan, it is more often wielded as a tool of status and influence than not, although it is a good way for a newly embraced Toreador to learn the ropes, even if it means they will be burnt a few times along the way. That does not mean a Toreador has to belong to a guild, but they will
Skin
be much
time.
more exposed if they are not. And once a year, on
shit,
Halloween,
skin
the
time.
Toreador of each continent gather together
Damn.
for a grand ball, a massive gathering and celebration. As these are held at different places every year, the guilds often compete for the privilege of hosting one. Rivals putting aside
Dude,
the
I hate the
differences for this
Torador. I don't like the Torador. Sounds so boring.
I mean,
One
they're like
glorious
they're just
opportunity.
like obsessed with art and culture
Because of their
and
talent
stuff,
for
which
socializing,
makes sense.
the Toreador will
They're the
often
most
play
vampire
host
And they're
for
vampires.
high.
citizens.
Yeah, they're
they're
literally
supposed
Tend
to be
to
the
want to
romantic
surround
view of
themselves with
vampires,
nice
is what
things
they're
whenever
meant
they
to be.
meet,
Oh,
and the
something to
Toreador are
understand
happy to
too is
oblige.
all of these clans
The
are kind
status
of
that comes
rooted
with being
in
host is
other vampire
undeniable,
mythos too.
but
Like
it certainly
Ventura
brings
would
with
be
it its own
like
risks.
vampire
Maintaining the
as a
masquerade
representation of
must
it being
always
something
be on the
like
host's mind,
blood-sucking, right?
especially
That's
when
way
the
people
local
use
Bruja upstart
vampires
is picking a
in
fight with
stuff
the
a lot.
Malkavian Primogen who played a
Toreador
prank
is like
on
the
her.
classic romantic.
Still, the soft power
Nosferatu
that
is pretty
comes with bearing
obvious.
someone
Yeah, they're very
envy and
classical
denying them
vampires.
refreshment cannot be denied.
Yeah, they
And
all
any
have
prince who
grounds
wishes to
rooted
avoid
in some
conflict
sort of
amongst their
vampire
subjects
mythos.
should pay heed not to anger their
Shapeshifters
Toreador
that's a
Primogen.
common trope for vampires.
One of
that's
the
why you
more
have the
influential
Gabriels.
Toreador of the present day is Victoria Ashe. Born into poverty in France, she was a camp follower and a prostitute, eventually
These
winding
guys
up
are
as a
Team
concubine for
Edward,
Prince Louis
someone
II
said.
himself. Then Maximilian, a pimp, ghouled her and brought her with him to Paris.
Wait, these
The
guys
two
are
journeyed
sex
together for
fiends?
years before Maximilian was killed, but not before he had embraced
Apparently
Victoria,
they love
led to the
sex.
college in New
I
Amsterdam.
said the romantic.
Sometime
I
later,
agree-
she
I
returned to
vampires.
Europe, having
There's
lost
a
her
long
first
mythos
child
of
to the
vampires
sun,
being horny
willingly,
as fuck,
and she
dude.
traveled Victorian
That's true.
Europe
That-
together with her lover
long,
and eventual
long
child,
mythos.
Regina Blade.
There's also like.
Once the two
I
parted
thought
ways,
vampires
There's a
couldn't
lot of
really
different
have
takes on
sex.
vampires. No, they be
Wait,
fucking.
can they
What?
come?
They stay fucking. What?
some bitter
Wait,
terms,
do
she
vampires
returned
come?
to America, where Victoria eventually
Yeah.
What if it's just dust? What if it's
What
just
if it's
dust?
just
Yeah.
like dust? They're dusty old vampire cocks.
Like, I'm about
Don't
to.
like
I'm about
listen.
to-
Don't yuck someone else's yum, bro.
Dude,
It's like opening up,
fucking-
like you know when you
yeah.
close a book, like an old book in the library.
It's like all the dust comes out.
Yeah, I'm with dust.
Well, I guess they do, cause like if there are like half vampires, so I guess if those
It's
exist,
only
then
half
they have.
cummies and half.
Well, no, half vampires are made from cum, whereas full vampires are made from blood. Think about it.
What do you mean?
Because if you want to make someone another vampire, then you have to have them drink your blood. But if you want to make a half vampire, then you have to cum in them.
No, you lost me.
Yeah, you lost me. Anyways,
You lost
to take
me.
the
you
position as
lost me.
Primogen in Atlanta. She was close to
Wait,
becoming
do you
the
mean
prince,
through the
even,
process of
having worked years to build up her
Yeah,
status
like
and
you-
influence,
like,
only to
yeah,
have it taken
that's how
away
half
from her
Okay,
vampires
Twat,
are
sit
made.
the
attacked
fuck
their
down,
Elysium,
Twilight, okay?
murdering most of her guests and taking her
I just want to
hostage.
know if they cum.
After a while, she managed to escape, but not without a scar on her face, marking her forever.
No,
You're gonna have to find out the old-fashioned way.
What
Oops.
it-
Victoria Ashe was
I've
the signature
been on
Toreador
a
for
long rant
several
with my
editions
chat
of the
about
game,
whether or
and
not
is
they
also the main
pee.
character of the titular clan novel.
You
She
need-
remains
you're
a
gonna have to
powerful
find out
and
whether or not
important
vampires
actor
come the
amongst the kindred,
old-fashioned way, Si.
being the
Good
unknown
old-fashioned
mayonnaise guy
groundwork.
in the V5
You have to get.
You're gonna have to
go
find a
in the
vampire and
ground.
make them come and see if it works. See what
Hi,
happens.
my name is Sci-Fry, and I'm with Vice News, and today I'm going to be trying to find out if vampires can
that's-
come.
That's how I'm
here in
I'm
Prague.
breaking the masquerade, and I'm telling people that vampires
This
come.
is contested, however, as
You'd
she's
be like
also
looking
apparently
dead at
made
the
a
camera.
recent
You'd be like,
appearance
"I'm
in the
Sci-Fry,
official LA
and
by
I'm here
Night
to find
actual
out
play.
first if vampires exist,
Rafael
and
de
two,
Corazon
do
is
they
a
come
Toreador whose name should be familiar throughout the
I'm
Camarilla.
in the field.
One of its founding members, it is said
How
that
long
it
do you
was
think
his
the Rantsona stays on for
Out
until it
here
disappears?
I think the whole
Rose's
series.
speech in regards to the Masquerade
Two
that truly
bloodsuckers
cemented the
nut.
alliance of the clans. But before he became the father of the Camarilla, he was an altar boy, a failed priest, and a hack. Lacking any true artistic merit himself, he had his artisans craft lewd manuscripts, much to the delight of the bishop whose favor he sought. When he was embraced by a local pagan witch named Caisti Castillo, child to Ishtar herself, she assumed he was the one who had made these illustrations. When she realized it was not, her fury was tremendous, but the fledgling managed to convince her not to slay him. And being the talentless child of a powerful Methuselah was punishment enough, as many other Toreador envied the Poseur for the potency of his blood and the status it brought. Eventually,
Isn't
his
Ishtar
sire left
like an
Europe,
Egyptian
wanting no
god?
part in the Inquisition and its follies, and he was left in charge of managing her influence. Having no talent for art himself, he instead became a patron and a critic. He would remain this, a Toreador of little actual value, until the speech he made for which he is so famous. This won him a great influence in his clan, and even the Camarilla itself, and it is rumored that he is one of the Camarilla's inner circle, the secret leadership of the sect. Dr. Carmelita Nilsson may not be as old or powerful as those previously mentioned, but the Brazilian-Irish Toreador has already made a name for herself in Camarilla society. An archaeologist and a scholar, Carmelita has made it her mission to record as much as she can about her kind, especially the murky past of her own clan. She was the one who retrieved the stake body of her great-grandsire, Catherine of Montpellier, and interviewed her at length. A famed scholar of kindred history of her own, Catherine has turned out to be a somewhat unreliable narrator, often painting her clan in a better light than it deserves. But one cannot deny that the 900-year-old Toreador has proven herself a font of knowledge. Carmelita has, since that interview, only grown in status and renown, and she is now one of the foremost recorders of Camarilla history and events. For many Toreador, she has become something of an example and a role model, proving that it is possible to be successful through less conventional means of art, as Carmelita is an excellent storyteller and a polyglot. Because of the Second Inquisition striking down hard on digital communication between kindred, Carmelita has been forbidden by the Camarilla elders to store any of her findings on a digital medium. Thus, there are several analog caches around the world, small libraries of hers where she's
Wait, they
gathered
don't use
interviews,
computers?
notes, maps, and other objects of note.
No computer?
No computer.
Naturally, there are many, many more Toreador to study and learn from, and I can highly recommend both the first and revised editions of the clan books for those who are interested. For a prospective Toreador player, I can
They don't
also
talk
strongly
about being a
recommend
vampire
Gilded Cage
online.
and Council of
Oh,
Primogen
okay,
for
well,
some
yeah.
insight into the politics of the Camarilla. If you want to play an older kindred, Elysium is also invaluable for the
Dude,
rules
imagine
it provides
someone
on
leaked
playing elders,
DMs and
not to
revealed you
mention
were a
even more
vampire.
information about the jihad.
So
Next
how much?
time we will focus more on Elysium.
Yo, how much are you making off those slots? Oh, not enough to feed my blood fiending, my vampire lifestyle.
You'll post your DMs on Twitter, and that's how you break the masquerade.
Right. I can't believe Dream broke the masquerade, dude.
Why do you think they want Biden's laptop so bad?
Oh my god. He's fucking storing his info there.
May extend their hand to all kindred
They're
who
like,
wish to
Hillary,
become members,
release
but
the-
while the
release the
threshold for
emails,
entry is
Hillary.
low, the
you're
expectations
not a
and regulations
vampire.
that come with the membership can sometimes make young neonates wish they had never bent their knee
Oh my
to the
god,
prince
it
of the
is
city.
Biden, look.
Like it or not, anyone looking for
Big guy in the
a
chair.
exclusive club of their city's
Wait, now we're in
Camarilla
Elysium, and I feel like this is like all over the place. Like now we're suddenly like I want to go through the clans.
to learn to play the
Should we watch a different? Should we watch a different? YouTuber,
Someone
or should
said
we-
there was a YouTube guy that did a separate video that was like a breakdown of all the clans.
Let's watch that instead. This guy like
Where's the first guy?
the first guy.
The first video dude you were watching.
This is
For
the
that
same
first
guy.
one.
He
This is
turned
the
into
same
a
guy.
Oh
Rantsona.
shit, he got a rant
He's got a Rantsona,
He got a
yeah.
Rantsona. Watch this. All clans. Okay, this is perfect.
So a lot of people have used
This guy's talking into a
He's
song.
talking into
the past
I love
2
him.
years of
That's
this
the kind
slowly
of
ending
ingenuity
global
Vampire the Masquerade
situation to
requires.
learn something new, useful, and interesting. While this was going on, I was reading a lot of Vampire the Masquerade.
I'm not gonna lie. I like the way that guy presented his stuff, but I was getting a little bit bored.
Now, this is one of the biggest role-playing games in the entire world. It is played traditionally at the gaming table, but it is also immensely popular in LARP. It has become such a major cornerstone of the vampire genre.
I've had a
that
Vampire
it
the
gets
Masquerade
referenced
hardcover
in
forever, but I've never
persiflage
ran it.
movies and shows like What We Do in the
So
Shadows.
if I learn
And
how
it
to do
is
this
amazing-
lore,
What
I
We Do
want
in
to
the
run this
Shadows.
because Boon said that it would. Boon said that it's one of the only tabletops he'll play in more than a one-off.
Please let me play. I love Vampire the
Question when
I'm
coming
down.
up with any piece of vampire fiction is, what are the vampires going to be like in this particular work? Almost every culture in the world has some form of vampire myth, sometimes even several. And with how long this kind of creature has been a massive feature of the cultural zeitgeist, there are countless renditions by countless
Yeah, I think the sock really spices things up too.
I love it.
I like his
creators.
gamer shelf.
So there are so many
Yeah, I do too.
options
It's not even a gamer shelf.
choose from. Not to
I love
mention,
it.
Yeah, I
you
love
can
it.
just make new shit up.
I
The
like his,
answer Vampire the
wooden YouTube
Masquerade
play
gave
button.
to this question was
Oh, yeah.
yes.
Yes.
There are a total of 13 clans in Vampire the Masquerade and a whole bunch of bloodlines that we're not going to talk about today.
Thank God.
And they
There's a
all
lot of
have
sub-bloodlines.
different attributes and abilities because they are descended of the 13 different antediluvian vampires. These are famously the vampires of the third generation, and while it is not clear that these are the only vampires of the third generation
Does
that
he
ever
have a sock
existed,
on his
they
mic?
are the only 13
Yeah,
ones.
so like back in the day when I was in the military, I had to record a bunch of people like because they wanted to do rap albums, and we didn't have a pop filter, so we had to use a sock.
No, that's the
that
classic,
survived
actually,
the
putting a
flood,
sock on your
meaning
mic
they
for
were
a
the
pop
Yeah,
only
it
filter.
works. It works really
Yeah.
well.
that were able to procreate. This is a very cool fact about vampire lore is that it's often ambiguous.
I want to say this before we go into the rest of the video. I hate the trend of YouTubers holding a condensed microphone as if it were a stage microphone. It makes me so mad.
and contradictory, which not only gives it a certain mystique, but also makes it very forgiving to run because nothing is truly completely set.
But I'm willing to forgive him because he has a sock over it, so he doesn't actually give a fuck. So like that's pretty powerful.
Stone, aside from like the most fundamental details. Clans are kind of your ethnicity as a vampire, or kindred as they prefer. In practice, this means that you share certain physical traits with other members of your clan. Certain personality attributes are a lot more frequent. You have been brought into the night through a similar cultural lens, and you probably have very strong connections mostly to other members of your clan. And yeah, look, listen, I know that this isn't how ethnicity really works. It's an arbitrary socially constructed category of categories that is used in anthropology. However, it is the analogy that tracks best for what a vampire clan is. The thing is, just like with ethnicity, every individual is still fundamentally their own person with their own personality, their own goals, abilities, and ambitions. So a given character can be pretty much anything that you want them to be. They don't have to agree with the loose, shared ideals and cultural norms of their given clan. Clans tend to turn, or as they call it, embrace, certain specific types of people, but you don't become that type of person by being embraced into the clan. That's not how this relationship of causation works. So ultimately, you will find every category of person in every given clan. Of course, you will be affected by the prejudices that other people may or may not hold about your particular clan, which is something that unfortunately very closely tracks with ethnicity. Every clan also has a bane, a particular vampiric weakness that affects them. Very important. Though, no matter what clan you are, the sun will
The
fuck
one that
you up.
universally
Vampiric
affects
society
them all.
is roughly
You just
organized along three major
That shouldn't have made me
governments or
laugh.
ideologies called sects. The Camarilla is the biggest and most influential of all of them, where most campaigns are set. They're an old-school feudalistic society that clearly delineates and illustrates the ranks and positions and social order that they expect everyone to adhere to, and they see themselves as the sole legitimate government of all kindred. The Anarchs are an ultimately very ideologically diverse group that at some point said, hang on, we actually don't like this thing where we just are ruled by the elders of our clans all the way up to the antediluvians. Antediluvians, the very existence of which the Camarilla denies, by the way. So wait,
hold on. So you could be like a Nosferatu, and you could be a part of the Anarch.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the clans are just what you're.
The clans are the bloodlines, and then there's different factions. Camarilla and like the Anarchs are different factions.
Okay.
Yeah.
They did the Anarch Revolt a while
Vampire
back.
The Masquerade.
I thought it was only like
the people at the
Brujah.
bar. No. There's just mostly Brujahs in that case because I think they tend to be more rebellious, which is probably something they'll talk about too. Yeah, they tend
and
to
we're
be
mostly
more
crushed.
I've always played Brujah, I think, every time I've ever played the game, too, so it's trash.
By the forces of the Camarilla and the Human Inquisition. The Sabbat was kind of the ISIS of the Anarch Revolt. They became a very powerful organization dedicated religiously to the jihad, which is the process of the younger generations destroying the elders so they can gain freedom from their rule and then rule humanity in turn. And even though they do want to rule the world openly, they still stick to the Masquerade, which is a rule that kind of everyone adheres to because they know that if humans find out vampires exist on a large scale again, they will, like, kill most of them again. I will now give you an overview of all the 13 different vampire clans, and instead of ordering them alphabetically, I have ordered them by relevance in terms of how likely you are to get in touch and how important they are going to be in a standard Vampire the Masquerade campaign, also called a Chronicle. We will start with the three patrician...
What a badass way of just rebranding the whole idea of it.
Chronicle's a dope name.
It is a dope name. Also, I like the way this guy is going, like, structuring this video.
Yeah, I feel like the other ones were like... the other one was too orderly and like very like methodical about it. I like this guy. He's just like saying what it is, you know.
Clans of the Camarilla.
With a sock on his mic. I like the sock on the mic thing. I think that this is much.
Yeah, well, it's like the other guy wrote like a whole,
and mostly
like,
relevant
essay,
to people.
But this guy's just spitting shit into his suck.
I like when I want someone spitting the muck into the suck, you know.
We're interested in large-scale...
Will he answer the most important question? Can vampires come?
National Camarilla politics, because these are the three clans that between them hold the most princedoms, aka most of the cities are ruled by these three clans. Keep in mind once again that there are princes of every clan in various different cities around the world, and also any given member of a clan can be part of any given type of government or institution in the world of vampires. The grandiose and powerful clan Ventru, also known as the Blue Bloods, or the Clan of Kings, represents the aristocratic Machiavellian type of vampire with access to vast wealth. Throughout history, they have occupied the position of pragmatic rulers of worldly matters, be that as knights during the medieval era or wealthy industrialists today. And they do in fact see themselves as the rightfully ruling clan over all the other vampires, because what would the rabble do without their guidance? Even to this day, a significant portion of new embraces into the Clan of Kings come from actual, like, real-world nobility. In the old world...
That's a red flag. That's a red flag! If you're playing Adventure and you're not doing it just so you could do like funny yuppie simulator, that's a red flag, bro.
Yeah, like I feel like if you're gonna play Venture, you have to really go into it. You have to be like, oh,
you would have to be like Patrick Bateman, dude. Like,
yeah, it's me, the vampire. Hello, but if you're like,
I'm the vampire crypto master. I'm the crypto king.
Crypto. Have you seen my board vamp collection? I know it's on the down and down right now.
Don't steal that with your fancy photography now.
Some of the Brujah have been saying that it is going to go the way of the Beanie Baby, but I beg to defer.
But I hold
to the
moon.
To the moon, as they say on the Wall Street crypto Reddit.
More so than the new, for obvious reasons. Aristocrats tend to have very big bank accounts and a sense
While
of...
you Brujah have been worrying about whether or not vampires can come, I've been worrying about my NFT collection.
True, though.
Decorum, which are two things that the Ventru really care about. They often embrace successful business people or people who they reckon have the potential to become very successful.
My
people.
Ethereum.
Also stalwart figures in military or law enforcement positions.
I'm not gonna lie. Like the nomenclatures for like cryptocurrencies sound like names of vampires. Like these really
They do
rustic
sound
old
like vampire shit.
like
Especially a Nuyasha coin.
I must have the Ethereum.
that demonstrate good leadership and administrative skills. Before the embrace
yes, you talk about Bitcoin, but have you ever had Bitcoin in a cob?
actually happens, there's usually a prolonged interview process, which obviously the intended recruit knows nothing about. They just think they're meeting very frequently with a very peculiar business partner that has taken a strange interest in them. This is then followed by intense and comprehensive coaching, some might call it micromanaging, to instruct the new arrival in the ways of the clan and the ways of the Camarilla. The clan has access to the disciplines Dominate, which is mind control, Fortitude, which is supernatural toughness,
so they're also
and
classes,
Presence, which
Yeah.
is
Your clan is like
incredible
what
allure
powers you
and
get.
charisma, making them very powerful social characters that are rather difficult to take down because of their physical and mental resilience. Between you and me, though, the Ventrue only need one discipline, and it's called money. The Ventrue clan bane is their rarefied tastes. Every kindred knows that not all blood is created equal, and the Ventrue can stomach only the finest caviar. Every Ventrue has a particular type of person that they like to drink blood from, and they have immense difficulty drinking blood from people who do not have that attribute. This attribute
God, it's like actual rich people who only order Uber
Yes,
Eats, dude.
that's what I'm saying.
God,
Rich people don't order Uber Eats. They have fucking private chefs and shit.
No,
What's your idea of rich? Is so scary.
Rich people are the ones who are like, I'm going to order $75 worth of cookies tonight. Those are the rich
True.
motherfuckers.
Yeah,
or the
they
ones that are like,
just throw money
it is
around.
reasonable to make $200 of purchases at this restaurant and have someone deliver it to me. That's the Ventrue, bro. And then not even that, but you go to deliver it to them and you can't even get into the fucking gate because it's like a locked community and you have to call them and they're not answering you. That is the Ventrue.
Peasants, just throw it over the gate. I'm sure my professional football player Butler will come and catch it for me.
I'll send my boy to fetch it.
I will send my
black
ghoul,
boy.
my ghoul that I ghoulify specifically to pick up food at the gate every day. That is his only
That's
point
his
of
only
existence.
purpose.
And then I'll communicate to, like, you have another, like, ghoul that only uses your phone to text Uber Eats drivers. Like, this is so, like,
You have one on
sad.
Grindr for you.
My thrall is going to help me get my cheeseburger
I have a
ketchup only from
very
the gate.
well-oiled system of unpaid interns. That one does my Grindr. That one does my
Yes.
Uber Eats.
This one carries my throw-up
Dude,
bucket in
imagine
case I
you get
And that
fucking-
one runs my bank.
Get Diablo-rized, you have to fucking manage some vampire's crypto wallet.
George, come here. Tell me of my portfolio gains on my Crypto Ape Club.
Dude, this is actually just the
Be
next season of
effectively
what we do in
anything
the
so long as it
shadows
isn't
early.
common.
Like, it's just gonna be like Nandor on the blockchain, and that's gonna be the whole season.
I honestly, I'd either play a Brewhot or I would literally play that guy, the Crypto Bro.
Adventure.
The Ventrue Crypto Bro.
Adventure.
My Ventrue currency, or you could call it virtual currency if
Ventrue
you
coin.
I want to see the vampire,
Ventrue
the like
coin.
bad investor vampire Ventrue, who's like, yes, I've invested in Vampcoin.
Yes, I've been selling
Blood
options
coin.
in GME to the moon.
It could be twins, it could be vegans, it could be morbidly obese people, it could be people who can do calculus in their head good, it could be morbidly obese vegan twins who can do calculus in their head good. Every clan also has a compulsion, which is a particular neurosis that their beast, their vampiric side, will every once in a while really try to drive at the forefront of their mind. For the Ventrue, this is arrogance. They need to rule. They need to be in charge. They need people to obey their commands.
Monka
The
W,
Ventrue
sir, your
antediluvian is
NFTs are
called,
gone.
drumroll please, Ventrue. And not only is there very little known about him at all, but also officially, in keeping with Camarilla policy, Clan Ventrue denies his existence. Evidence suggests, however, that he went to India after the destruction of the first city in the flood, because basically most of the clan's ancient history takes place in India. Some notable Ventrue include Fiorenzo Savona, who, despite being rather young, is a very influential figure.
Sorry, hold on. My head skipped a beat because I was thinking about ice cream.
Huh?
So
you be thinking about ice cream? What kind? Yeah. What flavor?
I don't know. I was thinking about like sherbet, whether or not it was actually ice cream or not. It's my favorite flavored ice cream. I don't know why I was thinking about that, but my head goes crazy places. What were they talking about? They deny the existence of like certain like people who existed before. Or?
Yeah, it's like nobody knows who the head Ventrue guy
is.
Other
so
than
there's
that
like
he fled to India.
So there's like a head. So there's like a head of every single family.
Yeah, I think so. He's like
so it's
founder.
like it's like
he's
Warhammer.
Like the founder. He started the clan.
It's like Warhammer without the weird cummy pouchies they have. Which, by the way, they do have. Yeah, in Warhammer 40k they have cummy pouchies.
I don't know anything about Warhammer.
It's
so
really dumb.
You could tell me anything and I'd believe that shit.
They have this thing called like the gene seed that's like a giant extra liver in their bodies that allows them to make more of their Space Marine type. I call them cummy pouchies. Anyways, continuing on.
In the inter-city connections, especially in Central America, Mithras, who, yes, is the sun god Mithras, which is brilliant, because if anyone asks you why you are only out at night, you can just tell them that you've been hauling the sun across the sky. And Lucinde, a powerful Justicar dedicated solely to her mission of eradicating the worst and most dangerous enemies of the Camarilla. The gorgeous and creative Clan Toreador, also known as the Roses or the Clan of Vanity, represents the highly seductive, erotic type of vampire with an impeccable sense of style. They are practically in love with human civilization.
Okay, technically true, but never call it that again. That's what it is. It's a cummy pouch.
Don't say cummy pouch.
They're not gonna. It's not a prostate. They made it very clear in the lore. They made it very clear in the lore in Warhammer 40k that they don't use prostates anymore. They want to make sure that everyone knows that it's completely straight. But it's not. They have cummy pouchies that they use to make more Space Marines. When they die, the Space Marines go to the dead Space Marine and they take the cummy pouchy out of them, and then they give the cummy pouchy to someone else, and then they become a Space Marine with that cummy pouchy.
What the fuck what?
Yeah.
And culture, seeing themselves as the ultimate arbiters of what is based and what is cringe, because they're creative.
Listen, chat. You hate it because it's true.
Sparks tend to disappear over the centuries. They ultimately often take up the roles of patrons of the art. So
I'm gonna kick you in the cummy pouchy. I'd like to see you try. Because mine it's dust.
Don't say this cummy pouchy got me morbed up.
I'm confused. Are you saying that Space Marines impreg each other with cummy
Yes.
pouches?
Well, no, they're already. So they start. You're
they
a human.
Start out pre-empregged.
You're a human, and then you go to recruitment, and then you get recruited, and they put you into a training pod, and then they give you a cummy pouchy, and the cummy pouchy turns you into Potemkin. That's pretty much it. Anyways, moving on.
They're all in the entertainment industry. Consequently, Toreador are primarily embraced from three major groups. Artists of all stripes and definitions, from sculptors to writers to figure skaters. Notable connoisseurs of art, like agents, critics, or investors. And finally, just people who look good. That's a very valuable thing to have for the Toreador. The process of initiation into the clan can be quite nice. You get all this love and attention from this powerful old being, and you have all your old and new incredible needs taken care of. Some might say you are being love-bombed, and thus ultimately become highly dependent on your sire. And with how particular Toreador can be and how easily bored they can get, you might just be dropped by the sidelines for a single misstep, or just because some new fascination entered their lives.
Dude,
the clan has access to
senpai.
all specs.
I feel like you could be tsundere as fuck, you know? You could be a bit of a...
The Toreador they just want their senpai to notice them.
Yeah.
That's true. True.
Don't we all?
Sure, highly sharpened
When's
sense.
Sam gonna notice me, dude?
For real. I've been waiting for that
What do
to
you
happen.
mean? Doesn't he notice you guys?
No. He only calls me when he needs help ordering
Yeah.
food on Uber Eats. And I
He
have to,
only
like,
comes into
drive
my
to the
chat and
gate.
then complains that he doesn't have mod. And then I
He
gave him
literally-
mod and then he never came back to my chat.
Dude,
He sometimes comes to mind and scares the shit out of me because I definitely like it'll be I said something about I was playing Genshin the other day and I said something about remember when Sam used to play this, and all of a sudden he was just there and he's like ... and I was like, did I say something wrong?
Dude, no, what he does is he'll come into my chat, he'll say something to bait me in character to like he knows how to play. Like okay, that sounds really dumb how I said that. He baits my stupidity. He baits my stupidity, and then like he weaponizes my stupidity against me, and then I can't. There's no way. Like
the last thing that Strippin said in my chat was like 2 months ago. He said, "Streamer, can you play Dr. Layden's brain training for the Nintendo DS?" And then left.
That sounds like something he would never say. And also, what the fuck?
He left because you didn't play the game he requested.
Let's read what he last
Did
said
you
to
play
me.
it? No.
He said WWWA WWWDDDDWWWDWWWAAA. Who killed me, little wanker? I see. And that was a those were the last things he said on my stream. And then WWWWWW WAWSWAWASWA LOL. Stream Hearthstone. She is Kookoro. Bro, I took me alive but never actually got into the lobby. 14, 4, 10, Kookoro. Dude, this makes him seem like he's insane. Send to me. Hold on, what else has he
Reading
said?
everyone's like chat history out of context just makes them seem insane. Yeah.
I love pulling up people's logs. It's so funny.
Craziest thing Cypher did as a janitor is solve this math equation on the blackboard.
That's true. I did that, and then I got like a...
Y'all should play Core Keeper or Stolen Realm. Man, we should have done that when it was in. What the fuck? What VOD's Omega Lol? Hi, Manda. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
He never says hi to me like that. No cap. He said no cap, bro.
No
you can't. He said no cap. I've
way
smoked
too
weed.
old to
Oh, my
say
favorite one. I've smoked weed with Snoop Dogg.
He did. He actually did. He told us that story. I remember him telling us that.
I say I know me
Can't
too.
just say he's too old to say no cap.
That's old as fuck. There's no way you're gonna smoke weed with Snoop Dogg. Get owned. Like, you see what I'm saying? I'm playing GTA on Thursday with Tomato, Dave, and Benji. See, that's when we were playing it. DJ,
Right.
dumb bitch. Jesus Christ. I don't celebrate your birthday either. Holy fuck, bro. Like, you see what I'm saying?
That's
Bro.
so fucking raw, dude.
My
I don't
PUBG days are
celebrate your
behind
birthday
me.
either.
Oh my god, one day he said at Boon, sup king. What the fuck? That's the only thing.
Damn.
Such a Giga Chad. Oh my god. About to put my hands on you.
Damn.
Damn, I think maybe he notices you after all, Boon.
What the fucking hell, bro?
He's noticing.
Fried egg in meth tier? I gotta get out of here.
Oh, you were doing food tier lists.
Yeah.
Context, bro. Of all things, fried egg.
Hold on. One more run. Hold on. This is more Kokoro baiting.
Oh shit!
Now he's just talking about vampire fucking survivor stuff. Alright, that's wait a second. Search pregnant Fazbear FNAF.
Wait, no, I remember that. We were doing a Just Chat stream.
What was this a thing? Why would he say that?
We were doing a Just Chat stream, and he said like this was like some YouTube Kids shit that his like kid would find on autoplay, and he said look up pregnant Fazbear.
Higher rank than you in every game you play plus ratio plus your 12 spot. Oh my god, he's just attacking other streamers in my own chat. Like, my chat is like people say I'm the streamer where other streamers come into my chat. I feel like it's a battle royale where all the streamers just pop into my chat, they attack each other, and then they fucking leave. Like, that's literally it. Like, that's all they fucking do in here. Gmart watches this all the time. Yeah, see, exactly. Like, they're just like attacking each other. Ready to beat your ass again. I'm learning biking in 2 days. I beat his ass as biking. He stopped playing again, by the way. Anyways, Dono Wall. All right, fuck this guy. I'm fucking... sorry. I need to go on a side tangent in the Sam. What did Sam say in your chat? What is it? What are the logs?
Most of his logs, it's like only 200 messages, and it's most of it is him, like backseat teaching me how to play Zomboid when we started that server.
Yeah, he'll do that, or he'll insult me, and I'd rather him backseat me because at least it's nice. Like at least he's not shitting on me. I feel so like when he's insulting someone else, I'm like, oh, thank God he's not attacking me today. He's attacking Spud. I'm safe for now. You know, like,
This is celerity, which is super speed, and presence, which, like with the Ventru, is the great alluring charisma. And yes, I will be repeating what each of these mean, just so you
Wait, what clan is this again?
This is Torador.
Torador, and then Ventru were the aristocrats. Torador are the pretty boys.
and learn them. The Toreador clanbane is their aesthetic fixations, as they are
Wait, are sirens Toreadors?
I mean, you mean mermaid sirens?
No, the sirens in Blood Hunt.
Yes.
Okay.
And the Muse. They're both Toreadors.
Okay.
Blood Hunt only has
incredibly
3.
obsessed with aesthetics that they cannot stand not being surrounded by things that satisfy their own personal beauty standards. This doesn't need to be like the objective high art. There can also be people who feel comfortable in like a trash can Oscar the Grouch kind of milieu, and they would feel very irritated in like a high society restaurant. It used to be an old...
So they're trashy pretty boys.
Yeah.
Like they're like the damn bitch you live like this kind of.
Well, they're like the artsy like romantic vampires. The Toreador.
Oh, they're artsy. I thought they couldn't stand. Okay.
No. You're thinking of Ventru.
Yeah, Ventru are the snobs. Toreador are like the creative types.
Yeah, I know, but he just said that they don't like living in places of opulence and beauty.
Yeah, because that's.
Yeah, that's how I was just confirming that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
okay.
They're like grunge artists.
You walk into their house. There's just socks up. There's microphone socks all over the floor. And you're like, damn, bitch, you live like this, like.
Traditions, they would just get
quirky.
absolutely transfixed with something beautiful that they would see. But I reckon they changed this because a few too many Toreador got transfixed with the beauty of the sunrise. This is represented in the newest edition, Vampire 5, with their compulsion, which is obsession, by which they really become hyperfixated on some particular thing, be it a person, a hobby, could be a particular song that they just have stuck in their head, and they're thinking about this thing all of the time, and they just cannot get it out.
So wait, I would, dude. It's just like it's like having ADHD, but you're hot. Wait a second, Germa?
Wait, Toreadors are actually streamers.
Wait a second.
Toreadors are actually streamers. You're either a Nosferatu and you don't use face cam, or you're a Toreador.
I'm a Nosferatu streamer, dude.
Yo, remember that one clip where Germa was standing behind a mirror and his ass was really...
Yeah. Where Germa, it's his reflection in the mirror, but his ass is 3 times the size.
Yeah, but there's no reflection. We're looking at his ass the whole time. We were distracted. He's a Toreador.
So basically, all Toreador have OCD, ADHD, and borderline personality disorder. The Toreador antediluvian is Arakel, also known as Ishtar, the most beautiful woman who ever lived or unlived or ever will live or unlive, from the first city where she danced with bulls. Some claim she is actually the oldest of the antediluvians, and even others claim that she is the twin sister of the antediluvian Malkav. Some notable Toreador include Rafael de Corazon, probably the most well-known of the co-founders of the Camarilla, Catherine of Montpellier, a historian and probably the most influential cultural trendsetter of the vampiric society of continental Europe, and Melinda Galbraith, who was actually the leader of the Sabbat for a while, even though she was pretending to be of a different clan. The secretive and conniving clan Tremere, also known as the Warlocks or the Pyramid.
I will say the Tremere have
black magic, baby.
Yeah, but their icon kind of sucks. It looks like a blockchain thing, like a coin, like a cryptocurrency.
It looks like the Half-Life
It's supposed to be more esoteric, but I don't know. I think they used a different symbol in the Vampire the Masquerade game, so that might not have always been their symbol.
Well, it could also. It's like that. It's like the alchemical symbols. Like,
yeah, that's what I was gonna
kind
say.
of thing where it's like the circle inside the triangle.
Yeah, but like, I thought like it's like they watched Full Metal Alchemist. They're like, we can't take that. It's copyright. So they had to.
This existed before that, but also, yeah. It's,
you're
not wrong in what you're. Because it is supposed to be like alchemist.
I'm pretty sure alchemical mathematics was invented when Full Metal Alchemist was invented, right? Like it didn't, people.
Yeah, that's real, like Titanic. That's real history, like Titanic.
Yeah. Checks out.
Represents the kind of vampire what can do magic. Even though they are one of the most powerful clans in the Cameroon.
Okay, hold on. Tremere used to be human wizards. They can only do blood magic now, though. So you had to.
Wait, that's fucking sick. They're real wizards that got turned into vampire wizards.
There's other paranormal aspects of this world.
Well, yeah, because there's like warlock, there's like werewolves and shit in the world of darkness. Yeah. So they were humans that knew magic that got turned into vampires and now do vampire magic. That's fucking sick.
That's so fucking badass. What the fuck?
Gorilla and everyone needs to deal with them. Nobody really trusts them, and this isn't just because they can do fucking magic, but also because they kind of are a very young clan and stole their vampiric heritage. The kind of people that the Tremere embrace vary a lot because they have this whole complicated process of asking various people for permission so that the leadership of the clan can determine who might be useful to the clan in the near future. They do have a tendency to embrace intellectuals, especially the kind of intellectual that has a little bit of a fascination with the occult, but probably the most important trait to have is an inborn tendency to accept authority. Because the Tremere are very authoritarian. Perhaps because they are not particularly old, they are the most explicitly organized of all of the clans, and they have a very strict chain of command. The Pyramid, as mentioned before, obedience to which was not so long ago enforced through the practice of blood bonding. That whole command structure has sort of deteriorated a little bit after the Second Inquisition destroyed the clan's headquarters in Vienna, but a lot of chronicles still play it the old-fashioned way. The clan has access to the disciplines Auspex, which is
I think I might play this during my next playthrough.
Dominate, which is mind control, and blood sorcery, which in older editions was known by the much cooler term thaumaturgy. Kind of self-explanatory, but also not, because it's a very broad subject matter. This makes them ideal for perceiving magic, doing magic, and also ruling with an iron fist. The Tremere clanbane used to be that they could be very easily bloodbound, aka made obedient, to other vampires, but now with the shattering of the pyramid, it's actually become the inverse of that, in that they cannot blood-bind other kindred, which of course gives a huge blow to their authoritarian structure. Their particular compulsion is called perfectionism, and it's just this—
okay, hold on, rewind that. What can they— wait, hold on. Can they not make new Tremere now?
Wait, run it back?
Yeah, I'm confused what he said.
Tremere clanbane used to be that they could be very easily bloodbound, aka made obedient.
Made obedient. Now they can't really do it anymore.
Got it. Bloodbound is like
but so now with the shattering of the pyramid, it's actually become the inverse of that, in that they cannot bloodbind other kindred, which of course gives a huge blow to their authoritarian structure.
So they just all don't trust each other all the time, but they have an authoritarian structure. That's hilarious.
So I guess the lore is that they used to have an authoritarian structure, but it was enforced by bloodbinding people, and then they lost the ability to bloodbind, and now it's falling apart.
Their particular compulsion is called perfectionism, and it's just this overwhelming need to get this thing just perfectly right, and nothing short of an absolutely stellar performance will set their minds right again. Now, the thing about the Tremere Antediluvian is that he is Saulot, who is also known as the vampire who actually is kind of a good guy. And he had a whole clan of his own, which is now hunted pretty much completely to extinction. But the founder of Clan Tremere was actually Tremere, a very powerful mage who found a ritual to turn himself into a vampire. And then
I was gonna make that joke for him. God fucking damn it.
Proceeded to diablerize Saulot, which means drinking his heart blood to consume his soul in order to elevate his own power.
Wait,
and
that's what
legitimize
diablerize
his
is?
clan.
You drink
Now, funny thing is, the
their soul?
Yeah.
That's fucking sick.
You just consume all of them. You gotta get every bite.
God damn, down to the last
They
drop.
just don't, yeah, you literally like disintegrate them. Apparently, like it's super omega vampire illegal to diablerize unless it's like a blood hunt or something.
All he had was to become vampires without losing access to the magic, which is not what happened at all. They did lose their magic, all of them, big time, which was a problem because that's the one.
So wait, to diablerize, you had to go up to a vampire and reach into their chest and grab their beating heart and then suck it.
You
suck
literally
their heart.
rip the soul out of their heart and eat it to get
That's
stronger.
fucking badass. It's like going to Sonic's and like eating the heart of your chili cheese fries or some shit. I don't know where.
Yeah, man.
Thing that they
Yeah,
wanted
dude.
to have
Yeah,
them
yeah,
set
yeah.
apart, which led to the very interesting current situation where the Banu Hakim are going, hang on a second, right there. This is the thing that you do with the magic. That's just our blood magic with the serial numbers filed off. Some notable Tremere include John.
Wait, hold on. So you're telling me there's another faction that does magic legitimately, but like it's like actual vampire magic, but they did like human magic into vampire magic, and they pretty much just stole NFTs. You're telling me they screenshotted magic and now they have it. Yeah,
The Tremere,
that's fucking hilarious.
Tremere was a mage who diablerized Salubri, who had he was one of the original clans. He had his own clan, and he got demobilized by Tremere.
He got
who was a mage.
demoralized.
He got debilitarized.
Who was a historical, actual,
Mhm.
real-world figure that existed in the real world, but he, wasn't a vampire, and is the current leader of all Tremere in the
I
British
might be
Isles.
doing a
Aisling
VTM
Sturbridge,
campaign.
who is
I'm
very
not
young,
sure
but
yet. I'm just
nonetheless
learning
a very
about it.
powerful regent of the
Because
Chantry.
Boon
of
really
So some of
likes
these-
it.
Some of these like regents and like forebearers are still alive. Right?
Right. Well, the founder of the clan is the
maybe.
Antediluvian, and their like existence is like rumored, and the
Is mythos at this point because we're in modern times.
Yeah, because they're like, I think someone said in chat like Antediluvian literally means like before the biblical flood, like that's how like ancient they are.
Okay, so they're like Cain's chosen.
Yes, they're the
children.
third generation with the original vampire being Cain.
But what would be the first generation?
Cain's children.
Cain's children.
Or second.
And Cain's children are the ones who made the third generation, which were the clan.
Oh, okay. So he had like a couple of kids, and then he said, "All right, go make the badass people, and then we'll steal for you Kazlor with the cummy pouchies, but instead it's blood pouchies." And then they did. Yeah, awesome.
And Sri Sansa, who is notable to me personally because he fucked a lot. And I think that's cool. The passionate and free-spirited clan Bruja,
Run back.
also known as the Zealots or the Learned
Yo,
clan,
my boy!
represents the classic punk rock archetype.
Let's
of
go!
vampire. Once upon a time, some might have called them a patrician clan of the Camarilla as well, but they would have vehemently fought against that definition because they
I really vibe with them because I was raised by crust punks when I was a kid, so that shit tracks. And also hippies. I have a weird I'm weird.
Identify with the proletariat, with the oppressed masses yearning for liberation.
Second
And the
generation was
Bruja
all
are
killed off
right
'cause
there
Cain
with
told them not to turn other people
challenge
into
authority,
vampires, but
to
they did.
fight the good fight. Bruja don't really have a lot of rules about who they embrace, though it usually tends to be people of oppressed groups, or even more frequently, agents who are trying to change the status quo, usually from like counterculture scenes or let's say certain groups that would do certain ops in order to achieve certain political goals. So essentially, middle-class kids who don't need to hold down 3 jobs to pay the bills and thus have the time to do high-commitment activism. Now, while they are pretty cool, a lot of players like to romanticize them away from the fact that they are just hardcore ideologues who enjoy revolution for the sake of breaking shit. Many don't even believe in anything for the sake of believing it. They just believe in it because it is different than what they perceive to be the status quo. As such, you will find a lot of hardcore tankies, Nazis, Khmer Rouge enthusiasts, and people who post about politics on Twitter among the ranks of the Brujah. They're also well known for giving little to no guidance.
Wait a minute, I don't know how much I like Brujah anymore.
I mean, it's punk culture. So in other words, there's like a bunch of different like political spectrums in it. And it's
Dude,
like
those are like the people who play Mordhau.
It's either the people. Okay, listen. It ranges between the people who play Mordhau and then the people who that play what's like the opposite of Mordhau's community? I'm trying to think.
Animal Crossing.
Yes, the people that play Animal Crossing. It's one of those two. Chat, we're not Nazis, okay? Like we're not.
To their childer. Very often they don't even know who their sire is or what even is going on with them, and so they die pretty quickly. Because of course helping a youngling navigate the complex intricacies of the knight and vampiric society is a huge responsibility, and Brujah will avoid that kind of thing like the plague. Frankly, I respect that. The clan has access to the disciplines.
They also, okay, just so you know, they also apparently started the Communist Party, like when it started.
Okay, so they're people who like the aesthetic of counterculture but don't really care about the ideology.
Well, no, they care about the ideology, but they get lost in it because they can never fully adapt it. Because they're just obsessed with the ideology of like the perfect version of it instead of actually trying to run it, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. They're just punks. They're just different like variants of punks throughout history.
Which is super speed, potence, which is super strength, and presence, which is alluring.
Some of my chat said this is Brujah slander. That's classic Brujah.
Classic
making
Brujah.
them very
Classic
intuitively
Brujah.
well-rounded. Their powers are not some weird stuff.
They're rebels to be rebels. Yeah, so like any
rebel without
any
a cause.
political ideology that's like just like we don't believe in the establishment.
They're just human
Rebels
abilities
Without a Cause is a good way of putting
driven
it.
to a great extreme. All of this also makes them extremely dangerous opponents in combat. The Brujah clan bane is their violent temper. They just have a big problem keeping the unbridled rage of their inner beast at bay. They are much more likely to frenzy than any other clan. In terms of compulsion, they feel strongly drawn to rebellion, needing to piss in the face of the person that they perceive to be in charge, or in some.
So whenever I'm on someone else's stream, I always have the most hot takes, and I think it's because that I might.
It's because you're a Brujah.
Yeah, I may be a Brujah.
You just say shit for the sake of saying shit.
Sometimes, sometimes
there's literally no maybe about it.
That's true. Sometimes I'll go into like Sam's chat when he's watching lore videos, and I'll just say, I think that the Tower is the best faction in Warhammer, and then everyone in chat tries to kill me.
Other way transgress.
You just go online and say that you don't like Fallout New Vegas. Like, what the fuck, dude?
That's true, though. I don't.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
The Brujah Antediluvian was Troil the Elder, an extremely calm and dispassionate guy who got diablerized by his child, Troil the Younger.
I used to really like it, though, but I don't think it's aged well. Like, same with, like, Morrowind. Like,
I mean, you could say that
Morrowind
about
again.
any old Bethesda game.
I like Skyrim. Oh boy, okay, I'm not gonna go into this.
I couldn't play Morrowind today without like.
It's the themes that New Vegas goes into specifically.
I feel like if I want to, with like just how the politics stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you recommending me Disco Elysium and then playing through that, I'm like, wow, this is like what Fallout New Vegas was trying to do, but better. I just like that more, but the gameplay, obviously you're not shooting cool monsters.
Well, that's really the problem of New Vegas is like, it was a fence sitter on all of its politics, even though they seem quite extreme.
That's true. It just sort of rides the middle and then is like, you decide.
Yeah.
But
and then when you get down to it, they're all just kind of bad.
Yeah,
and I guess that's also the point, but it's...
I'm not like comparing the overall universe or the gameplay, just like the political ideology aspect. Of
I love the gameplay,
which is a hard focus for New Vegas,
and the world building, like the actual
I love
like
the world
setting.
building and.
That's like what I like about Fallout. But the actual
like,
politics and the factions are like whatever.
They're so like when you really cut to the meat of them, they're so bad. Like if you have high enough speech, I'm pretty sure there's even a line you could say that's like, "Oh, you don't really know history that well, do you? 'Cause you guys are just running around in football gear." And he gets like,
well, actually, let me tell you.
And then he gives you the well, actually.
Well, actually.
Oh my god. Dude,
we
the Dominadev would love Caesar's Legion.
Oh, Dominadev is Caesar.
Unbridled burning passion then became the bane
Classic
of
Domina.
their clan as punishment for their transgression against their sire. Some notable Bruja include Theo Bell, who is kind
Some
of...
of my chat said, do you like fascist bureaucrats or libertarians? That's New Vegas. I mean... Yeah, and then there's the radical centrist take where you just keep everything the same by helping Yes Man or something.
Responsible for them officially leaving the Camarilla and mainly aligning themselves with the Anarch movement now. Smiling Jack Drake, a pirate in life from that golden age of piracy who later became a very influential figure in the Californian Anarch Free State. And Tyler, who was one of the primary leaders of the Anarch Revolt. The enigmatic and mutated clan Nosferatu, also known as the Sewer Rats or the Clan of the Hidden, represents the hideously misshapen Count Orlok type.
I'm sorry I'm pause champing so much, but like I feel like
it's good. It's good.
I feel like we could get a whole stream out of this. Like,
well, that's the whole point.
yeah. The well, we probably could do one more major video after this too, but I don't know what it would be. Probably like the major factions instead of the or lore structure. I don't know, but in the game Bloodlines, you can play as these guys, but if you're seen outside of the sewers, because there's an elaborate sewer system in the game. In all the maps in the game, you can go into the sewers and like navigate the sewers. But if you're seen by a single person, everyone freaks the fuck out and you break the masquerade. Everyone wants you dead. Like you have
you're
to
real
like
ugly.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you super omega ugly.
Super uggo.
Yeah, like it's not true, but like it's like
that's why we don't use face cam, dude, because we're not Nosferatu.
Yeah, because we're Nosferatu. That's why we have VTubers.
They also have, if I can remember right, some of the worst combat stats in the game, and they're good at like hacking.
Yeah, because you're supposed to be good at hacking.
Oh, they're
and stuff.
hackers.
Wait, let him explain, because there's actually it's interesting how Nosferatu they're gonna
is
like choose.
Worth playing?
It is. I'm gonna be playing it. I'm gonna be playing it next week.
Also,
somebody said I should play it in chat, and I'm kind of down.
You should play it. It does. You will have to figure out how to get it running though. Also, Boon, I was gonna say, Sam was talking about playing it today too. So
really,
you starting it, baby.
I'm always starting them trends. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they said that like there's
now,
like
even
an
though
unofficial
you
patch.
will definitely recognize a Nosferatu as being a Nosferatu when you see one, they are nonetheless masters of espionage, and you should always assume that there is a Nosferatu in the room with you right now. Even though they're looked down upon by polite vampire society, their abilities are nonetheless highly valued and sought after by the Camarilla. The Nosferatu embrace from two groups of people who could not be more distinct. On one hand, you have extreme social outcasts, such as homeless people or drug addicts. But they also, much like the Toreador, like to embrace exceptionally...
I'm gonna go pee really quick. Can you catch me up when I get back?
No, wait, you
Why
pee quickly, bro. Because I was like, oh, Nosferatu's kind of have an interesting twist to who they embrace, and you literally paused it right before he said it.
I kept thinking about
before you finished saying
it.
it.
It's a perfect time.
Like,
the views will go up. Also, like I was thinking about sherbet ice cream, and I really need to pee again. So like,
just go pee, motherfucker.
Should I just hit play and then go pee, or should I keep it paused?
No, go pee fucking quick, dude.
Yes, go now.
Slow.
You could have peed already.
I'm gonna pee real slow. Hold on.
Oh my fucking god.
Could have peed already.
You definitely could have peed already.
You could have pissed already. Boys don't even take that long to pee.
That's true. Like,
there's a whole procedure when you're a girl. Boys are nasty. You guys just do like the shake and walk, and I'm like, ugh.
Dude, I hate peeing. I just want to get it over with. All the time.
That's how I feel about pooping.
No, I'm the opposite with pooping. I like bring
you
my
enjoy
phone.
pooping?
Yeah.
Well, I bring my phone because I'll go crazy if I don't.
Well, I bring my phone because I'm gonna be in there a while.
Yeah, same. And also when I was younger and, you know, before phones, we always had like a Game Boy with just Tetris on it in the bathroom because I would go crazy. Go crazy, bro.
What do you fucking mean Bennett stings when you pee? In fucking
What?
chat. Someone in chat just says, I bet it stings when you pee. God damn.
Maybe he just has very thick pee.
I will say, as far as peeing is concerned, I have really good aim. That shit
Quick draw.
hits the center of the toilet every time.
That is actually an underrated talent. Because there's nothing worse than being a woman and walking into the bathroom and smelling it like a urinal and being like, why? This is my home. How did you miss?
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about people who stand up while peeing?
No, I'm talking about how I stand up with peeing, but I've honed my aim. My aim is incredible.
You talk about this every stream, I swear
I'm
to God.
proud of it.
I'm afraid that like that's like some
Dude, the worst feeling ever is walking into a public bathroom and there's piss on the fucking lid.
Dude, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want...
Beautiful people. Unlike the Toreador, they do this as a punishment for their arrogance and cruelty to the people who are less privileged than them. They're becoming a
rewind like 30
Nosferatu
seconds?
of all the cruelty the Toreador is homeless people or drug addicts. But they also, much like the Toreador, like to embrace exceptionally beautiful people. Unlike the Toreador, they do this as a punishment for their arrogance and cruelty to the people who are less privileged than them. They're becoming a Nosferatu
Only 3
of
more
all the
days. Are you
kindred world
excited?
is
Yeah.
probably the first choice of few
man.
people. Their
3
status as
days.
outcasts does give them a sort of increased cohesion within the clan, and they tend to be actually rather kind to each other. In their
It's
parallel
gonna be
society of the
Science
vast,
Friday.
sprawling
It's not
underworlds
Science
of
Friday.
every
It's
city
never
in the
Science
world,
Friday.
clan counts for more than sex. So you have cordial relations between Nosferatu of the Camarilla, the Sabbat, and Anarchs. The clan has access to the disciplines Animalism, which is control over animals,
Wow.
Obfuscate, which allows them to become undetectable,
Wow.
and Potence, which is super strength, making them not only perfect spy masters, but also dangerous ambush predators. The Nosferatu clan bane is that they're ugly as shit. That's it. That is the bane. Right, okay, so the reason this is the case is because when they turn into vampires, they
Fuck you, Boon. Nosferatu are the best. In the game, in the original game, without going into the INI files and manually editing them, you cannot beat the game as a Nosferatu. It is actually impossible.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it to prove you wrong.
No, you don't understand. There is a boss fight where you need to have a gun skill or a melee skill, and Nosferatu do not have those. You will just lose. It is a meme in the game. I'm sure you could beat it if you slammed your head into it enough, but you will not have a fun experience.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
They can learn melee? What? I mean, they can, but they're not very good at it. Like, it's a meme. It's been a meme in that community for a long time.
undergo a transformation, extremely painful, by the way, that completely changes the way that they look. And many of them even end up being unable.
But just sent me a video called The Life of Edward Cullen.
Dude,
from 1901 to 2020.
Dude, Sput just fucking came into my chat in all caps, said it's only 3 days till Science Friday.
God, fuck him, dude. Fuck that.
Fuck that guy.
I invited him to play fucking Sea of Thieves with us, and he comes clapping at us like this, dude.
Did he say yes?
Even as a
yeah, he said yes, but he said the game is really boring, so I'm kind of worried now about even playing it. Maybe Rust. Maybe we find a good server. That's impossible.
Dude, no.
Dude,
man.
play V Rising on a PvP
I heard that
server.
they added more to Rust. Just saying.
Yeah, but it's hard to stream without someone saying something really bad.
That's if you're on public servers, I guess.
Yeah, that's like the whole point of playing. Otherwise, it's like you have to get like a streamer server, but to get in a
Yeah.
streamer server, you have to be a big streamer. I'm thinking about trying. Okay, here's my idea. I know enough VTubers now that I'm going to use my vast Nosferatu network powers to make them all like me enough to play a Rust server and be like really bad or really good at it. And I think it'd be the best thing ever.
Diablo-rize them.
The problem is I'm not a VTuber, so it's really hard convincing VTubers to come and hang out with me. I just want to be a VTuber without the VTube model, you know? I want to be like the Nosferatu VTuber where I don't want you to see my face, you know? Like I want to be invisible. My VTube model is invisible right now. I have one. It's cloaked. You can't see it.
Vampire, because that is how far they have mutated.
Yeah, exactly.
Some are
It's a transparent model Ruby made for me.
even more hideous than the average Nosferatu. A very small select group is not
I have
quite
Frankenstein Boon,
as
that's all I
disgusting,
need.
but any Nosferatu, the second you see them, you
You
will
made me a Frankenstein? Well, that's badass.
You have
immediately
seen
know
it. You know what
this
I made
is
you.
not a human, but some form of horror.
Remember that time you made me into Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie?
Yeah,
Dude,
That one
that's
fucked
so
me up.
fucking. That's so you, dude. What the
Have you
Oh,
ever
no, I
seen
was
that
Eddie.
picture,
I was Eddie.
Zachary?
No, I've never
I was
seen
Eddie. I fucking hate that picture, but I love it at the
I
same
love
time
that
because it's so
picture.
accurate. Where is it?
I'll grab it right now.
Every time I look at it, I think of the song that goes womp 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 from Ed, Ed and Eddie. It gets me every fucking
No, you
time.
think of the
Dun 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 dun. Shoot!
I'm just gonna put it in Important Boys with zero context.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But give me a minute
I
to go
mean, there's
through
a
all
zero
of my
context
files.
post from Sput that says "Boob Clan is back, baby."
No,
So, I mean,
that's
I
not
don't
Zero
know.
Contest. They're talking about the new Modern Warfare.
Oh, okay. There's a new Modern Warfare. Oh, damn! Should we play that?
No.
They got
Oh,
Battle
there's always
Royale?
a new Modern Warfare.
I mean, it might be
Oh,
good.
wait.
Who fucking
Oh,
cares?
yeah.
We played Fortnite,
Dude,
dude. Like, there's.
They're
We're-
coming at. They're actually coming out with Modern Warfare 2 again. But it's not the
Is
same
this the
game.
third time?
It's a completely different game, but it's called Modern Warfare 2.
Cool.
Cool. Where's the picture?
I'm trying to remember where I saved it.
It's like a sequel to the reboot or whatever.
Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out eventually. But let's watch Sockman.
Yeah.
monster, making it
we're
difficult
almost
for
halfway.
them to uphold the Masquerade. The clan compulsion is cryptophilia, which is an
They
intense
hate cryptocurrency.
No, philia is
need
love.
to know secret
Oh.
information that very few people are privy to. This is probably also one of the driving forces behind why they seem to know
skin time.
everything. The Nosferatu antediluvian is Absimiliad, a massive asshole psychopath piece of shit who was also incredibly handsome, and as such was punished for his appearance to reflect the appearance of his soul. He hates all his spawn and seeks to exterminate them, but of course, with the Nosferatu being a Camarilla clan, they mostly don't even know he exists. Some prominent Nosferatu include Zelios, a genius architect and stonecutter who constructs elaborate labyrinths for reasons that only he quite understands. Baba Yaga, who is believed by some to be the progenitor of all modern members of the clan because she was the only one of Absimilian's childer who ended up procreating. And
Wait, so Baba Yaga, that's really fucking cool. That's so fucking cool. Also, hold on.
It's how they relate things. That's me, Adam, and Boon when we go out in the together.
It's so
Oh no,
stupid.
Spud.
When I actually just do a really good lore video that I highly recommend.
I'm not watching the Edward ones, but now sit down, shut up, and watch this with us. And also, hey, you want to play CSP
Yes, sir.
someday?
I
Oh,
think
do you wanna
Sea of
play
Thieves
Sea
would
of
be
Thieves?
fun just because I haven't played the game in years, but it probably is like a super low.
I've been having fun with it.
Like
I want to like do
Well,
like
it's
serious
not like
PvP.
it's not like a big like happening game. It's a very much like laid back kind of game.
It is.
I wish
Yeah.
Boon had a Eddie emote so badly.
Maybe.
And I wish that chat, you would just bully him relentlessly until he makes cute little emotes with his face, because I love his face.
Look, my face doesn't make me money, okay? That's not
But
how
Eddie
this
Emo
works.
would! Eddie Emo would, bro!
That doesn't know, because I'm trying to sell to other people. People look at War Chat and they're like, damn, that's cute as fuck. Click on it, follow me. That's how I get most of my followers.
I think meme emotes better than anime, bro. Give me that Eddie emote.
Meme emotes
I'm gonna say
good.
something controversial. Okay, I don't like anime emotes.
People have been saying
I've
that
never
since
been a big fan.
People have been saying that, and now you have your own, and everyone that ever says that eventually becomes a part of it.
So I will say, I saw that Boon
what
Witch
Lawman
emote,
said.
and I'm like, damn.
That's true. You do
cute.
have an anime girl spot.
You have your own
It's
anime
true.
girl that
It's
you
true.
love, and your
You
anime girl
love your
kisses
anime girl.
my anime girl on the fucking daily, and we have they're going crazy.
have so much.
Well, it's
anime
based
stuff.
on us making out at TwitchCon this year.
Yeah, that's totally gonna happen. Which one though? Amsterdam?
Shit, baby girl, I'll go anywhere for you.
Amsterdam. Damn.
Hamster dance, whatever, I'll do anything.
Hamster dance.
Fuck you, dude.
Absimilian's Childer, who ended up procreating, and Calebros,
I'll see
who
you at
for a
Hamster
while
Dance.
was the Camarilla Prince of New York City. The wild and independent Clan Gangrel, also known as the Outlanders.
Wait,
or the Clan of
Nosferatu
the
can be
Beast,
princes?
Yeah, they're a clan.
Yeah, I know, but
Every clan has its own princess.
you have to go to the sewer to go meet up with them.
Well, every clan has
Yeah,
its
but
own
it would
hierarchy.
be a luxury. Yeah.
is the archetypal country vampire that lives in the wilderness and is really more animal than person.
Look at
Vampires
you.
are generally city
No.
people. They prefer
Wait,
to not
what family would Sput be a part of? Yo, someone give Sput the
Sput
quiz
is
right
Bruja
The
now.
Cullens.
for
The
sure.
Cullens. No, I'm a Cullen.
No, you'd be
Edward Cullen is my husband.
Bro, you'd be part of the fucking Pinkertons, dude.
Don't call
be
me
in
a
the
stinkerton.
wilderness where there is
Look, we should go to Wild RP and make the Pinkertons again, but make them actually good. Like an actual funny good version.
I don't do good
little in
characters,
the way
Me
of
either.
consistent shelter and a lot in the way of dangerous shit. This is not true for the Gangrel, who even when they are in cities prefer to stick to the parks and outskirts. They also like to travel a lot, and they are the only clan that is even somewhat respected by the werewolves. They prefer to embrace people who are unafraid and have a will to survive. This often happens like pretty spur of the moment when a victim vehemently resists feeding, which is actually difficult because getting fed on by a vampire apparently feels very, very nice. But they will also sometimes pick out people that they notice are unafraid of moving through the wilderness at night, and so they will stalk and observe them, sometimes over a period of several months, before embracing them if they find them worthy. Very few Gangrel will ask you if you want to become a vampire, and actually if you are a Gangrel and you had the choice of becoming a vampire and took it, people are gonna look down on you in the clan. That's kind of something that they think is weak. The clan has access to the disciplines animalism, which gives them control over animals, fortitude, which is supernatural toughness, and protean, which gives them the ability to gain animal features or even
Bro, that's
transform
protein.
fully into animals. The Gangrel clan bane is that they gain bestial features when they frenzy. So this might be like bat ears that then appear,
VTubers.
or they have like a strong dog stench. It used to be they would then have this feature forever.
I'm gonna opt into just a strong wet dog stench and that's it. None of the features. I just want to smell like a fucking wet ass dog.
But they changed this in Vampire 5 because I guess they realized that if you have a frenzy once, like early on in the game, which will most definitely happen to you at some point, and you have a little bit of bad luck, you become just a walking masquerade violation without the benefit of having obfuscate as a clan discipline like the Nosferatu do. So now those features go away after a while. The clan compulsion is feral impulses, which
So wait,
everyone...
before if you fucking frenzied, you would just smell like wet dog forever. You would just be the wettest dog boy.
Once in a while will really drive the Gangrel
I
to
get
resolve
seal
a
eyes.
dispute through violence, the purest actual form of showing who is strongest and fittest and best to survive, and not this words bullshit, because they will have a pretty hard time talking. The gangrel antediluvian is Enoya, and it's very difficult to ascertain any information about her because all the lore about Enoya is passed through gangrel lines via oral storytelling, and so there's a million different versions of Enoya. She may have been raised by wolves. That's one thing that may have happened. Some notable gangrel include Cuthbert Beckett, a very notable scholar and archaeologist looking into the true origins of vampire kind. Odin the All-High, who is, yes, indeed, that particular Odin, though he isn't originally Scandinavian, he just ended up there. And Xavier, who was a very powerful Justicar of the Camarilla, before officially declaring that his clan was now going to leave the Camarilla.
So they're
to join
vampires.
the Anarch movement. The ethereal and neurotic clan Malkavian, also known as the Cassandras or the Clan of the Moon, represents the sort of telepathic, psychic type vampire, though they do still drink blood. The Malkavians are a funny little group because they have changed a lot over the years of the game's existence. They used to be just straight up crazy people. There was sometimes an attempt at doing a serious exploration of mental health, but of course, as the topic in general has moved more into the space of public acceptance, it's become a bit more labor-intensive to actually deal with it properly. And personally, I think Vampire the Masquerade does a very good job with that. Basically, they're all in tune with this psychic network that they all share, and through which they have a very loose telepathic connection to each other. But of course, every node in that network has their own little particular idiosyncrasies that...
Wait, hold on. Are we still talking? Wait. I looked away for 2 seconds. Wait, are we... Wait, who we...
This is
what?
Malkavian.
We're on Malkavian.
Oh, Malkavian, okay. I literally was typing to somebody.
Distorts the view of the whole. They're an extremely diverse clan in whom they embrace because it tends to be mental oddballs, and there's a lot of different ways in which you can be a mental oddball, but there does seem to be a certain, not preference, but just a statistically higher likelihood of them embracing intellectuals because they tend to be celebrated more for their oddballness and so hide it less. The clan has access to the disciplines Auspex, which is highly sharpened senses, Dominate, which is mind control, and Obfuscate, which allows them to become undetectable. They used to have a discipline called Dementation, which is now an amalgam power of Dominate and Obfuscate, which once again I'm not particularly happy with. But basically what it does is it makes other people go crazy. The Malkavian clan Bane is their fractured perspective. They all have some wild and often destructive mental health disorder that they had a sort of predilection for during their life, even if there it never manifested. And no amount of therapy can help them with it. The clan compulsion is their propensity for delusion, because though they are connected through this magical, powerful network that can give them very meaningful visions of things that might happen in the future, things that are happening right now, they also can just as likely receive just complete bullshit streams of thought that will deeply upset their frame of mind. Trust me, I have quite a few schizophrenia symptoms myself. I know what I'm talking about. The Malkavian antediluvian is called Malkav, and some people think that he is physically, or rather non-physically, the actual telepathic network that connects all Malkavians. As such, even though they're a Camarilla clan, the Malkavians are not as religious in their denial of their antediluvian. But then they are Malkavians, so nobody listens to them anyway, and the Camarilla doesn't really care. Some notable Malkavians include Anatole, who has, for the past couple centuries, been predicting the end of the world, and it turns out that he actually is correct. Therese Vorman, who is the Anarch Baron of Santa Monica, and who appeared in the video game Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, and none other than Aleister Crowley himself.
Wait, what?
Who, believe it or not, is also the sire of Jekyll and Hyde. The ruthless and Darwinistic clan La Sombra, also known as the Keepers or the Night Clan, represent the archetypal type of vampire that is a shadow being.
What?
I
so
don't know
Malkavians
that
are just a hive mind.
but it is cool and it fits thematically. A good way of describing the La Sombra is that they're the Ventru of the Sabbat. They are extremely capable of constructing and navigating complex social structures, so they run the administrative and down-to-earth side of the anti-Camarilla sect. And they are very selective in their embraces. You have to be a perfect match for what your sire is looking for, and they will then completely and utterly annihilate your livelihood over the course of years in order to test the unbreakability of your drive and willpower. If at the end of all that, you're still focused, grinding, trying to secure the bag, they will reveal themselves to you. Interestingly, a lot of La Sombra are sailors. They're for some reason very closely associated with the sea, which I don't know how that fits, but I like it. And also the Catholic Church and religious institutions in general.
The Catholic Church?
The Catholic Church.
Oh no!
You know what's going on in that archive, right?
No. All right, look.
Like, no one can go in there unless you're 75 and a scholar. Like, what are they hiding in there?
They're all vampires. They're all fucking 500. They can all get in there.
No wonder the Pope's so old.
I feel like Sput would be a part of the entity if he was in this fucking universe.
For
dude.
sure.
He would.
Are deeply embedded in, and this is just another way in which they're sort of like an evil counterpart to the Ventru, even though, I mean, the Ventru are already kind of fucking evil, in that they will use anything to climb the social order. The clan has access to the disciplines Dominate, which is mind control.
So they're like a part, they will like seed themselves in any organization as high as they can get, instead of like the Ventru, which are just about like vampires.
Like the Vatican.
Like they'll go anywhere, but like why would they go? I don't understand. Wouldn't being the Vatican hurt them?
Dude, that's what you gotta be. You gotta know your enemy.
I guess, but that's like such a weird, kind of cool.
Oblivion, which used to be called Obtenebration and was their ability to control the shadows. And
so wait, you're telling me that like,
yeah, they're hiding in plain sight. They're like
they're hiding in plain sight,
right under the nose.
But here's the fucking thing, though. In Blood Hunt, or whatever the fuck, that means that they're the ones probably pulling the strings to make the entities attack the fucking city.
Probably.
That's fucking cool as fuck. What the fuck?
You'll understand later why I'm so very angry about this. And Potence, which is super strength. The Clan Bane is actually something very classic in that they don't cast proper reflections, not even on like digital cameras. Though you probably will be able to identify them as themselves, the whole thing is going to be just busy with like shadowy artifacts and transparency issues, to the point where if you're unlucky, it might even be a Masquerade violation. This has led to the ironic situation that the clan, which utterly despises the idea of humans having any sort of position or value within vampire society, are dependent on them for just basic things like telling them how they look and having them pick out good outfits. The common compulsion that their beast drives them to is ruthlessness. They need to win. They need to achieve this goal, and they will do anything, sacrifice anyone to achieve that.
So wait,
failure is
La Sombra
not
are the
an
only
option.
clan that doesn't have reflections? Every other vampire could show up in mirrors except for them?
So wait, they're willing to destroy everything to destroy the Camarilla. So they're like anarchs a little bit, but they have like a goal? This clan's like the most confusing clan.
Fuck?
We're into Sabbat territory. That's why now we're.
Oh, they're a Sabbat clan.
Oh, they're a Sabbat
Sabbat
clan.
I'm pretty
Okay, this is like a normal clan. I'm like, I'm so confused. They're so self-destructive.
The Sombra Antediluvian went by many names, so people just tend to call him La Sombra. Now, the funny thing about La Sombra is that even though the Bruja would really like to claim this honor for themselves, they are actually the ones who kicked off the Anarch Revolt by diablerizing their Antediluvian. He was the first Antediluvian diablerized after the destruction of the first city, which is like so far in the past that the overwhelming majority of people don't even know that that was a thing. And he was diablerized by the youngest of his childer, Gratiano de Veronese. Some notable Sabbat include Lucita de Aragon, who was a Spanish princess and later became a very, very powerful archbishop in the Sabbat. Zadkiel ben Aaron, one of the absolute grandmasters of obtenebration. And Giangaleazzo Visconti, who, this is my favorite Vampire the Masquerade story. Basically, this guy, he got bored with the Sabbat because it's a very violent and direct kind of place. So what he did is he took all the Sabbat hardliners in his city, Milan, and he switched from Sabbat Archbishop to being a Camarilla Prince by just killing all of them. And the reason for this is that he found the intrigue and complicated politics of the Camarilla more interesting. The stately and indifferent
This motherfucker just got bored. Yeah, he just Sigma mailed a whole new fucking. He's like, dude, I'm fucking bored. It's like when you play an RPG and you're like doing like a violent run. And you're just like killing everybody, and you're like, man, I kind of want to enjoy the story. This shit's stupid as fuck.
Tzimisce, also known as the Fiends or the Old Clan, represents the classic Eastern European Dracula-style vampire, with a bit of a twist. Probably the most inhuman of all the clans. They don't even hate, like, regular living mortal people anymore. They just torture and deform them for pleasure. To continue an earlier analogy, the Tzimisce are sort of the Toreador of the Sabbat, the great philosophers of sadism, who are solely focused on the question of what it means to be vampire. Because they don't really care about humans all that much, they tend to embrace absolutely massively exceptional people who just happen to strike their fancy at that particular moment. In order to maximize the potential of kindred, because that's all that humans are to them, is just like little seeds that maybe or maybe not could have potential in some way to actually build something worthwhile out of. They have instituted centuries-long breeding programs to get the traits that they find most interesting. Yeah, this is how bad they are. And to be clear, eugenics is one of the least of their crimes. Being a very traditional clan that cares a lot about their own history, the Tzimisce are known to be very, very polite and hold especially the laws of hospitality in almost religious regard. This is, of course, primarily because they are complete sociopaths who are fully on the orange and blue morality spectrum, and these kinds of very strict rules are the only thing that keeps them together. The clan has access to the disciplines animalism, which is control over animals, dominate, which is mind control, and protean, which in their case is the ability to shape flesh. In a time where disciplines were not design efficiency to death, this was called vicissitude, and it's the main standout ability of their clan, that they will physically change themselves and others, usually more others in more horrendous ways, but they also change themselves to be whatever they want to be, often going very far away from the human form. And this is now an amalgam power of dominate and protean. The clan bane is called grounded, and it used to be that they needed to sleep surrounded by their own grave soil, but in V5 they changed this into something that I personally think is a lot cooler, in that now they need to sleep surrounded by something that is ironically a very core aspect of like their mortal identity that they used to have, like their particular castle or maybe their ethnic group. Could still be grave soil, by the way. This also kind of means that the Tzimisce don't really travel all that much. It's a bit of a logistical challenge. The clan compulsion is covetousness, which is also a classic vampire thing to do, where they like see something that they really, really, really want for themselves, and they will go to great lengths to get it. The Tzimisce Antediluvian is known as the eldest, and though as members of the Sabbat, of course, they are rather happy that this creature is no more, they do share its vision and even respect it, sort of, for going all the way into a direction of complete and utter inhumanity. A common saying among the Tzimisce is that instead of having a beast and a remnant mortal soul inside of it, the eldest just had two beasts. Some notable Sabbat include Sasha Vikos, who has turned themselves completely androgynous and is a very radical member of the Sabbat, known as their chief torturer. Radu Bistri, who used to be the Prince of Bistritz and is now a high-ranking member of the Sabbat, himself originating in one of those breeding programs. And of course, yes, the
I thought that he would fall within that.
Dracula, who actually
Breedable
is a
vampires?
master of Koldunic sorcery, which is an even older form of magic that the Tzimisce had access to before they adopted vicissitude. It's basically like an Avatar The Last Airbender style spirits of the land element bending. The young and self-interested clan Hecata, also known as the Lazarines or the
This
clan...
is fucking me up so bad because I always thought that the Sabbat always had they were just the same clans, but they were
Mindless,
just
brainless, like
yeah. So they were
machine.
just like crazy motherfuckers that were just like.
I mean,
the other clans that
they have a goal.
No, they have a. I just didn't know that they had their own clans. I thought they were just like separate.
Yeah.
I thought they were like, oh, these, you know, some of them were Nosferatu, and some of them were this, and some of them were that. It's like, no, they're just like, they have their own thing.
What's gonna really fuck you up is you remember the bits of, oh, sorry, I'm playing House Flipper and my cat is sitting on my couch. Wow. That all of the Asian vampire clans have a different mythos, and
that's so fucking cool.
There's huge like Asiaphobia among the Camarilla. They actually believe them to be like, they don't even think they're vampires. They just consider them monsters. Like, I think it's because they kill a lot of vampires. But yeah, there's a huge thing with that too, and they have their own clans too. And you get like a taste of it when you get to Chinatown towards the end of the game, but they don't go too far into. But yeah, I think that a lot of their like, I don't even know how do you say the their like fathers and mothers are probably like those weird monsters too, like of that last one from the Sabbat.
Oh, what the heck?
They have a whole like they're not related to Cain at all. The Chinese vampires are not related at all.
Oh.
So it's like a whole different thing.
Man of Death represents the archetypal vampire who is a corpse.
I guess all of these clans are like, just like some of them lean towards more one faction than the other.
Do you think?
But they could all independently
right.
be
So you
whatever.
could have a member of like one of these clans that is in the Camarilla.
Yeah, so in Vampire the Masquerade, a lot of what they show for like the Sabbat Boon is like one clan that is like their version of the Bruja, I'm pretty sure. Which is the ones, I think maybe the first ones he talked about, the ones that are just
they're just like they
destroy everything.
They're like super ghouls and they just want to destroy shit.
Yeah,
Like,
so that's like the only bit of the Sabbat you really touch that much in Vampire the Masquerade. I think they might touch a little bit on some of the other ones.
There is
but
one,
not many
but
of them.
you see them, you only see their minions and then one of he's like a boss.
Yeah,
you
it's
see
the
some
blood
of the
guy,
bosses.
right?
Yeah, the blood guy, and he
Yeah.
was the dudes we were just talking
I think
about.
they just talked about him. Yeah, exactly. So it's like they all have different clans and stuff. Oh, if Vampire the Masquerade could have went more into it. Oh.
They do. There's a mod pack I'm putting together for it that has like a bunch of lost content that was supposed to be in, so it's gonna be fucking badass.
The thing about the Hecata...
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play it in one stream. It might be like a 2 or 3 stream thing because I'm gonna try to do
That
all
game
the
is
fucking
already
quests.
pretty long.
I've beaten it in one stream twice now, but it's
You're
like
crazy person.
Yeah, I know. I'm fucking insane.
Is that they're less a clan than a bunch of bloodlines in a trench coat. They formed in the 21st century through a ritual called the Family Reunion.
Wait, what clan is this? I'm gonna have a hard time memorizing all the names.
They have fucking, what are they? He just started this one. I don't remember.
The Hecate? I don't even know what that is.
Hecata.
United, the Giovanni, the Samedi, the Cappadocians, and many of their cousins. And because they are composed of so many different groups, they have very different practices for embrace, because they didn't just completely shed their old cultures. But much of the core of Clan Hecata is made up of groups like the Giovanni, who used to actually take up this particular clan slot in earlier editions.
Actually, no, they're in the game too.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, they're definitely that is the best part of the game.
Or the Duncerns, or the Putanescas, who are very old mortal families who would go through generation and generation and generation, and some of them would be embraced into the vampire aspect of the family. Because they are, at this point, the only clan that is completely outside of any of the major sects or ideologies, they are a little bit insular. Family, though not necessarily blood anymore, and trust count for everything among the Hecata. And part of the reason for this is that they founded themselves as a self-defense thing, a last-ditch desperate effort because most of them got almost annihilated by the Second Inquisition. The clan has access to the disciplines Auspex, which is highly sharpened senses, Fortitude, which is supernatural toughness, and Oblivion, which they share with Clan La Sombra. But instead of being, you know, shadowbending or anything even remotely thematically related to shadowbending, it's necromancy. Because of some obscure lore technicality that says that both of these things are
I am getting so fucking excited to play the game again. I might do it tomorrow, dude. I might not even try to mod out the DMCA music. I might just fucking go in.
related
I don't.
in the
I'm
lore.
gonna be
Like,
honest.
not
I play a lot of that music on stream.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Like I will just straight up listen.
There
to the
is
soundtrack.
one
I'm
song-
listening to it right now.
There is one song that will get you striked that I'm almost certain, at least in YouTube,
I mean,
it does.
it'll probably just get your VOD muted.
It
if anything.
is the club song. I'm just gonna put the Milia song over the club song, and then bam, I'm done. So
mechanically, they're just really completely different concepts.
yeah, the Asylum Club chat.
But because of some obscure thing in the lore,
Isolation, that song is
they
so
have to
good.
be put into one discipline. And so in practice,
Yeah, it's a good song, but if you replace it with Milia's theme, it works the same way. It feels the same exact fucking way.
what you have is an Oblivion that is actually two different disciplines with completely
Well, that's the thing, I don't know
different
if it'll strike
abilities,
you in
but
Twitch,
because
but
of how
it
the
does
rules
in
work,
YouTube.
in theory, unless the GM, which is probably going to do
if you get
this
striked, if you get striked in YouTube, that's a big fucking deal. So I have no idea.
it explicitly,
YouTube will
you
just
can pick
demonetize
from
you
the abilities of
Okay.
necromancy
That's what happens to most
and
of my VODs on my
shadowbending,
VOD channel.
like willy-nilly,
Okay,
completely annihilating the identity of the trademark ability of two really cool clans. And my question is, was it worth it? Was it really that important to convey mechanically to players that these two concepts are related within the lore of the game? Or maybe was it too expensive to get another one of these beautiful icons here made? I really don't get it, and it makes me mad. The clan bane is the painful kiss, which the kiss is a slang term for when a vampire bites and drains someone, which usually is a very pleasant experience for the victim. But in the case of the Hecata, it's even more excruciating than it should be. Now, it used to be that all these different bloodlines had their own little flaws, like the Samedi and the Cappadocians. They just straight up used to look like corpses, or the Nagaraja had to consume the flesh of their victims in order to gain any sustenance, which is interesting because this means they always have to kill the victim that they're draining, and also it takes a while to do it. But what they did, and I promise you this is 100% just game design reasons, is they said, well, yeah, because of through magic they now all have the Giovanni clan bane, and the old ones are no longer a thing.
they mention
which,
that.
let me tell you, a lot of game masters do not like to run it that way. The clan compulsion that they commonly suffer from is kind of weird, but I think very cool. It's called morbidity, and it's this very strong drive to investigate death. This could be diagnosing a medical problem with someone that they sense is dying, or it could be solving a murder mystery. The Hecata Antediluvian is the thing that unites them, by the way, because though they are all various different bloodlines with different founders, they are all ultimately descended
What's
of
really weird about them is that they actively want to kill people anyways, so like it's so strange. It's like being a murder detective.
Cappadocius. Another of the more kindred affairs involved antediluvians.
Well, like they're like
Cappadocius was
their biggest clan or their biggest family is like a mafia family.
Well, they don't
like,
solve the
it's so
murders
weird.
that they do. They solve other people's.
Easy peasy.
They're the fucking psychologists of murders, dude. It's insane.
Diablerized by Augustus Giovanni some time ago, which is why he used to count as the antediluvian of Clan Giovanni. Some notable Hecata include Isabel Giovanni, who has infiltrated every single one of the major sects into like very high positions at one point or another. Poctli, the founder of the Pisanov bloodline, who actually died in order to create the conditions that led to the formation of the Hecata, and the Capuchin, who is the de facto political leader of the Hecata, and who may not even be one of their clan descended of Cappadocius
What
at all.
the
The
fuck?
clandestine and isolated Clan Banu Hakim, also known as the Assamites, or the Clan of the Hunt, represents the archetypal Orient-type vampire that is like from the Orient. That's like a thing. I mean, yeah, technically all vampire clans are from the Middle East because that was where the first city was located. I have a personal fascination with the Banu Hakim. I love them very much, and they are sort of modeled after the historical assassins down
this
to
is
the
gonna be
idea
so
that
badass.
they live
What?
in like a isolated mountain fortress called Alamut.
Are they a Sabat clan then, or are they just like a kind of like a neutral?
I think he's going over some of the neutral ones.
This is cool as fuck. I didn't know there's this much shit in this game. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
No, they
it's a
do
whole
kill
D&D.
people for money. Their main intended role in vampire society
neutral.
is as a sort
looked
of
it up.
law
Yeah.
enforcement. This
It
is
says,
also one of the main groups that they
pre-
like to embrace
5th
from,
edition, they're
specifically.
independent. In 5th edition, they're with the Camarilla.
Oh, this is so fucking.
But they're
cool.
mainly neutral, which makes
This is
sense for them
so
being assassins.
Fucking, I'm so fucking pumped, dude.
Investigators, because they have this drive to hunt down, if you will, the truth, and a propensity for self-sacrifice for a higher cause. They also like to get learned people, scholars, on board if they prove that they have a lot of
This is the most
dedication
badass clan.
to
What the
what
fuck?
they do over like an extended observation period. They also kinda used to like not embrace women. After a Banu Hakim has been embraced, they are subjected to a rigorous 7-year training program followed by another 7 years of
this is the
invention.
most badass one. They used to not embrace women.
So,
Hey,
how do
Boon.
I?
So when's that?
They changed. Okay,
They're reformed.
They
They're
got better,
reformed.
They reformed. They got better.
We love
They
to
got
see
better.
that
Sure.
improvement.
To the master,
Yeah. Shut up.
Leave the test, or if they show any amount of disobedience, their master straight up just
The ones
kills
that
them.
Caesar read.
Probably involving diablerie too, which is one of the reasons why the Banu Hakim have had a fairly strained relationship with the Camarilla at times, because in the Camarilla, that is considered the absolute worst crime a vampire could possibly commit. The clan has access to the disciplines blood sorcery, which is like the same thing that the Tremere have, the blood magic, celerity, which is
Damn,
super
they do
speed,
magic
and
too?
obfuscate,
What
which
the fuck,
allows
these
them
guys
to
are
become
awesome.
undetectable.
Okay,
In earlier
let's do
editions, they kind of had 3 different loadouts for disciplines because they had a warrior, a vizier, and a sorcerer cased. And their thing wasn't the same discipline as the Tremere. They had their own thing. It did have a greater focus on, like, blood magic in the actual literal sense of controlling blood, which in a vampire society you can imagine how scary that is. Their clan bane has changed a lot over the years for lore reasons. Currently it is the overwhelming urge when they taste the blood of another vampire to diablerize that vampire because they are attracted fundamentally to the blood of evildoers that need to be punished. And in a sense, being a vampire is such an unbelievable transgression against the natural order that it makes that irresistible to the Banu Hakim. Now, it used to be that each of the 3 castes had their own little clan bane, but the one they all shared was that their skin would grow darker with age. This is a real thing that used to be the case, and I guess someone at some point figured out.
Oh no.
Oh, Justin,
like
it's
the
it's the boy.
Idea
No,
to
the
have,
man of many
like,
faces.
it's ever so slightly a little bit problematic. In line with their bane is their compulsion to pass
Oh,
judgment.
Canada.
If someone that they know or in their presence does something that they consider to be unethical, they will feel an urge to drink from them, to enact punishment by taking some of their blood.
They're like
Which, of
vigilante
course, given that they're usually surrounded by
Or
vampires,
really dommy mommies.
would lead to the
Hell yeah.
problematic situation of it triggering their clan bane. The Banu Hakim Antediluvian is a guy called Hakim. And the story
My
that the
man.
Banu Hakim tell about him is that he basically embraced himself as a mortal by killing 2 immensely powerful vampires of the 2nd generation as punishment for their corruption. Some claim that his goal is to exterminate all vampires, which is almost definitely not true. But it's a convenient way to say, oh, those damned foreigners. Some notable Banu Hakim include Urshulgi, who rather recently awoke from torpor and looked around, just immediately took control of the clan and said, hang on, who is this Islam guy And why are you worshipping him instead of Hakim? Repent your idolatry or you will be destroyed immediately, which has kind of led to a schism that is currently plaguing the clan, where a lot of Banu Hakim sort of went to the Camarilla. Fatima al-Fakadi, who for a time was one of their most effective assassins and probably the first woman to ever be embraced into the clan, and Montgomery Kervin, who is a very young Sabbat-aligned or formerly Sabbat-aligned Banu Hakim, who through sheer luck in the early 1990s managed to become immensely powerful by diablerizing Mithras, the vengeful prince of London. The nomadic and deceitful clan Ravnos, also known as the Haunted or the Clan of Seekers.
Dude, I'm so afraid that I'm gonna see a clan like, this clan's so fucking cool, and then they're like,
I'm fucking playing, dude. But you've got to admit that shit
They're
funny.
fucking, listen, they're vampires, dude. They're not the good guys.
Yeah,
Is
they're not
supposed to
the good
represent
True.
the vampiric archetype of, how do I say this? How do I best put this?
Oh no.
They're gypsies. They're basically, the idea
Romani.
is that they're gypsies that will sneak. The Vampire the Masquerade, the first book came out in 1991. Cultural, like, sensitivities were a bit different back then. We're talking about, like, White Wolf, which even in 1994, which was a few years after Vampire came out, published this, World of Darkness Gypsies. That's the book where they had a real-life category of minority groups that they took.
Skipping them
a little bit as trickster, daredevil type people. And, like, just going away from ethnicity for a moment, those are really the preferred group that the Ravnos embrace from. Adrenaline junkies and, like, social outcasts that manage to make their own way in
Just
life.
like Warhammer,
Trailblazers,
yeah.
unperturbed with the strict rules of polite society, who like to pull pranks every once in a while, have a good sense of humor, and want to use their eternal unlife to actually see something of the world. In other words, absolute legends. The clan has access to the disciplines animalism, which is control over animals, obfuscate, which allows them to become undetectable, and presence, which is alluring charisma. The latter two form the amalgam power called chemistry, which used to be actually a discipline that they had, along with fortitude. Once again, a change I'm not particularly happy with for blah 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 reasons we've already gone into, but basically chemistry allows them to create illusions to fool other people. Their clan bane is doomed, which is in no way evocative of what that actually mechanically means, even though it makes sense in the lore,
so they're
once
like
again.
Rakdos
And basically
from,
it means that
Ravnica.
Huh? Say again?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, like the Rakdos guys from Ravnica from MTG, where they're just like, yeah. Listen, you wouldn't get it.
I don't.
It's a whole different lore.
Okay.
they need to sleep in a different location every night.
They turned them into.
This is. Hold on.
Now, I'm not talking like the other
Like,
side
the
of
thing
the
is
room,
they're
but at
badass.
least a kilometer away. Their common compulsion is to tempt fate, which really is
So
just...
these are the good vampire.
I don't know what they do.
the classic adrenaline junkie move of doing something extremely dangerous for no other reason than it would be cool. The Ravnos antediluvian is called Zarathustra, but he's also known as Drakian, and he very notably woke up from torpor in 1999, sending literally every single Ravnos in the entire world into a homicidal frenzy for a week. This obviously almost entirely destroyed the whole clan. The overwhelming majority of Ravnos just died during this time. And like, they used incredibly powerful Eastern vampires, which are a different category of vampires called Quajin, which are not even probably related to the vampires in Vampire the Masquerade. And wizards used a bunch of orbital satellite nukes to stop this guy from the
What?
path of
Damn.
destruction
What
coming
the
to India.
fuck?
Now you know
Holy
why
shit.
antediluvians can be kinda spooky. Some notable Ravnos include Khalil Ravana, who is deeply addicted to the act of diablerie, Alexis Sorokin, an unparalleled master thief who is being hunted by the Camarilla, and Sinavea, a rather ancient Ravnos who prefers to spend her time mentoring
that guy
younger
from orbit.
groups of vampires and sometimes other supernatural beings, usually while pretending to not be a vampire at all. The devout and pestilential clan
The
ministry,
OG vampires
also
could end the
known as
world
the
if they wanted to,
corruptors
they're
or the
that
followers
strong.
of Set,
Damn.
represents the kind of
That's why I like
demonic
their end times
vampire that
mythos
is
is
just
them coming
evil
back.
and opposed to all things that are good and proper Christian stuff. It functions as a sort of vampire church that puts out the official vampire religion, obviously, in their view. And it kind of functions in practice as like an anti-real church, which instead of espousing virtues, espouses doing sin. And by that I mean like all of the sin. They don't just like indulging in extreme hedonism, but also actively annihilating the compassionate fabric of society. They are serious cultists, and those are also like the exact kind of people that they want in their clan for their embrace. They're usually mortals who were already involved with their splintered and fractured devil cults while they were alive. And also, you can become a follower of Set no matter what clan you're from. Even as a vampire, you can essentially convert. That doesn't mean that you like change your abilities and get a new clan bane, but you are fully accepted into the clan and will be taught their powers. The whole embracing evil and corruption and destructive hedonistic indulgence does actually have a religious purpose, and that they believe that you need to go to the absolute limits of experience in order to be able to free yourself from the flesh prison that your soul is trapped in.
I
And
gotta
becoming
know
a
as hard as
vampire for them is
possible
just
to
the
free my
first
flesh prison.
Hell yeah, escape your fucking human beef burrito body and become skeleton.
Dude, I hate my beef
From a nut
burrito
so
body.
strong it dusts me.
I want to be like a little brain in like a little cube with wheels, you know? Just like
You
just
are a little
constantly
brain.
beaming. Well, like, no, shut the fuck up. I want to be like, you know, okay, you know in Ghost in the Shell, the series, there's like a robot.
You talked about this the other day. Yeah, the guy who put his brain into a little bucket robot.
Yeah, I think about that all the fucking time. I want to be that little bucket robot guy, dude. Like, I would
I think
do
you'd
just
be
like, a
like
stream.
the little like robot tank that they ride around in.
Dude, I'd be a little Tachikoma, dude. I'd be rolling around. I'd be fucking shit up.
I play
On
Phantasy
that
Star
journey.
Online. I'd fuck a robot.
Bro!
And once you have achieved that, you'll be in some sort of like perverse nirvana state that they all want to achieve. This plays heavily into the various doomsday cult aspects that they also have. The clan has access to the disciplines Obfuscate, which allows them to become undetectable, Presence, which is alluring charisma, and Protean, which allows them to gain animal traits and transform into animals, here usually snakes. This discipline used to be called Serpentis, and it was much more focused on like magic and magical aspects, but yet again, a whole clan's mechanical identity really needed to be condensed down into a single amalgam power. Honestly, if Vampire 5 didn't have the best hunger and humanity mechanics by like a light year of all the additions, I would despise it. Their clan bane is that they absolutely abhor the light, and not just sunlight, but any bright light. Even like a full moon, you know, it doesn't hurt them specifically, but they find it very irritating. And if they ever are exposed to sunlight, it is especially damaging to them. Their clan compulsion is transgression, which is about manipulating people into breaking their most sacred ethical and moral precepts, spreading corruption everywhere they go. The ministry antediluvian is none other than the Egyptian god Set, which is why most of the clan is situated in and around Europe and the general Maghreb sort of region. And the thing about Set is that he worships well, it's not even demonic anymore sort of entity that exists in the Great Void, and all it wants to do is destroy and be evil and spread corruption. Some notable ministers include Kementiri, who is a corrupter so vile that the Camarilla created a whole slew of extremely powerful institutions just to hunt her down.
What the
Nefertiti,
fuck?
a very powerful, pure, unadulterated narcissist who sees herself
That's my
as
kind
the
of pixie
rightful
manic
vampire
dream
queen
girl,
of
whatever.
all of Europe, and
kinda
she has
cute.
managed to turn several animals, especially snakes, into vampires. And
What the
Hesha
fuck?
Ruhadze, a scholar of the occult so renowned that his sire actually renamed himself into Abu Ruhadze, so like the father of Ruhadze. Also, he has like a really cool monocle. And that's it. That's the 13
Dude, what the
clans.
fuck? Those people are all
There
really
is also
badass.
something called caitiff, which is vampires that don't know what their clan is. They sometimes have very interesting combinations of disciplines and are not really bound to the disciplines of their clan, which is sometimes the exact reason why their sire abandoned them. While that may sound very cool, bear in mind that caitiff are the absolute lowest of the low in vampire society. No one likes them, no one wants anything to do with them. It's not really advisable to play one. So there you go. Even if before watching this you knew nothing about Vampire the Masquerade, now you have a functional, basic knowledge of what you maybe should be aware of if you're going to play the game. There is a lot of VTM lore out there, and that isn't even touching on all of the other World of Darkness properties. Even the clans I mentioned have like huge swathes that I couldn't even begin to get into. If you found any of them particularly interesting, I highly recommend the White Wolf Wiki for further information, or if you prefer video learning, I can recommend the Primogens channel, who has a lot of in-depth videos on most of the clans. If you want to see how Vampire the Masquerade is actually played, check out LA by Night, which is an actual play podcast set in the California Anarch Free State, with some tremendous characters played by very talented actors, and a game master that is so excellent, I personally count him among probably like the top 5 in the entire world for any system. They even have like a only recently embraced fish out of water, don't know what is going on type character, which is excellent because they explain to her a lot of the important things that are the case about the vampire world. So it's great for people who have no idea
What
about
was it called again?
the lore. And look, ultimately, while they may be interesting, it doesn't matter how much lore you consume of Vampire the Masquerade.
LA by
ultimately,
Night.
what the game experience is about around most tables is for it to be a game of personal horror. It's about your relationships and your struggles with the vampiric condition, the political maneuvering inside a very rich and, dare I say, realistic world packed full of mystery. Thank you so much for watching this monstrous video. Like, comment, subscribe, share this to your relevant communities, but do not spam them. Consider supporting me on Patreon or Subscribestar, buying some of my merchandise or my short story collection. And in that spirit, boy, this was a long one. Probably the longest video I've ever done.
Good movie.
I did this.
There's this video.
I woke up one
Good
morning
movie.
and I decided,
Hang
you know
on, let me
what?
get that link and put it in my
Dude,
chat
like,
as
just
well.
take 2 weeks out of the video making schedule to work like a long time every day.
Get
to
this
get
guy a
this
better
done.
suck.
And this basically like
Just upgrade the
suspended
sock.
everything else in my life to do this. Very strange, but I've been enjoying it. So maybe if you like this
So,
sort of long form content,
One of the big things they used to
5
do
people-
before the pandemic like ruined everything is they would do a masquerade ball, like a full RP IRL event in New Orleans every year.
Wait, that's
where people
sick.
would just they would just show up and pretend to be vampires from this game system.
What the fuck?
And I was like, that was something growing up where I was like, I can't. I'm old enough and I
There
go to
was-
the masquerade, and then like COVID and everything, and I'm like,
I may have seen that.
Kraken would love that.
Kraken would, he wouldn't fit in, dude. They're
He would
actual
go as
vampires.
Cronovan, dude.
Holy fuck.
And what's
I don't know if there's
that,
anything else to watch. I think we
LA by
fucking
Night
smashed
has
it.
characters from the Bloodlines game being played, so maybe don't check that out first unless you want to play the game.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the game first for sure.
yeah,
I
'cause
don't
some of those
know.
characters are super important to lore. So
I don't know if there's any other videos we should watch. I
That
feel
was
like this one
sick.
covered so much.
Dude, that was like...
The clans are like the main one, other than like how masquerade laws work and stuff, which we kind of got from the other.
Well, we
video.
got that from the other video, and then we got
And
like
also
how
there's-
Embracing works and like Elysium and like the factions.
How exactly does embracing work again? What was that concept? It's like
you have to
becoming
drain somebody's
yeah.
of all of their blood, and then they have to drink your blood, like a vampire's blood.
Yeah.
And that's how they become a vampire.
Nos run win. You know, Sci-Fi is gonna do the Nos run, but I feel like you're not going to experience any of the story at all. In fact, you're not going to be playing the game, because you can't.
Dude, I'm actually excited to play this game.
I
fucking
highly
down,
recommend your
like,
first
I've
run.
always loved the idea of World of Darkness, but I've never done any like actual research into it.
Don't. Even my chat says don't do the Nos run first because you.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be fun,
Okay.
but you won't. You can probably beat the game as a Nosferatu, but you will not experience any of the quests outside the main quest line. If that, and also the game wasn't finished,
Right? Because
so
like,
you probably won't even do that without mods.
Right.
You would.
It's like the people, like, if anyone looks at me, the Masquerade is broken immediately.
Yeah, you have to hide in the sewers, which, by the way, is the worst part of the entire game, is the sewers. So I highly don't recommend doing Nosferatu runs.
Fuck it, I'll probably be the fucking wizard guys.
Dude, yeah, the wizard guys are pretty cool. I might do another Bruja run. I really like the Bruja. Or which ones are the best with guns? I might do a gun run.
Jack's surprised when he gets Bruja in the quiz. I think I might play my fourth playthrough as Bruja. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I might do Bruja again. I might be Brujaing it up. Well,
you are such a Bruja, Boon.
I'm
that's
Bruja
very
for
Bruja
life.
of you.
I'm a Brutemkin main. What can I say?
Temkin. Dude, Brujas would play grapplers. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They are grapplers. It's fucking great. You literally like will get shot at by everyone, and you're like, haha, I don't care. I'm Bruja, and you just punch him a bunch. What's the class in that game that's good with guns? I want to do a gun run, I think, because I never really got to do one of those, or magic run. Those are my two options. I'm gonna go with. Chad, do you know? Does anyone remember?
Someone in my Discord already gave me the info on like the unofficial patch and like how to put it in.
There's the unofficial patch. There's the HD patch, and then there's also a thing called the guild.
Yeah,
it's
they
like
said.
I don't know if that conflicts with it. If they can also link to that.
They said info. They said basic patch is the base game plus bug fixes plus restored content that was either broken or hidden in the game files. There's also the plus patch, which is everything included with the basic patch that also adds fan recreations of content that was intended to be in the game, i.e. planned content that was cut entirely or left unimplemented.
That I might do that and also add the, if I can, the guild one. I don't know. I'll have to check and make sure what is and what isn't in and stuff, just in case. But the cut content can be good or bad. I heard that the voice acting is inconsistent in the content plus, but like, you know, if it's bad, it's funny. You know, if it's like bad
I don't give a fuck. I love bad voice acting.
Malkavian stun might be good combo with guns. I want to do like a gun run build, I think, for this next one. Because every time I've always done Bruja Fist Boy, and I just fuck shit up so bad. Like, I'll fuck up motherfuckers until like boss fights, in which case you just get absolutely fucking owned. Which you're going to find out really fast, unless your build's really good, that you will just, certain bosses are just damage checks because the game never got finished or balanced. So some of the bosses are like unbeatable without like some preconceived knowledge on how to fight them, because they just out damage you.
Well,
it's
here's
really
the
stupid.
thing. I could buy Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines for $20, or I could pay $829 and get it in the Activision bundle.
Whoa! That's great. That's like what I make in a month. Go on ahead, bud. Go fucking do it.
I think it's kind of a good deal, considering
Again,
that I already have one of 53 items in my library, so I have a discount.
Subscribe to this guy. I think he did a good job.
Yeah, that dude's awesome.
There was some bits where I was like, whoa, but then he like put context to it, so you know he definitely seems like he's in the right place. I like his stuff.
Knows his
Pretty
shit.
good. He knows his shit. I wonder if there's anything else he has for this. I think this is like the main like body of it. Whoa! He's got a lot of videos. What the hell? He's got a fuck ton.
This
of
dude's
videos.
a content creator.
He is a content creator. What a content creator.
So a lot of people.
True patch? Oh, this is just look at in my game recommendations. Tell Side to use this mod. True patch. Bloodlines Gold Edition. The True Patch is a series of unofficial patches from Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines created to maintain blah 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 blah. The unofficial patch. It's like the patch plus.
So
but
this is it's just bugs. It's just bug fixes and modernizations, but it's
fixes
not.
The game doesn't add content.
Content.
I played the game first time through with that, but if you want to play with cut content, go on ahead. I think that the game in itself is good once you get it working either way, even with some.
Well,
of the
I think yeah, just a basic patch to get it working would be good, so I could experience the base game. But honestly, I'm probably only gonna play through it once, so I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it is what it is, but the original story and everything is pretty fucking good. They have the guy who played Bender as one of the main voice actors. They have a bunch of really good voice actors. Yeah.
I had a crush on that character growing up. Wait, no, sorry, not Smiling Jack. It was a different character.
A Smiling Jack. Yeah, Smiling Jack's voice actor. Just so good. So good.
You should
a
look up
lot
the
of really
voice
good
cast.
voice acting.
It's super insane.
It's super insane, and the game just flopped so hard. It's so depressing because it's the only Masquerade game where they actually got this shit right, I feel like. And then they just kind of like,
there's another Bloodlines game that came before it, but I don't know.
Yeah, someone was talking about
I think you play as like some Inquisitor dude or something.
Yeah, it's like whatever, dude. I might play that one too. Fuck it. If someone
just for fuck it.
Put that in my game recommendations too. Fuck you, chat. God, what else should we do? What else is there left to do, chat?
No more vampire?
I think we covered everything. What's there left to fucking cover? Like unless there's like some really specific.
I mean, there's like really specific lore we could dig into.
What?
But, like,
none of these bros have like lore on each clan individually, or like.
They do, but I feel like they're gonna be very methodical. It's gonna be like very like 2 hours long for one clan kind of deal, explaining the entire.
I think for like a broad overview, like we did cover a lot of ground.
I would like to know about the antediluvians, like the most badass ones. Like I want something that condenses down all the most badass antediluvians, and also what the fuck is a diluvian and why is there an antediluvian?
Because antediluvian, it's the third generation of vampires, and they lived before the biblical like flood. And then that's antediluvian literally translates to before the flood.
Before the flood, and those motherfuckers are just cracked as fuck. But you can also become an antediluvian by diablerizing an antediluvian or outliving an antediluvian as like the last. Or is that no? There's a name for like the head of a house. No, what's the name for someone who's? Well, like no head like the top of the top. Primogen. There we go. So the antediluvian can be a primogen, but if the antediluvian dies, then the primogen is just there's another one person that becomes the primogen, but they're not an antediluvian, so they're not. It's not.
And the antediluvians are so ancient that they're like myth.
Yeah, princes just run a city. They're still pretty powerful though. Mm-hmm. But then there's Cain.
But every clan is based on like the ideals or like the worship of one of the antediluvians. From what we learned,
not the worship, but they're literally they're descendant of that diluvian.
Okay. So it's like
but
it's all
we're so far removed from that because it's modern times that they see that as like talking about Egyptian gods or Greek gods. Like it's just like mythos, right?
Gotcha.
That's fucking cool.
But is it literally true? Yes. Are vampires from the West? Yes. And is it fucking badass? Yeah.
Also, there's like other things in that universe that aren't vampires.
Yeah, there's a werewolf.
Yeah, there's a bunch of like
werewolves, ghosts, zombies.
There's like a bunch of World of Darkness games. Like there's like mage, changeling. Werewolf.
There's like a golem, there's gargoyles, there's like everything, but like I wonder if they go into those or if it's just like vampires are the main focus in that universe. Yeah, because there's also werewolves. Are there werewolf families? Like how does that work?
Werewolf Apocalypse, Mage the Ascension, and then just World of Darkness, which is
Those are like their own
big
books.
ones.
Those
And
are
then-
like what you would have as add-ons. to the
Yeah,
main
and then
rule book.
Changeling is like a separate one they made.
Werewolves have tons of fucking lore. What the fuck?
So you could do werewolves, bro.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean you're playing a different game, but they're all in the same setting.
Oh, so
like
the
the
werewolf ones would be like an offset, but they all kind of mutually exist within each other at the same time.
Yeah, it's a different like system. Like there's different rules and it's designed differently, but it's all in the same setting, which is the thing with World of Darkness.
Because realistically, it's not like D&D, where it's like a roving party of like like a werewolf and this and that. You know.
I'm so confused. I need a lot of context for whatever that is. I need so much context. I don't know what to. Is there anything else you want? We should watch, chat. Is there anything else we should watch? Kakuro?
The original
we
World
should
of Darkness games were all vastly different systems. There's also demons, which aren't very explored, I don't think.
There's demons? What the fuck? There's a new werewolf book too. The old books don't mix well between the new systems. Well, I can tell after hearing what that guy had to say about some of the old lore, which was pretty fucking wild. Holy shit. Oh boy.
Dude, I'd be down to
watch that
read
video
the
after
fucking
Shipwrights.
World of Darkness changelings, because I fucking love changelings.
I mean, you could play as the you can play as the shape-shifting clan in that game. I don't know if you can shape-shift though. I don't remember. Can you, chat? I don't remember.
I don't think so. You can play Gangreals, but maybe you can become a wolf? I don't know. I don't think. I never played Furry Clan.
Yeah, they turn into aminals.
Yeah.
Apparently right now, this time in the lore is like the most conflicting because people don't know what's canon or not anymore, which is fine because that's the same case for Warhammer right now. So it's
fuck it, dude. Whatever
just
you
pick and choose.
Yeah,
man.
pick and choose what you think is the best, and that's your canon that you play with at your table.
I mean, it's about same with D&D. D&D's been in that sphere for like a bajillion years. You just kind of mix and match
remember
what
when
you
fucking
want.
the 3rd edition came out and they had the fucking their 4th edition came out, they had the fucking spell plague because they changed how magic worked and everybody fucking hated that shit. Just pick the lore that you like and that's what's canon to your game.
But I get it. There is a lot of things are suffering from that lately because there's not. I don't know what it is. If it's like the digital age has fucked them or not, because it's hard to monetize tabletop games now. Even though it's easier than ever to like get a tabletop game out there. It's hard to keep a big one like D&D.
Yeah, it's because a lot of it's been the rise of indie tabletop games recently, which I think is an overall good, but it definitely makes it harder for like the
larger
big
systems
titans to like stand out. When there's like a million systems that are all like, hey, we do this super unique thing, and then D&D has to be the one that appeals to everybody, it ends up just being generic.
Yeah, and that's the sad thing is I think as time goes on, we're going to see more of that happening. But I mean, whatever, more indie titles, I guess. But at the same time, it is kind of cool seeing something that has
Plus, here's
millions
the thing.
of dollars.
The best thing about D&D is that it's a good foundation for you to build your own ideas on top of. Like, I would much rather, if I had a cool, like, fantasy idea, like, fit it into the framework of D&D than write my own system.
Then write your own system because it's already there and it already works. It's kind of like, it sounds really dumb and it's not really a fair comparison or even related, really. But, you know how there's no video game out there that is an RP video game, right? It's every game that's ever been a successful RP game, at least multiplayer I'm talking about, has always started as a video game that is not roleplay, like Grand Theft Auto or Gary's Mod, where the tools, all the assets are focused around this entire world, but the roleplay is just kind of built around a fan base or like a bunch of like a skeleton crew of coders, right? Same with D&D. Like you can make your own story off of it and stuff, but like it has built the framework, like a super robust framework. And obviously it was built around roleplay, but it has a super robust framework and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars put into it, and that's why it works so well. But without that, like, you're kind of stuck. You're relegated to the world that's built for you in like an indie title, which I guess you could still kind of like pick and choose the lore, but it's much more limited, I guess, if that makes sense.
Well,
So,
also
like,
a lot of indie games stand out by
having
having a unique setting. Like,
Yeah.
like there's like a good example would be like something like Blades in the Dark, which is very much built around this setting that's like very Dishonored inspired. Like, and it'd be hard to play that game in a different setting.
I'd like to do tabletop games again, but I always feel like I just get so fucking bored. I like watching people play them. I don't like playing them. Unless I'm like the DM. Like, I feel like that's the only time I've ever truly fully enjoyed.
I want to get your ass in a D&D or a tabletop game.
I've had so many DMs in my time where I play with them and I'm like, I'd rather be DMing right now. Your DMing's good, but I'd rather DM. Like, it's every DM I've ever had, I just think about that. And like, and they could be a much better DM than me, but I've just never had a campaign where I feel like my character really mattered outside of like the dice roll. You know, like out of my damage output I've done. Like, I've never felt. I want more story or adventure. I want a super adventure-centric focused like campaign. Like, that's what I would play. I don't really care for fighting in D&D. That's just boring to me. I hate whenever combat happens in D&D, I literally fall asleep. Or I play Minecraft while it's going on. I cannot stand the combat D&D. I think it's boring. When I DM, I actually, as much as I can, I will cut corners. I won't tell, like, obviously I won't like let my players look at the rule books or the monster books. And I'll literally cut the monsters' health in half and double their damage. Just so combat's faster, like just to get the fuck out of the way, because I can't stand combat. It's so fucking boring. It takes 5 hours.
I build a bunch of stuff in my games like to make because I like mechanically complex combat. That's what I like. So like I build like enemies with like unique abilities and stuff like that, and like custom made. So like that's what keeps it interesting for me.
I think every time I've ever played it, I always played a fighter because I just don't give a shit. And I don't even, you're probably right. I might like your shit because whenever I've ever played D&D, if I play a fighter or a barbarian or whatever melee class I pick, I always opt to like ask the DM what's around me. I'm like, what's around me right now? What's around? Like, there's a barrels here, there's this, there's that. And I'll always end up getting like the feats that allow me to use objects around me the most.
Improvised weapons.
Yeah. In 3.5, they had improvised weapons, and they had like, I think there's one called like Tavern Brawler. Yeah, and like I'd always pick those two, and I'd be like, bam! I wouldn't even use my weapon, which was better. I would just go around throwing explosive barrels at motherfuckers and being stupid and jumping. I should probably play a monk.
They have a Drunken Master Monk, which is like gets like advantage with improvised weapons and stuff.
Yeah, I'd probably play something like that, but I just like I like the idea of wearing armor and every now and then using my sword, but more like my DMs always hated me. I'd either play that or like some kind of caster that would just have fireball with a rod of maximization, and I'd just sit there and one-shot entire fucking groups. Like, oh no, I usually die from fall damage, chat. Every D&D campaign, my first character to die in a long time died from a cave collapsing, and he literally did a Gandalf moment where he was gripping on the ledge and the cave was falling apart, and I said, "Fly, you fools," and I fell. And he was like a dwarven fighter. It was fucking hilarious. I remember between combat or like extreme moments, our DM, he's actually pretty good at it now that I think about it. He would take us outside, he'd light up a cigarette, and he would talk with you. And when he lit up a cigarette and he pulled you aside specifically, you knew you were going to fucking die soon. You know? Because my character was holding on to the ledge. He's like, okay, let's take a break there for now. All right, hey, Boon, I need to talk to you, man. Let's fucking figure this shit out. He lit up a cigarette. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. He's like, hey, man, you don't mind if I kill your character. We can, like, keep your character going, but I think it'd be way cooler if your character died here. And it would probably make the campaign more interesting. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. Then I'd re-roll a character and come back in, but like it was I don't know. I like campaigns where you can fucking die. Like it's
Yeah.
easy to die. I like that a lot. Like,
dude, because I am also super down for that because I'm like old school D&D where it's like your character can just like get his head chopped off by an orc and then you're like, that's it, new
that's
character.
it. Well, like I like the idea of like you have to fuck up. Like the DM will give you subtle like foreshadowings, and if you keep missing them, you just fucking eat shit. Or you die in combat because you picked a fight with someone you very clearly shouldn't have picked a fight with, like a dragon. That definitely, you're like level 3. You have no, like no normal human's gonna be like, I'm gonna fight that fucking dragon. Like, it's not like you pick a fight with the wrong motherfucker, you die. But I'm kind of wondering, you do like you like work with content creators and stuff. So do you try to figure out ways to not? Is that like is this fucked up to ask, like a magician revealing his tricks? But do you try to like make sure that people don't die in your campaigns?
No, because here's the thing. I just run for my friends, and like my friends happen to also be content creators. But I set up very like one of the things that I make sure to set up with every group of players is that it's like in my games very much so like your success is completely dependent on you. Like the enemy, like I as the DM am not gunning to kill your characters, but the enemies that you're fighting are trying to win. Like, and they will, like, they won't pull their punches.
So you're very much old style, because I've seen, I don't know how like everyone else works, but I know a lot of people get really attached to their characters.
Well,
so it's like
yeah, because
hard to...
I'm of the belief that if you have like a thing that you're gonna give your players as like the victory, then like that victory is only gonna feel real to them if the danger of them failing is also real.
I like that. That's something I feel like I'm missing in campaigns. Like, my favorite thing in a D&D campaign is actually dying. Because then it really solidifies what your character was to the rest of the party. And then also it's kind of funny, because sometimes you can die in really stupid fucking ways. Like, we had like a fucking murder hobo in our group. But he was really helpful, but the problem is he kept killing all the important characters off because his characters just didn't like them. So we just ended up killing him on the top of like this Mount Everest place.
One of the best campaigns I played in recently was when we ended in a total party kill to a white dragon, because we were on the run from the law and we just took shelter in a cave, and that cave was a fucking white dragon's lair, and he fucking burrowed through the walls and picked us off one by one like a fucking horror movie.
That's fucking... Dude, I want something like that where you're going to die. It's just, how are you going to die?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the world is truly grimdark.
Dude,
how long can you pull your punches?
Yeah, and but it was me. It was down to like me and like our like last fucking like orc guy, and he was like, I'm gonna distract the dragon and you run away, and I'm like, no, let's both run away, you fucking idiot. And he just threw himself into the dragon while I was trying to get him to run away, and we both died.
I think that's like the magic of it though, Chad, is like having like Sai said, having a threat that's tangible and real, and actually make the victory feel like, if you pulled it off, like, holy fuck moment. Like, it's like you pulled off an Iron Man.
Yeah, you get to enjoy it more.
But with
if you feel like you earned it.
Like, that's what I'd want to go for. I'd want to, like, just... I wouldn't mind dying either. Unless it was, like, a long campaign, like, we made it so fucking far, we played so carefully, yeah, then maybe then, but, like, I don't like long campaigns. Because I feel like, for me, D&D is specifically, just any tabletop is specifically constructed to have obviously like an overarching super narrative, right? But then like all the other narratives in between are their own isolated bubbles that you bounce between on the way to the big bad, right? Because that's how it's structured, and that's how you don't have a fucking migraine when your party goes off track into a different story, because you can just put them in here's another bubble for you. You know, like, it doesn't need to all be a part of the main. You know, you can fucking...
I love sandbox campaigns where I give like the party like, here's your big goal, and how you get there is entirely like your choice.
Yeah, that's like the magic of it is the illusion or the actual practical player decision.
Like how you get from point A to point B is entirely up to the players, and even the DM doesn't have like the answer.
Well, here's my question for you as a DM. Do you look at the player archetypes and then build the campaign around them, or do you? And when I say player archetypes, I mean like, so for reference, chat, there is like in the DM book. I remember as a kid reading it. It kind of gives you a basic idea that for tabletop games, every person falls within a kind of specific archetype or multiple versions of one. And there'll be people who like to min-max, and there'll be people who... And this is like 3.5, so I'm really impressed they understood this shit even back then. There's people who like role-playing, there's people who like exploring, there's people who just like understanding in-depth mechanics. There's people who literally just want to be in a tavern all day. Like, it covers all of them, and it kind of tells you, like, here's how you handle these kinds of players. Because, like, it's a mixed bag. Like, you're trying to get all these players together and
well, I think there's different ways that you can attach them to combat. Like for a character that's like super roleplay focused. Like say I put an enemy in front of them and they have like some kind of RP connection to this enemy, because like then like you're engaged in fighting this orc warlord, like not just because he's the miniature that I put on the table, but because this orc warlord like fucking burn down your whole village or some shit like that.
Your wife.
Damn, that's a good story for Joe. We could write a whole campaign for Joe around that idea. Oh my god, but tell for 25 months.
But yeah, there's always different ways to get people engaged with combat, and as far as building encounters go, I always the way that I calculate enemy health is I take the average damage that party would do in a round, I multiply it by the amount of rounds that I have, and I use that as an HP pool for the enemies.
Wait, say that again. My head just skipped. Like
so,
what you just...
so if a party does average like 40 damage a round, and I want the combat to go 6 rounds, then I do 40 times 6, so I have 240, and then every enemy I place down, I subtract their HP from that 240.
So what you're saying is you kind of do a similar thing I did as a kid, but more complex and interesting. You actually like balance out the encounters in like a fun, meaningful way.
Yeah. And like for big bad guys, I usually give them one cool ability that they get, but it only unlocks per each round of combat.
That's fucking terrifying. Discovered mechanics.
Well, because it like scales then. Like you have like at the start of the fight, they're whipping out their like basic abilities, and then as the fight goes on, they pull out stronger and stronger shit.
So that's another thing DMs have a lot of trouble with, and there's a lot of mechanics DMs make to kind of detract from that. Like, I know Brett, he has like a mechanic where you roll to discover a mechanic of a boss. Like, do you just kind of like, this boss is winding up a super omega attack? Like, how do you communicate a devastating mechanic to a player?
At the start of combat, you can roll perception or survival checks depending on the enemy, and then certain enemies, usually bosses, have a trait that I call shared insight, where essentially you get to roll a perception check for free every turn. And then if you beat
you're always rolling in a boss fight to make sure that you figure out
and then if you
mechanic.
and then I give them a list of the names of all the abilities, and then if you beat the DC of that perception check, you get to pick one and learn what it does.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool, because I like the idea of it, but like at the same time you don't want to reveal too much. That's interesting. Because like,
so they hear the names and they can see what the abilities are doing when he uses them. Like when he uses it, they see like what it does, and they know the name of the ability that he used, but they don't know the
it's
exact
a show not tell.
So
I
they can
like that.
well, they can kind of guess in the combat, right? So like if they see like a big AoE attack, they're like, oh, I bet that's this ability. So we don't really need to identify that right now.
I feel like a lot of DMs lack that ability to communicate what's happening at the table outside of like roleplay, and that's why I don't like a lot of combat. Is because a lot of times it kind of boils down to you are fighting a bunch of kobolds. These kobolds are dangerous. They do these attacks. You're like, okay, well, I guess I just hit the kobolds until they're all gone, and then I get my EXP, or maybe one of us dies, and like that's it.
You need someone who, one, likes to be a little lavish with story. Somebody who takes pleasure in you getting hurt, because they will go through great lengths to describe how you're fucking enemies, but also how you get fucked up, right? So it makes it combat more interesting when they're talking about how you're how you're specifically cleaving through this orc, right?
That's the beauty of it, is I feel like a lot of DMs they want to get you through combat because a lot of people just want number go up, right? Like a lot of people just think about the level up, but that's not where
I do raid bosses in my D&D. It's sick.
And that's the best part, is having those raid mechanics and having actual mechanics. I feel like D&D suffers from an issue of like you said, it's very generic fantasy, right? So it's got very generic combat, and that's why so many.
Well, that's
DMs,
why I have my own setting.
Yeah, and that's why every DM has their own settings.
If you want,
and they have their own rules.
then
A lot
you'll
of the best DMs I've seen so far, the ones that show, or the ones that have been in for a while, are ones that don't follow the rules. They just use it as Python. They just use it as a base, they're just okay, it's a really good base. It's really simple to use, but it's very malleable in a way that it allows a lot of discovery for players, even if they've read the rule books, because you could just add so many new mechanics, so many new ways to roll a dice. There's so many new ways to roll, and I don't know, you said the mechanic thing, discovering a boss mechanic, or just different systems in which you can. I don't. I wish they would condense down some of the shit.
Dude,
That's
I'm
the one thing.
I'm gonna show you one of my bosses.
That's one of the things that bothers me about D&D, is that there's so much shit. Even in 3.5, there was a role for every conceivable skill, and I feel like you could melt down half of those into the same skill. There's appraisal, and then there's I don't know, something for selling shit, which is also appraisal, and then there's a charisma that plays into that, and it's Jesus Christ, there's just too many layers and too many bonuses. Just melt it down into something easier, so I don't have to look at my fucking paper every 10 seconds. You love 5e. I love 3.5, but I also hated it. Let's see that boss.
Yeah, I'm getting it up, and then I'll screen share.
Blair, how many campaigns have you done? I feel like you played D&D or a tabletop or two.
No, I haven't done that many. I've only done a few with my cousin. I did one with crew back in the day, which was funny because I was playing a rogue, and I tried to roll to loot a bunch of gold and conceal it in my tits. And then every time I'd make bad rolls, coins would fall out of me, and people gradually became more and more aware that I just stole this gold from the treasure trove.
Stole this gold.
I was trying to steal this gold, but the sound of my thicky change pockets keeps alerting my team.
Hold on, let me look at your stream.
So this is one of the bosses that they fought early. This is a level 3 boss. You can see his art in the bottom left. This is the Skittering Tear, and he's a big burrowing giant bug thing. So he's got some features that are revealed at the start. This is his multi-attack. He does 2 claws or a bite, or 2 claws that have reach. He has burrow, where he can go underground. He can pull beneath, which means that he can make a bite attack, and if it hits, he pulls you down underground. And he has a thing that triggers upon his death called acid expulsion.
Wait, before you go any further into acid expulsion, what are you using as software?
This is Foundry.
Foundry, okay, because I use Fantasy. I think Fantasy Roll. What was it fucking called? I can't remember. Fantasy Ground, which was antiquated as fuck for its time, but it
Foundry
worked.
is so good. So he's got his basic attacks. So these are his main actions that he unlocks a new one of these every round, and some of them are actions, some of them are bonus actions, some of them are reactions. So acid expulsion is when he gets below a certain health threshold. I think when he gets below 50%, basically all of his wounds swell up with his acidic blood, and everyone within a radius of him has to make a dex save or take acid damage.
That's fucked. That's like a fucking health check.
But
dude.
if you identify it, then you can play around it. So what they actually did is they identified acid expulsion early, So when they were getting him down to half health because they knew the trigger conditions, they had only the tanks stay in to do that damage, and then everyone else went outside of the radius.
So they actually identified the mechanic, and then they kind of like World of Warcrafted it. And they actually were like, okay, tanks, stay in.
So,
well, like, okay, how do you allow your players to communicate in combat? That's another big one.
I let them. I say that you can talk out of character in combat and communicate.
But how long? I know there's like different rules for different DMs. I
just let them have it. Like just you go as long as you want, playing as much as you want. Yeah.
My DM was like, you can only spout about maybe 1 and at most 2 sentences during a combat phase because...
Let me show you my final boss. This is actually what I'm most proud
Which is probably another reason why I didn't enjoy combat, was there's not a lot of roleplay in combat. You can only say like a sentence.
This is the eye.
Okay.
This is custom art that Luca did.
There's a melty man in there.
So this is a Warforged Warlock who fused with his patron, and he was the final boss of my most recent campaign. And the reason why he's a Warforged is to tie into this character, 3 the Observer's backstory, who was also a Warlock of the same patron.
Wait, aren't Warforges just alive armor? Why is he all fleshy? He just fused his patron flesh, and then he fused with his patron?
Yes, he fused with his patron.
Okay.
His patron is like an ancient primordial dragon.
Wow, what the fuck? That's a weird choice for a Warforged to become meat. That's kind of cool.
Well, because he's so in my world, all Warforged have a purpose, and he's an observer unit, which means that his goal was to gather as much knowledge as he could to observe everything. And then that led to him being consumed by this ancient primordial dragon when he learned like forbidden knowledge and shit. So he has a bunch of...
what the fuck?
He has a bunch of phases. He has 3 different phases. He has 600 health, and each of these phases trigger when he reaches a certain health threshold. So this is the mechanic, phase shift. This boss has 3 phases, during which it acquires a new set of abilities. Phase shifts can be triggered in 2 ways, either through the use of special abilities revealed during the fight, or by lowering his HP below a certain threshold. If he reaches his final phase shift, the fight is declared a victory, even if he has HP remaining. And then he has shared insight. At the start of each player character's turn, they roll a DC 13 perception check. If they succeed, they can identify one of the creature's currently active traits. And then he had this, which is unique to him, which is ICU. He's immune to the blinded condition. He knows the exact location of all creatures within a 120-foot radius, because he's the all-seeing eye. So you can't hide from him.
That's kind of fucking scary.
He's a
dragon at one point.
Yeah,
he's kind of like the first dragon in WoW, where he was like a proto Drake that was like super big meat boy, and then he like...
Yeah, sort of like that.
But like this is how the fuck did he become a meat boy? Was he always meat boy?
No. So the all-seeing eye is one of the primals in my world, which are like ancient, like eldritch beings that have existed since the beginning of time. So he basically took this ancient primal like dragon that had all his knowledge and tried to basically control it by fusing.
But then it controlled him.
Yes, and then it controlled him. So he's got 2 basic attacks. He's got a bite and a necrotic ray, a melee attack and a range attack, which is what I usually appear them. But these are his phase shift abilities. So the ones with the black squares on them are the phase shifts. So if you identify these, it says phase shift. After this ability has been revealed, if he loses HP from 5 or more special damage types in 1 round, the phase will advance. That means, so if you do like fire, acid, necrotic, radiant, and then like cold damage to him all in 1 round, then you automatically get him to the next phase. So
so you can figure out mechanics that actually shortcut you into the next...
Yes. So you could either just beat him outright by reducing his HP to the next threshold. So if he has 600 HP flat to start, the phase shift automatically triggers every 200 damage, or you can do the mechanic to activate the phase shift early. And then during this first phase, he has 3 actions that he can do. He can do Fallen Giant, which is all creatures within him make a saving throw. He makes a bite attack against all creatures who fail. He has this one where he makes 3 attacks against any creature he can see regardless of range. On a hit, the target is grappled. And this one, which is until this phase ends, all of the Eye's attacks add 1 stack of poison to any target hit. At the start of a creature's turn, they take 1d6 damage per stack of poison they have. All poison stacks are cleared after first phase shift. So this one is like a DPS race phase. So they have to clear it like as fast as possible, essentially.
Do the phases, like, so every phase you don't revert, like, so for example, like Fallen Giant or Deep Breath, if they went to the next phase, you wouldn't see that mechanic again after that.
Right, because he changes to his next
Changes
set
everything.
of
Okay,
abilities
so
when he
it
goes
always
to a
mixes it
next
up, and they
phase.
had to just stay on their toes for this fight. That's cool. That's fucking cool as fuck. I never really thought of it that way, because whenever I looked at, like, the, I was a kid, though. Whenever I looked at, like, the monster manual, I'd be like, oh, they just have all these abilities. I never thought, like, maybe introducing each one of these individually to a player for a boss fight could be interesting. Instead of just like, here it is! Here's the doppelganger with 1,000 attacks!
Oh, yeah, well, because this was the final boss, so this was an entire session fighting this guy. So, like, he had to have enough to, like, stay alive. So his second phase is the truth and so much more, which is after this ability is revealed, if he's hit by 3 or more critical hits in a single round, the phase advances. So this is for, like, this is the buff stacking phase, where they want to, like, use the help action to give each other advantage, like, stack action surges and stuff like that, and really go for as many chances at hitting a nat 20 as possible. And if they get 3, free phase shift. And this is where his abilities start to move up a little bit, rather than just being straight damage. So, he has Twin Souls, which is at the start of each of his turns, he summons 1d6 eyeballs. So he has a little add enemy, which are these little eyeballs.
Oh, little eyeballs in the ground, dude.
Yeah. If there are more than 8 eyeballs on the field at the start of his turn, all eyeballs detonate, dealing 76 fire damage to any creature within 20 feet of an eyeball.
That art's really good, by the way. The eye in that eyeball is eyeball in it, like the main one, the primordial.
Yeah. Dude,
that eyeball be eyeballing.
Big ups to Luca for doing this art.
That eyeball be baller as fuck. Eyeballer.
So you could so the way that you could stop him from having 8 eyeballs was basically just either to attack them manually. They're pretty basic. They just have 15 health. Or to just advance the phase before he can detonate them. He also has connected eyes.
It's kind of like the whelp mechanic in the classic WoW, where you had to destroy them all before you got fucking overwhelmed. That's kind of cool.
And he has this one where when this ability is activated, he makes a free necrotic ray attack for each eyeball on the field. And this is limited to 3 uses.
How many? So there's 3 whole phases in this too. How long was this fight?
This fight was an entire session, so about 4 hours.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck?
They ended their last session like right in front of this guy, and then the whole session after was them fighting him. So this was the big mechanic for phase 2, was interlace, where he selects 2 targets, and for the remainder of this phase, all damage that he deals to one target is also dealt to the other. So I selected, reflect. Yeah. Well, it's more than a reflect. It damages both. So I selected the tank and the healer, and then every time I damaged the tank, it would also damage the healer.
Oh, so they're linked. That's fucked.
Yeah.
So the tank would have to rotate out. They hit like the rogue tank.
Exactly.
Or some shit.
Like a link mechanic from like WoW or something. This is where we get to phase 3. Phase 3 is like he's only got 200 HP left at this point. It's a race to the finish. Phase shift for this one, which is after this ability is revealed, if he takes a total of 75 damage or more in a single round, the phase shift will trigger and the fight will be resolved. But this is also where he has his strongest abilities. So he has the Moon. He selects a point within 40 feet. All player characters within a 20-foot radius of that point must make a DC 15 Dex save or take 10d6 fire damage or half as much at a successful save. So a powered up fireball.
Papa said that this boss must have been created by a masochist.
That's me.
Well, what's the next one? The Hanged Man.
The Hanged
Damn
Man.
tarot cards, dude! I just realized. it took me a minute. I'm like, why is it called the moon? So you take the moon and you take the moon.
So he selects one target within melee range and makes a bite attack. If it hits, the target is grappled and paralyzed for 1 minute or until freed. While under the effects of this grapple, another player character may make an athletics check as an action to free the grappled target, after which the target may make a wisdom save to dispel the paralysis at the end of each of their turns.
What the fuck? What the tower?
The tower. The eye erupts in necrotic flames, shooting in a 20-foot wide line in front of him. Each player character within this area makes a DC Dex save or takes 46 fire damage and 46 necrotic damage. On a successful save, a PC takes none of the fire but all of the necrotic.
What level do you close campaigns out usually? Because I know a lot of people wait till they're 20 and they're just gods at that point.
These guys were level 7.
That's a good point to end. Honestly, that is a good point to end.
Well, they're going into their sequel campaign now, which is higher level, and it's going to take them up to 15.
Oh my fucking god! I've rarely ever seen campaigns, I've only heard whispers of people getting to level 20 in campaigns.
Dude, here's the thing. You know what I fucking love about this boss? What I fucking love about this boss, and what my player characters didn't realize until after the session, is that his whole thing, right? The Eye's whole thing, is that he is a warlock that got corrupted by forbidden knowledge, and he got corrupted by this knowledge, and it consumed him. And the names of his phases spell out, if you put them all out, it's, I could show you the truth and so much more if only you could see.
Damn, that's like Linkin Park, bro. What the fuck? That's some big brain shit. Wait, how do you tell them the phases, the names of the phases?
Yeah, they could see it on the list I gave them.
Is there an ending where they could have just teamed up? I would have teamed up with it.
I mean, yeah, that'd probably be the bad ending, considering he wanted to kill all the elves.
Oh, why do I always end up picking them? Why do I always end up picking the bad guys? What's wrong with me, dude? Oh. So they're gonna get to level 15 in the next one.
Yeah, they're going so this party actually had an event happen.
It's because you're Bruja. Shut the fuck up, chat.
So these guys actually birthed a new god into the world.
Wait, they had a kid?
No, so in my setting, all the gods are dead. But
all my gods are dead.
Well, because and then in their stead are the patron saints, people who only hold. They're people who only hold fragments of divinity. They're like demigods, but they could never be like what a true god was. Now, what they did, essentially, is take the soul of the last living god and transpose it into a new body, and then created a new god who, instead of being just a god of creation, was a god of creation and destruction, being perfectly balanced and achieving true divinity. And
so they said, what if we squished all the gods into a super god?
They were like, yeah, they said instead of having two sides, they just have the whole coin. And now their next campaign is going with these guys, the Flux, which are a new race I created of interplanar beings, to go around to different planes of existence and find other candidates to ascend to godhood.
Oh, so they're like the creators, kind of. They're made by the gods to create things. They're the progenitors.
Their campaign name is God Seekers.
That kind of reminds me of what the fuck does that remind me of? There's a Warhammer. Warhammer something kind of similar to that, but then they became the Necron or some shit. So
I think everything reminds you of Warhammer.
Yeah, I know. It's probably because I'm Bruja.
This is my world map, by the way.
Damn! I like it when there's 3 continents, dude.
Sky Dragon Rider.
My favorite campaign maps are just a bunch of little fucking islands everywhere, and each island is its own separate little side story.
Dude, that's up here with these islands. These
the
are
Sundered Isles.
Yeah, so these are like Viking clans.
Sweden.
That are also these are like where all the exiles live. So if you get exiled from your nation, you get shipped off to the Sundered Isles.
You get that's Australia, puggers.
Yes,
Australia.
So they have their whole society is that they value their word over anything, and if you break your word, like if you make a promise that you don't keep, then they will fucking kill you, because to be exiled from a place that is already full of exiled is to be exiled from the entire world.
Holy shit, just like Australia. That's crazy. What the fuck? Holy shit. Did they ever go there?
No campaign has been here yet. I've only run 3 campaigns.
Do the players ever have agency in that, or you just kind of like?
Yeah, so I give every campaign I write like 5 or 6 prompts that are like completely different, like story hooks, and then I just tell them to pick one, or pick whatever ones they like, and then I combine them.
Boon, you just want Australia. You just want One Piece campaign, but with death. Yeah, exactly. That's actually exactly what I'm looking for.
That'd be sick.
Because I look at this campaign map. The first place I'd go to is the Sundered Isles, because I want to get fucking
these
murked
guys are like
so bad.
Vikings. I made a new race that just lives in that area. Let me pull up their art. Sorry, I'm just talking about my D&D world.
Yeah, whatever. We gotta talk about something. I'm out of stuff for today. This has been a really relaxed stream. Kind of like a podcasty stream.
It's sort of just like derailed everything.
It's one of these streams where it's like, it's kind of cute, might delete later kind of streams. This world is cool as hell. Papa, if you want, you can come in the call. We're just vibing. We don't care.
You better not delete this stream.
Look, the funny thing is, if I delete this stream, it doesn't matter, because they can just watch any of y'all's streams instead.
Yeah, so don't delete it, because it doesn't even matter. Here we go. Let me.
Do we have a new skin? No, we don't have a new skin.
Let me change my screen share over.
Is anyone playing AoE? Uh-oh, I see Flimsy trying to plant a seed for AoE. Damn!
So
damn.
these are the
Yo, I want to play as that. They kind of hot.
So they're crab people.
Oh my god, you have me sold.
Yo,
they got penises. Never mind.
Yes.
Oh, really? Badass. All right, anyways, continue.
Anatomically, for crabs, they're under they're like crotch flaps.
Wait, do crabs have penises? Okay, never mind. Just continue with the story. I'm sorry.
Continue. So, the whole thing about these guys is like they're like crabs, right? So they're super like they're super combative. Like they fight for dominance. They're like warriors. And these guys live in the Sundered Isles. They're one of the only native races to the Sundered Isles, and they're basically like crab Vikings.
What the fuck? That's hot. I mean, really cool. I think that's fucking badass.
They're fucking badass. I'm trying to find the other art.
I like their feet.
Yeah. No, me and Luca worked really hard on this design.
No, the design's really good. I actually do really like the design of these.
The other homebrew race.
Because every time I think of a crab, it's really hard to make someone who's a humanoid crab look cool. You know, I've never really seen it. Like WoW was the closest thing, and they made like lobster people, and it looked really fucking stupid. So I don't know. This looks cool as fuck, though. Anyways, what's the next thing you want to show?
The other. Oh yeah, this is like sort of concept art for what the Sundered Isles look like.
Oh shit. Where are the crab people at? Do they live in do they live in houses? I want to know more about these crab people.
So this is like the original art of the god. Let me try to open Flux. Yeah, so these are the other homebrew race that I'm introducing. These are the Flux. So they are like my version of one of my favorite 4th edition races, Shard Mines, where they are like psionically linked crystal people. And the idea of the Flux is that they come from the astral plane, which is sort of like the plane in between planes.
So they're like, in between god builders.
Yeah, essentially. So, like, in between my world and, like, the other planes that exist in the setting, these guys just live there. And they're, like, wanderers, and they help people travel between worlds. They're, like, spacefaring crystal people.
That's kind of fucking badass. Why don't they got Yeezys, though? I want like a dripped version. Can I have a dripped out version of the guy on the left? He's got like Yeezys and a little like. I'd play one of them with like Yeezys and a reverse baseball Supreme cap and shit, dude. No, I think these designs are really fucking cool. I really like the crab one. I like this one. Like, how many homebrew races you have?
Right now it's only these two, but I'm trying to make more.
I mean, you don't need a lot, I guess, because there's
right. Well, because there's also a fuck ton of races in D&D already. Like, there's a bunch of them.
Damn, you got little shin guards on and shit? What the fuck? And you got a sword hand?
Yeah, and the idea is that, so I can pull up their stats. But they have their unique ability, which is that they... Hang on, I'm waiting for it to open. Here we go. So their whole ability is that they have crystalline weapon, which is they choose one weapon with which you're proficient. The weapon manifests itself as an extension of your body. This weapon cannot be removed from your inventory involuntarily. Additionally, it can't be destroyed by non-magical means. So they like literally turn their their weapons into like an extension of their body, and it becomes like part of their crystal.
Huh? What the fuck? So even the blue guy can do this? They're fundamentally the same thing.
So this guy is like a caster, essentially. This is like the two like archetypes I see like of them as like being casters, and then the green one being like warriors. So like with the warriors, they just put like chunks of armor upon them.
That's kind of fucking cool. I like the little robe boy though. He's my favorite one.
Yeah, they also have something where when they speak, because they don't have like proper mouths, but they sort of make like a resonating sound through like the vibrations of the crystals. So they have a feature where you can basically select which creatures within 30 feet can hear you or not when you're speaking.
Oh, so they have like a telepathy kind of speak.
It's kind of,
but it's like universal.
But it's more like they can selectively tune out people from hearing them.
Yeah, it's like throw voice, except like to one person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me open up the Brachiora's stats, because they're super.
Bro, I'm so afraid you're gonna open up porn, dude.
No. So the crab people. The crab people, their unique feature is that they have natural armor. They can breathe in air and water.
Wait, hold on, stop for a second. Papa just said there's a stray image of Sai as Sans from Undertale in your folder.
Oh, wait. Oh, is that the one Luca drew forever ago?
Wait a second. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, Luca drew this and sent it to me.
Yeah!
Yo, put that in the game, dude.
Luca
That's popular.
drew this and sent it to me when I sent her my OC design for the first time.
Oh.
It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah. So their big thing is they can use their claw to grapple people.
They're a grappler?
Yeah, they're grapplers.
Yo, what the fuck?
If you wanted to play one of these guys, it would
yeah, dude, I would wear some Yeezys.
You know how, like, the typical warrior thing or whatever, of like, oh, what's around me? I want to hit them with stuff. How are they going to do that with the crab claws?
You can grapple anything. It's a giant claw. You could just grip and
How are you going to get it around, I don't know, a barrel, huh?
He's got a normal opposable hand. Like,
they have one hand and one claw. That's the way that
I use the claw hand to eat cereal. I would actually just straight up, I'd pour the cereal in and then the milk into the little concave part of my claw, and I get a little spoon and eat out of my hand. Dude, that's so fucking cool. Holy shit, dude. Imagine having a portable bowl for a hand, dude. Like, what the fuck? Or like a hand that can chew food for you, like pre-chew food, and then you just eat it? That's crazy. Crabs are kind of nutty, dude. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack you. I think about these things a lot.
I like hearing about it. I like hearing people's
eat?
reaction to my shit. So
do they eat like scum?
They eat fish, essentially.
Okay.
Because they're like a very aquatic native, so they'd like hunt fish and stuff like that.
But they fuck.
And they
they fuck. That's a really important distinction to make.
Yeah, they fuck. They actually bring up. So they like in like frozen mountains, you get like natural hot springs and stuff. They use them as communal spawning pools. So
wait. Spawning pools, they egg?
No, it's more just like everybody gets in the hot tub and fucks.
And fucks?
That's badass. What
they
fuck?
do.
Wait, polygamy again, Boon? Not again.
So
yeah,
crabs.
I'm telling you, I'm attracted to it. I don't know what it is.
If I believe I'm getting this right,
it's
crabs do lay eggs, but they don't like. It's not like fish where the female lays eggs and the male fertilizes them. It's like they fuck and then the female puts out an egg.
Oh. Okay, but what about interspecies?
Yeah, what about interspecies? Damn, we'll be asking the real question.
With pizza in my mouth too, I'm fucking eating, and I'm like, yeah, what about their dicks?
I have yet to add my homebrew races to the chart.
The chart?
The chart?
Yeah, the chart on interspecies sex compatibility.
Wait, you really go that deep? Wait, how deep are you?
If people ask me to, dude,
I'm going to that brothel and I need to know my satisfaction level.
Now, which hand is the crab? Never mind. I'm not.
Well,
blushes, pokes fingers together. Never mind.
Why?
You know, dragons can mate.
It's
with
an important
everyone.
question to ask because, like, something very bad could happen. You know?
Have
you
you
gotta
ever
be careful.
Never mind.
Yeah, never
There's
mind.
this one season of American Horror Story where one of the main premises is this kid has like a crab claw for a hand and he just fingers women as a day job or something.
What?
I don't know.
Sorry?
Man.
What?
That's like
Excuse
thing.
me?
This is the chart,
I mean,
by
it
the way.
happens just as I said it.
What? What?
So you take a
Wait,
race.
what the fuck?
So you take a race from this side, and then you pair it up with the race from the other side. So let's say Kenku and kobolds.
How
And
deep does
the
this
answer
rabbit
is
hole
no.
go?
There's probably D&D campaigns that are just fucking.
Wait, what about kobolds?
Oh,
what are
yeah,
they compatible with? Hold
like,
on. I want
Roll
to
for nut!
Dude, I mean, well, like back in.
Wait. Can you pull up vampires? I need to see something.
I mean, that's like.
Where's vampires on this chart? I need to see something right quick.
When did the Book of Erotic Fantasy come out?
What?
Erotic
2003.
fantasy? Wait, erotic fantasy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this was made by White Wolf.
Damn.
It's the Book of Erotic Fantasy contains 20 new feats, 3 new classes, 12 new prestige classes, 6 new domains, 75 new spells, 6 new gods,
I'm gonna
and 12
prestige
new
my nut.
monsters. Yeah, it came out in 2003.
So it's called the Book of Erotic Fantasy?
Yes.
And it's about nutting.
Yeah, and it's basically.
And White Wolf made a D&D book about fucking.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Damn, they freaks. I knew it.
Yeah, these are the homebrew bit races that I'm adding to my world. Like the first.
I'd be crab.
What about the crystal dick though? Cause that don't seem right.
Yo, can I be
But
crab
I guess some
goblin?
people do put like jade eggs in their pussies, so.
So
That's a thing. They do it for Kegel exercises. They think that it's like you do a Kegel, and if you keep it in there because it's weighted, your Kegel real strong. There's some women out there that could probably kung fu grip your penis.
So the crystal
Badass,
people,
what the fuck?
they don't reproduce in the typical means. They have a lifespan of exactly 300 years, and then when that lifespan is up, they break into shards, and those shards grow into a garden that grows their progeny.
Ooh.
That's kind of cool. What the fuck?
Imagine not having to worry about like your parents bugging you for kids because like, Mom, I'll get to it when I die.
Yeah, I'll just disintegrate. I'll get
I'll
there
just
eventually.
disintegrate, Mom. Just wait.
They're
Well,
also
you
in
won't
a.
even say that
They're
to
also
Mom.
in
Wait, I
a-
would never know my mom.
Yeah, you never know your mom.
They're also they're also in a psionic hive mind, so they're not like they don't really grow or age. They're born with a baseline of knowledge, and then they just acquire more knowledge as they like age.
So they got a built-in mini Wikipedia up in there. They got a little Pokedex.
Yeah, essentially.
That's kind of cool. Kind of neato. That kind of fucking nutty. Living lexicon. Game proficient with arcane and history. Can you play it? This seems like a little. It'd be crazy if there's a playable race because
It's
you'd
playable,
be fucking busted. You'd be busted as fuck.
Oh, they're
Like, this
basically
is-
just they're warforged with some extra flavor.
A lot of flavor though. You could pretty much single-handedly like sidestep so many issues in the story by like telepathically communicating with somebody. That's just a huge fucking ability. Also, they can speak any language, right?
They speak common and 2 languages of their choice.
Oh, okay. I thought like their telepathy was like multiple, like the
No, it's
inject into
basically
your brain.
that's like so that's what they start out knowing, and then their whole like quest is to obtain more knowledge. Also, yeah, telepathy is like pretty easy to get in 5e. Like you can take warlock invocations that just give you telepathy.
Some of my chat said, hello, my babysitter left the stream playing on the family computer. Chat, it's literally like probably midnight for most of you. What the fuck? Century Rest. Hold on, I'm just going through these.
Yeah, those are just like warforged.
Yeah, this is what you just, yeah.
They just, yeah, instead of actually sleeping, they spend 6 hours in an inactive state, and then they get all the benefits of a long rest.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, because they're
Wish I didn't have to
living
sleep.
constructs.
I don't know. I feel like a world without sleep would be kind of like, I don't know. I need like a respite from life. Like I can't just like constantly exist all the time because I have a constant urge to like constantly be doing something, right?
Oh
like,
fuck, he's gonna fucking bloodlust, dude. Bruja.
I'm Bruja. I'm in a frenzy, dude. I'm all Bruja'd up, dude. I'm Bruja'd and breedable. Like no, like if I'm not like constantly like doing something, I will literally go fucking insane. So like, I need to like, I need breaks between those. Like if someone asked me if you could get rid of any bodily function, I would not get rid of any of them other than maybe like.
I like eating for choice, but I don't like being required. It's a lot of trouble.
I feel like if you got rid of it, I just wouldn't want to eat anymore, and then that would just be like, that would be another thing that I need to constantly. I don't know if I could get rid of like any one thing out of my like routine that I would be.
Are you a human being experience enjoyer? What?
Yes. I think the best part of being a human is the need to have needs. But at the same time, it's the worst part. So I don't know which part I would get rid of. I think money, if I could get rid of that need, that would be pretty poggers. Like, that would be the most pog one because that one's stupid.
True.
Hot take, I enjoy being a human. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. I like, I mean, I get why people want to get rid of it.
Vampire stream?
Listen, I disagree. I'm a vampire. I'm morbed up.
I want to be
You're all morbed up?
I want to be morbed up.
For sure.
I'm
They
already
actually
working
added
into this.
vampires to 5e recently with the new Ravenloft book. You got Dampier.
They're already in there, weren't they?
They were in, but they weren't like official.
Oh, okay.
But they came out with a new Ravenloft book, and now they're officially like 5e. But Dampier are like half vampires, so like I think full vampires are just monsters in D&D.
I'd remove the need to watch Morbius. I'm sick of recharging my morb crystal.
Morb meter!
I'm sick of watching Morbius 5 times a day to fill my morb meter.
I would get rid of breathing. Actually, that's a pretty pog one because you never notice you're breathing
That's
anyways.
true, and then you could be underwater and be cool.
Water's scary though. You still couldn't see.
That's true.
I don't want to get rid of the need. I'd want to still be able to sleep, but I would want to be able to
But you can still like rest and just lightly think of things and drift away without sleep.
Yeah, but that's not the same because when I'm drifting away, I'm actually just having an anxiety attack. Like, the best part of going to sleep is the part where you're asleep, not the part where you're trying to get to sleep. The part where you're trying to get to sleep is when you're fucking fighting.
No. Have you ever just, like, gone to rest your eyes? Like, lay down and rest your eyes? Because when you don't have the stress of trying to fall asleep, you get really fucking relaxed. You know that you don't have to fall asleep.
I don't know what that's like. I have no idea what that's like. All I know is that I hate trying to get to sleep. I like being asleep, if that makes sense.
Dude.
It is not an enjoyable experience for me.
I just looked over at my chat and I saw all caps, morbed up pale boy, busted down sanguine style. Is he or is he not goated with the curse?
Sanguine style. Now, hypothetically speaking, you're a quirked up Bruja breaking it down sanguine style.
It's just, is he goated with the curse?
Goated with the bane. All whipped up like God damn it, I can't remember what the fuck they're called.
Anti-Ans.
Morbed up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is Flimsy playing Age of Empires? I hear him.
Sorry. I live this life, bro. What can I do?
Oh my god. No, he's not. Oh, no, he's not. He's actually playing a good game. He's playing a good game. Oh my god. What a fucking hero, dude.
Judgy.
Thanks for sharing that. That was kind of neat. When you're going down that rabbit hole. Hold on, I got another skin.
Dude, I would love to run D&D for you.
The thing is I can never be tied down to anything that isn't like immediately doable. It would stress me the fuck out.
Commitment stresses.
True.
Commitment outside of.
Yeah, that's why you won't even play a puzzle game with me.
No, we were gonna play it on Wednesday, but then you had Stellaris, you bitch.
That's true. That's for real.
And also, I really
that's my fault. I
today.
forgot.
You forgot. I remember I came to you like, we're playing it on Tuesday. I'm like, no, we're not, bitch. I forgot. That's fine. We'll play it another time though. Probably next weekish because considering everything else we have on the table.
Yeah, we got fucking
Jesus
Amish
fucking
Challenge
Christ.
Saturday. It's like a fucking. When are you are you gonna play V Rising? On the new server, please?
Considering, yes,
you know
I'm going to.
What you could do is you guys could play on public servers together in PvP and be tryhards.
That's true. Yeah. I saw Sam
I was
and Joe
watching
doing
Sam
that.
do it. Yeah, and it's funny.
Yeah.
I don't know what that game's about.
But I think
it's Battle Right. Remember Battle Right?
I do remember Battle Right. Battle Right was so good for like the 1 week that game existed before
I
it died.
always played as Deer Woman because she had good abilities.
No, that's a lie. I wouldn't let you because I was too busy playing her.
Sure. Totally didn't play for any other reason. I can't remember who I played in that actually. I honestly can't remember. That game was fun as fuck.
It was fun, but it died instantly.
It was like, imagine League of Legends if it was only the fun part.
Only the fights.
It was Bloodline Champions. Yeah, it's like a MOBA if it's only fights.
It's a MOBA with the best part of the MOBA and not all the stupid shit no one actually gives a fuck about.
Yeah.
Like, it was just directly combat
And
focused.
V Rising is like that, but like instead of like MOBA Arena Fighter, it's like
You cut down trees.
MOBA Valheim.
Every time I watch anyone play it, they're just cutting down trees with like a spear.
Do you want to cut down trees with me, honey? Please?
Dude, it just doesn't seem. Every time I see gameplay of it, I'm like, this doesn't look fun at
You're
all.
gonna fucking play it, and we're gonna be vampires, and we're gonna morb out together.
There's a lot of like resource gathering, but the fights themselves are very fun.
Yeah.
Doing it PvP,
And
busting it down
it's
style.
super,
you know?
it's super like open progression. So like the only gate to progression is gear. So like you don't have to worry about falling behind, because as soon as somebody like, you can just have somebody craft you like on par gear and you're immediately caught up.
I mean, yeah, but like, I never liked that. I never liked that about any survival game. I hate most of those
You
functions.
still have to do the bosses though if you want the spells.
That's
'cause
true.
There's a big focus on getting the spells.
Yeah, but the bosses are super easy if you have OP gear for them. So you can get caught up.
Well, if you don't and you're playing alone and you're fucking trying to follow and you keep getting your ass beat like I did.
I liked Valheim because the progression system wasn't based off of hitting trees for 8 hours. It was based off of being on a boat for 8 hours and trying to find the tree you need to hit for 1 hour. Like, I like the idea of the feedback loop being a part of the adventure instead of, because most feedback loops are all the things are like relatively nearby, and most of the gameplay is you being rooted in that area, getting all of those things.
Yeah, well, that's like
RuneScape
V
effect.
Rising. You like track down you track the blood of your target, and then you go fight them, and then you get their power.
Well, here's the thing. I like the idea of, instead of me hitting the tree for 8 hours, I'm trying to get to that tree for 8 hours. You know what I mean? Like, I like the idea. That's why I liked Valheim, was that the feedback loop fed into the adventure of the world and understanding the world and the mechanics within it, instead of it just being, I hit tree, I get stronger from hitting tree. It was like, well, I gotta get a bunch of people together. We gotta get this seed to get this boat to go to this place to get this little statue that we'll lose along the way on accident, and then have to go all the way back to get it again. And then the server will desync and we'll all die, and then we'll just give up. Like, I don't know. It's so much more fun than just I hit tree, I hit rock.
I don't know. When you describe it, it doesn't sound very good.
Valheim is really good, other than everything else about
I
Valheim.
I like Valheim.
Yeah.
We were it was the first stream. We were the first stream to beat it on stream, I'm pretty sure, that I'm aware of.
Damn.
Yeah, that's because we were like a super group and a server that was open. We were the only people that were running a 24/7 server, because I had to ask the server provider to allow me to have it. And then also on top of that, we were just a super group that were constantly cycling in and out, so we were able to like figure out things that weren't even on the Wikia yet. If you guys remember that. That shit was crazy. We were navigating in the dark at one point, trying to get to like the last 3 bosses. Like, that shit was fun as fuck. And then Boykin Solar Silver. Yeah, I'm pissed off about that still. Yeah, no, I'll probably play it a little bit later on today. But
we'll start a vampire clan. We've learned all the lore of them.
Whatever it is, I'm not gonna hit trees. I refuse.
That's fine.
I am Boon the treeless. I will not hit a single tree.
Okay, how do you feel about hitting rocks?
That's the same thing.
What about rocks that have metal in them?
That's the same thing.
What about hitting people until they get
That's
low
what
enough?
I'm all about. I just want to, look, all I want from a game, I'm definitely gonna play it. I just want to fucking, I want to explore. I want story. I'm a Bruja, all right. I love hitting shit.
You are such a fucking Bruja, dude.
But I need a reason. Why am I hitting this rock? Why am I hitting this tree? What is the ideology behind me hitting this rock? Is it because this rock is a fucking libertarian? Like, what am I doing? You know what I mean? Like, look, I'm hitting a rock right now in this fucking
Boon hates Minecraft because he hates hitting trees.
No, I do actually hate Minecraft. I like exploring. I think
you
Minecraft
are a rebel without a cause. That's so you.
He's such Bruja.
I like the idea of Minecraft. I don't like the execution of Minecraft.
I guess you gotta play Vintage Story with voice box.
Oh god.
Like, why would someone volunteer themselves to stare at a wall? Because in Minecraft, 90% of the gameplay is you dig into the ground and then you stare at a wall and hit it until it turns into another wall, and then you move closer and then stare at that wall and then hit it until it turns into another wall, until you get this thing, a diamond that makes you make the walls disappear faster, but then you have to move faster into the walls, so you build a minecart to look at the walls faster, to hit the walls faster, to get the more walls.
Okay, but you're just talking about vanilla Minecraft, dude. I'm playing Minecraft right now where Amanda's that. Sometimes I go over and visit, but then their werewolf friends kick the shit out of me. But we got that truce going.
But guess what? That's not even Minecraft anymore. That's the best part, is when you take the mining out of craft and in the craft. I want either of those things.
Has never been a game that was good based solely on like its vanilla game. Like only psychopaths think. That's insane. Like you just play unmined and I watched Shane play unskinned Minecraft and I almost got ill. Like I don't know how you guys would just play raw dog Minecraft. That's insane.
It's raw.
Raw Minecraft. That's
raw.
Insane.
I think some people are fascinated by the mechanics of Minecraft, and I'm not gonna like mark them down for it. But my brain does not. I'm not like a pattern guy. Like I don't.
Minecraft
I can't
activates parts of my brain that I can't like. I just Zen state and then I go fucking. Like I lose hours to Minecraft.
I like Pixelmon because you don't really have to do anything in Pixelmon other than explore. Like I like that. I like exploring. I like discovering things. I don't like... Or I also like fighting shit, but I don't like hitting rock. I don't like building stuff. I don't like crafting. Like, I want... That's why I like Stalker. You're running around, you kill shit, you pick up the stuff. It doesn't have any much... Like, there's not really much variance in the damage the stuff you pick up does. It's just a different thing. That does it's a different tool for a different purpose. Like, you don't have to craft anything.
I have spent multiple, like, 6-hour streams just sitting there fishing in Minecraft.
Yeah, that's fun too. I like doing that. I don't mind brain dead stuff, but like it has to...
That's what Minecraft is for me. It just activates that Zen state in my brain.
Boon's optimum Minecraft experience is Valheim, where chat builds it for him. Exactly! Y'all starting to get it.
I really want to have a Minecraft server where I get to slave chat to make me shells of houses and I get to decorate them.
Look, I did that in Conan, and it was the best thing ever, because I literally just explored. I'd come back, like, build me an arena, and then they'd do it.
I actually think, speaking of, you know, games like this, I actually think V Rising would be really good for a sub-server.
Yeah.
Mostly so that we can beat up sub.
See, the thing is, I don't like doing sub-servers anymore, because whenever I do that, my most active chatters are all playing the game, and my chat's dead.
They're not in chat.
Yeah,
True,
but like I've had to force them away.
You
I
gotta
can't
have a
have them.
sub-server that goes offline every time you start stream.
Whenever
Every time
I ran,
you're not, well, yeah, damn.
It's only
Whenever
up
I-
when you're not live.
No, I mean what I'd do is I'd have a sub-server, like a Minecraft one, and I'd have it run 24/7, and I'd hop in every now and then, so that it would be like a side thing, but it wouldn't be the main focus of the stream. But like it would be like one of those things where if I run out of stuff to talk about, it'd be like my Kukura. I'd fly around and make fun of everyone and like see what they were doing. But I wouldn't have to play the game. I would just get to explore their world and get into their heads. You know what I mean? Like that's the fun. That's what makes Minecraft good. It's literally going to visit Manda and seeing her werewolf friends kill each other. You know what I mean? Like it's not getting.
I want to play V Rising, and I want to be the vampire queen, and I want to go to all of your subs' houses and just like and then become a rat and run away.
There is fishing
That's
in
what I
V
want.
Rising, but it sucks. Because you have to only fish at specific spots.
You should have lied.
You could have lied to me.
You should have lied to him.
You should have lied to me. That hurts.
Yeah, you should have lied to him.
That fucking hurts in so many fucking
I lie to him
ways.
all the time. It makes him mad.
Dude, people, literally someone like walked up to me once and they said, did you know that all the dogs in Australia are mostly marsupials? And I believed them, you know, and it sounded really cool. It was like the whole, like, you know, some crabs aren't actually crabs, they just happen to evolve into crabs. I'm like, oh, so like dogs, there's like another evolutionary path that happens to like mammals, where things just naturally evolve into dogs. I thought dingoes were literally marsupials, but I was actually mixing it up with the Tasmanian tiger or some other variant, or Tasmanian devil or something. That is a marsupial that happens to look like a dog or a cat or something like that. Like kangaroos look like jacked up dogs. They're corked up dog boys that punch you really hard.
Kangaroos
I probably
are
sound like a
toxic.
crazy. Yeah, kangaroos are
You're a
fucking
crazy
toxic.
person.
Maybe I am a little bit, but maybe I'm onto something. You know,
Hey,
maybe it's my
what did they
Bruja
say about the
mindset.
Malkavians? They might speak a lot of good shit, but once in a while there's a crumb of truth there.
Well, look, I'm Bruja'd up. I'm a corked up Bruja.
Listen,
I'm
I
all
saw
ideology.
that fucking font on the Malkavian book cover. That's all I needed to know about them. They're crazy.
Sorry, do Malkavians have magical abilities, or are they just like, what's their specialty other than
They
being
have
Omega Smart?
an incomprehensible hive mind. They
Yeah.
have an incomprehensible hive mind where it's like they could gather useful information from it, but usually not, because there's so much gobbledygook going in there that it's not very useful.
Yeah, because like after a while, if you disseminate enough information, all information is important, and then you get to a point
they're
where
like all clairvoyant, but sometimes they just get crazy visions that don't make any sense.
Well, it's like you know when you think about how time works and like other people exist in the timeline, but like do they exist in the same timeline?
You are fucking Malkavian when you start talking about the fucking time shit.
Well, I'm just saying,
he's like a Malkavian role-playing as a Brujah, if I'm being honest.
You fucking said all that shit was fucking like people don't exist in the same time as me. You're 80 years in the future, and I'm seeing your
Here's the
after
thing.
image.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that. That's like a subsect of like thinking of like, what's it called? It's those people who believe everyone else is fake. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying everyone exists and we're all real, but there might be like a schism between our existing points of time.
Oh,
as
I believe that just for personal comfort, because I like to believe that there's a version of Blair out there that has a life much better than this, and like. Just like little things that remind me that this has to be the darkest timeline, you know?
Don't get me twisted, Blair. No, you're the only Blair.
Damn.
You're the only Blair, and your current existence is playing out right now. But what I'm saying is that right now you are talking to me, but I have died in my own perspective. Like I've already lived my entire life, and you just happen to be talking to me now in your current conscious existence. And like Sai hasn't been born yet in his perception in this main timeline.
Dude, listen, dude.
You know what I'm
listen
saying?
to him fucking
we all
shit.
time differently.
You are
also,
fucking
time is so
role-playing,
malleable and misunderstood, and like shifts so much that we don't even have a full grasp of it. So like, how can we really say for certain right now we currently actually
have a grasp of time.
Well, yeah, you do right now, but you might be talking to me, and I could be a skeleton in the earth from my perspective right now.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't make any sense.
I know it doesn't make any sense, but that's why it makes sense. Is because we can't make sense.
No, you can't say it makes sense because it doesn't say
because
sense.
Think of it this
That's crackpot shit. What the fuck
I know it's crackpot shit,
saying?
but time doesn't make any fucking sense. How do some people see time much faster than us?
Time does make sense.
That's not how that works. But how do you know?
Time is a natural force of the universe.
Yeah, it's a natural force, but how can you say that the current timeline that's being presented to us is actually the one that is current now?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm saying that time is like...
So that means everyone else is in the future? That's lame.
I'm saying Tesseracts, all right? That's all I'm saying, all right? I'm just saying, you know,
You're just saying shit to say shit, dude.
Space-time be moving kind of crazy wacky, and we can't prove how it moves or how it even works.
Very
like, let alone actually say what the fuck it even is.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
The thing with Boon is he's gonna say a bunch of bullshit, but then in there's gonna be like one real thing, maybe that you didn't know before, and he taught you something, and that's why he's a Malkavian pretending to be a Brujah.
Right.
But also, I'm
had
saying
this conversation. It's literally, here's the thing. It's what it boils down to is Boon just saying like people perceive time differently, even though the time that actually passed is the same, which is true, and it doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't change anything at all because it doesn't change the fact that everyone around us is like Omega real, right? And just saying like, wouldn't it be crazy?
Omega real.
But I'm not actually saying that I believe in that. I'm just saying, whoa, what if?
No, because if that were true and you were dead in your grave, and we were going through that Skarner conversation again.
Yo, Papa just messaged me. He said, I'm with you in this conversation, but he's only saying that to make me say even crazier shit so he can make fun of me later.
I'm 100% with you, Boon. Don't worry.
Yeah, you are. I bet you are, motherfucker. Dude,
that is also things people do to Malkavians, dude.
Yeah, you're like just trying to like egg me. I'm like, yeah, no, it's real. It's real. See, he said so. Papa died 100 years ago from his perspective. He's been gone for a long time. He's just telling me what he already knew, dude.
No, listen. I like the idea of it like being one consciousness that's just like shifting around to different people. I like that idea.
We are experiencing time right now. By perceiving it, it proves that it exists. Well, yeah, exactly. But I'm saying, what if you're just saying that because you said that already? You know what I'm saying? Big thonk. Time cube.
That's not a big thought. That is the smallest thunk I've ever fucking seen, dude. That is not a big thunk.
Go back to the Tesseract chat. Get more depth.
Hang on. Someone in chat said,
like,
"What vampire would Cybe be? I feel like he'd be a Tremere, but one of those new age Tremere that just invented vampire Facebook." You think I'm Vampire Zuckerberg?
That's fucked up.
That's fucked up, man.
That's so fucked up to just say that to your streamer.
I am actually prescribed to normal human time. We're all existing at the same time. I'm just saying, as a thought experiment, wouldn't that be wacky crazy?
Yeah,
Whoa! Well, Kaylee just said time doesn't hold fixed for anyone. It's just an elastic mesh we move through, which also sounds like a weird fetish thing.
Right, but
I don't know.
At the same
it's a good
time,
analogy.
the fact that everybody perceives time differently doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't change anything at all because it's just, you know, does it matter? No, but does it sound cool? Yeah, because I'm a Brujah bitch. Like, what do you want from me? Like, I just want a
Do you
Brujah.
see how he's leaning on the Brujah so much?
He's so
a
leaning.
Malkavian.
Yeah, you're leaning on Brujah to mask the fact that you're a Malkavian.
I'm all milked up, dude.
You are milked up, so full of milk.
I'm a milked up vamp boy. I'm cracking up. Look, I'm cracking open the boys with the cold ones. All right, I'm a fucking cracked up fucking.
Yeah, and you've been busting it down sanguine style a lot.
Sanguine style. Busting it down caloric style, or where the fuck the other ones are. I don't even remember anymore. I am 100% gangrel, no doubt about it. Damn, chat. Are you sure Boon isn't some weird Nosferatu? Sometimes I feel
Boon
like
is
I'm
a Malkavian that is so morbed up he thinks he's a Brujah.
Oh, Boon, have you ever done a Malkavian playthrough?
No, I might do it. Does crazier shit happen?
Yeah, it's one of those playthroughs where I would not recommend going through it that way your first time. It's not as intrusive as the Nosferatu, but it changes. And if you know what happens in the game, you actually do have insight into things that happen that you may not have realized. Through their perspective.
My first playthrough for and like my only real playthrough that I didn't even do a full playthrough of Disco Elysium. Orb and a bunch of other people told me to play as the what's the one where you're tuned in but you're Malkavian. It's like the most Malkavian
Shivers.
It was
Shivers.
No, it was something else. It was like I could
Island Empire.
I think I was Island Empire or something, and I was like, this is actually how I think in my head. And like I'm like, wait a second, hold on a minute.
For you, baby.
There's some fucking Inland Empire. That's what it was. Inland Empire. I was really resonating with it because I was like, the first thing I did was discovered my face. Like the very first thing, I had like a 3% chance. I'm like, I'm doing it. Discovered my face.
Streamer, it says Cam here. Where is
like
Cam?
a quarter of the first day, like within
It's
moments too. And then like I was just roaming around, completely lost the entire time. And I became like a homeless cop man with like a plastic bag, and I solved the murder thing really fast.
I don't want to have to bring
know,
Cam
it was
out.
crazy.
All right.
And then I stopped right when I got to the dam.
He's
I'm like,
very
okay,
shy.
This is getting a little weird, and I stopped. I definitely want to do another. I actually would do a full playthrough of it, but like, it is wild. Also, I wasn't like, since my character was so wild, he couldn't pass
They
that
added
point.
more to it. They've been patching that game, believe it or not. They just added
Fine.
a bunch
If
of
you
stuff
want,
that
if you guys really want it, I'll ask Cam to
I can't
come
even say
out.
anything because I don't want to spoil things, but there were certain things that were not possible in the game before that you can do now, and it's
Alright.
related to party boy shit, baby. So if you like to
Parties,
party,
Cam.
do another playthrough of Disco.
Party
goes
boy.
here.
I want to do more.
They
I
added
wanna finish
bunch of
Inland.
they
Inland
added
was
like
funny
a
as
bunch
fuck.
of
There he is.
like-
Everybody,
like,
everybody, say hi to Cam.
Electrochemistry type like side stuff and just dumb shit too.
I'll definitely revisit it. I don't know if I'll ever stream it because I can't like. I'm a Brujah. I'm Brujah'd up, and I'm also Malkavian. So like all my choices would just like I'd have to defend them all, and I just sound like I'm insane to my chat. Like there's no way I could do a playthrough of that game and then have my chat be like, this guy is normal. Like
They already
except for
think you're
Papa.
not.
Boon,
No,
I
my
was
chat thinks
gonna
I'm
say
normal. I'm pretty normalized.
Boon,
Now, hold on. I have to go
you
for
are
20 minutes.
you are the least normal. Why would chat say you're normal ever? For real.
they like lying to him. sometimes lies make your friends happy. So
That's
I tell
true.
Boon he's normal.
What did Boon's chat said? The more you try to act normal, the weirder you sound. Which is... ouch.
There are certain human things that Boon enjoys. He does partake of some human pleasures, but not many.
That's true. This is the Vampire the Masquerade lore brought out Boon's freak side. He started
or just
morbid.
really like fine-tuned it, you know?
Yeah, really just you got all the backstory for the exact type of freak that Boon is.
Yeah, it's like when
Now
someone
that
takes
you
the
know, you
BDSM
call him a
quiz,
Malkavian.
It's like when someone takes the BDSM test and then I get to call them a brat. And I'm a brat tamer, baby.
What the fuck did I just come back to? I feel like I'm
Your
more
BDSM
Bruja.
results.
I'm all about starting outrage and speaking ideologies that make no sense and then leaving.
That
And also,
is
I like
true.
wearing leather jackets. Those fuck.
That
I
is
love
true.
leather
You do
jackets.
just say shit because it's a cool idea without actually.
But that's literally what
prescribing to it.
Malkavians do, dude. Like,
Well,
there's-
Malkavians like want to disseminate information and like break it down. I can't do that. I'm physically
what are you
incapable of
talking
that.
about? They get in arguments with inanimate objects.
I don't do that though. I get in arguments with you. Are you an inanimate object?
No, but I've seen you like react very violently to a post box before.
I didn't act violently. I crawled inside of it and got real chill. What are you talking about? I lived in that post box.
Did you ask consent first of the post box?
The post box was wide open.
Oh, here we go.
No, shut the fuck up. I'm saying that there was a post. Okay, there needs to be context to this. There was a post box. I don't remember why I crawled inside of
How you
it.
knew exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, I remember because you like people keep bringing it up that there was like a big trip in Portland. Everyone was there, and like this sounds like some dream shit. But there's an open post box. I thought it'd be funny to, it's like
You
one of
just
those
crawled
things.
inside and got cozy.
Yeah, I just got cozy. I just sat in there. It was like one of those things where you know that picture of the woman with the bag of chips on her head, and everyone's like, "Damn, you're so crazy." That's what I was trying to invoke.
That is Boon. That's why you're Malkavian.
No, because
you are. You're that quirked up white boy with the sauce.
But Malkavians are like twinks and they just think a lot. I can't do that.
Wait, what the fuck?
No, Malkavians like were once twinks who thought a lot, but then they get fucked up.
Guys,
by being Malkavian,
Mecha
and then they
Morshu
turn
typed in
whatever the
chat.
fuck
He
you and
said,
I
"I almost said
I feel
hey
like I'm
Sai
more-
in
I'm
chat
more
to
Bruja
someone
up. I'm too
verbally
stupid to be
when
Malkavian.
answering the phone."
Like Bruja
I think
drop
I
out,
have
you
a
know?
problem.
You should play a Malkavian.
Bro.
I'll do a Malkavian playthrough for sure. I think it'd be
Bro,
fun,
what
'cause
the
I've been
hell?
Bruja every single time.
You're gonna feel awkward. Because
I
you're
think
gonna
you
be
need to take some time off of the watching the
And you're gonna be
stream,
going to
Mecha
the Malkavian
Morshu.
playthrough and you're gonna be
But
like,
if
"Oh,
you did
fuck.
that, I wouldn't
Oh,
be
fuck,
able
no,
to
that's
pay
not
rent. So maybe stick around.
I don't talk to fucking inanimate objects though. I talk to chat. They're practically not real though, so I don't know.
Mecha for a day for his sake.
No, you're dumber than anything on the board, Boon. What the fuck do you mean by board?
All right, that's it.
Damn, that's fucked up. That's
it.
Yeah, that means I definitely can't. play
Cam's going
Malkavian,
away.
though.
Bye, Cam.
Also, Malkavians
You guys
can't be
scared him
dyslexic.
off.
Yeah, that's literally what they are. They're all dyslexic. What do you mean? They're all. Their whole thing is they were all mentally ill people.
Yeah. He saw how close you guys were to saying
Damn, I
fucking
ain't
Twitch
real
lingo
shoes.
IRL,
You
and,
might
and
not
he
be.
just left.
Wait, shoes. What if shoes is a pair of shoes?
What?
Maybe from Shoes' perspective, they're a pair of shoes. But from our perspective, we talk to
Damn, that's true.
Damn, that's like time.
Yo, you know, like in Japan and shit, like back in the day, they believed that if you left shoes out for 100 years, they'd become conscious and run away.
I don't know much about all 13 of the clans, but
I thought those assassin guys were super cool.
Yeah, the assassin
the
guys were
Salabri
super
are
cool.
what Tremere were for. They were Diablerized, so they were like the good vampires, or something. Which that can't be accurate because Kaylee is not a good vampire.
You're technically talking to your computer right now. Isn't that freaky?
Who are those guys? The Banu Hakim. Yeah, those guys.
I barely remember the names. I get the ideas of all of them, though.
Yeah, the ideas, yes, but it's the names are hard. I'm bad at names.
Mm-hmm.
It's really weird that most vampires don't even know that Kane exists.
They just think he's like
a myth.
Yeah.
Even though, like, technically his kid, the third generation, actually all the third generation is dead, right? Like, all of them are gone.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
I mean, allegedly, like, they're gone, but they might still be around because they're, like, mythical.
And they're fucking scary as fuck.
Yeah, they're like the fucking outer gods of that universe, apparently.
Banu Hakim are badass. I agree, they're super badass.
Yeah, they're very badass.
They sleep most of the time, though, apparently. That's because they're not needed until they are, and then they wake up. Then they morb the fuck up.
They morb the fuck out.
They morb the fuck up and out.
I'm fucking morbing.
I'm gonna morb. I'm fucking morbin.
Someone said this stream is like listening to some friends I had in college. Really comfy, but also nonsensical.
I mean, isn't that all of existence?
That's so
you
true.
You might be existing in a different time.
You might be existing in a different time than we are right now.
Right now, yeah. Like you, hey, who knows? You probably already graduated college right now. We're babies. Who knows?
That's for real. Boon,
Morbed up.
When are you gonna play V Rising?
Probably much later tonight. Not on stream. I want to play it off stream for a bit.
Tell me when, and I will literally I will provide for you.
Okay. I want to be provided for. I want to figure out the game from the ground up.
Yeah, I'll fucking teach you the game. I'll fucking teach you the game.
You guys are so adorable.
Can I be a werewolf?
He just wants.
Yes, you can. You can unlock. One of the first things you unlock is wolf form.
I only want to play as the wolf.
Okay. You can just be in wolf form all the time.
Where did that sound so sexual? What do you mean?
What do you mean? I offered to teach him the game. Fuck you mean? Why did that sound sexual?
That was a very vampire thing to say.
You were so Chad,
I did say I will provide for you.
You said you would provide for him. It's like you put an arm on the wall behind him, and you're like, "Don't worry, babe. I'll provide for you."
Damn,
From
this ain't the
hunter-gatherer
fishy
shit
side,
between the two of you. I don't know.
You fucking do the hunting, I'll do the gathering.
No wonder, guys. People make you guys kiss. This is why.
Dude, they do that with like Sput, me, Side. Like it's just like endless.
Yeah,
it's
they're
endless
horny,
web
crimped up internet people.
They're morbed up.
I'm turning into a skeleton. There's nothing to ship anymore. Hold on, Sci-Fi really busting it down sanguine style.
You haven't seen people with Undertale, have you?
Yeah, that's different. Though.
I don't
They're
know what
children.
that
Our
means.
chat are
Do
like
I want to
in their
Google
20s
that
and
word?
30s.
Well, Boon said that he's gonna become like a skeleton, so he can't be sexualized. But I fucked a skeleton in Divinity too, and people really like Sans way too much. So.
What? You cut out half that. You said you fucked a skeleton.
I did. Yeah, I fucked a skeleton in Divinity
what is
too.
Kebidon? What the fuck does that mean?
What?
Ketchup? Is it the ketchup thing?
No, it's like some anime word, I think, but I'm afraid to Google it.
Probably don't. My
probably
go-to rule on anything that I don't know what it is to say on stream is if I have to think about it, then I just don't say it. Unless I didn't think about it.
I need to start doing that. I need to just, shut the fuck up.
It's that anime trope where you paint someone against a wall.
Oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
I didn't know
That's what you did, dude. That's what you did, Sai. You did that right over Boon, and you're.
I'll provide for you. And then your teeth in your
and
face.
Then you.
And then I morb out.
Yeah, morb out.
Yeah, you guys make you're my favorite hunter-gatherer duo.
The vampire urge to hunt and gather.
Yes, the vampiric urge. Fine. You're fledgling.
The masculine urge to provide for your bro.
The Bruja boys are back in town. They be providing. They're
more
morbed
plan on
up.
doing a PvP server for us?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I think Sam said he might turn on PvP for his server, like, eventually.
The problem is that everyone's saying a lot of things lately for plans, and there's
Well,
so
I
many
think that
plans
most people are
nothing
probably
is-
not going to be on Sam's server anymore because of like Amish Challenge is starting up.
There's not even just the Amish challenge. You want me to go through all the stuff that's happening this week? It's
We
absolutely
got
insane.
Stellaris,
Arma. We have more Mountain Blade coming up. We have fucking Elden Ring. Apparently Minecraft. People want TTT back up by next week. That's not happening. Like there's no fucking way I'm not gonna do that until all this shit's over.
For real.
There was like 5 things planned for today from other streamers. Flimsy just wants to play Age of Empires. Like that's even a planned thing.
That's just his constant.
That's every night.
Like what else? Godfield that already happened I think tonight. Like,
Yeah,
that
that
should
happened.
happen tonight. Which was a good choice that we did this tonight instead of like the puzzle game because I'm afraid not a lot of people would have watched this anyways.
The new We Were Here game. It's like a 2-player, you solve puzzles together, where it's like the clues for each puzzle are in like different areas, and you have to like describe the answers to each other.
That's gonna be a mess.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch.
Dude, do you want to? Dude, Boon, you messaged me the most cursed shit about that game.
What did I say?
You said. I said I'm down to do puzzles over Stellaris tomorrow because I suck at the game, and you said, also for puzzle game we should have a punishment timer for each puzzle. I don't know what the punishments would be. We should buy shock collars. JK, unless.
I definitely did not say that. Was it really late?
Yes.
I probably said that then. Classic Boon. Look, I just say random shit. My brain will randomly generate stuff, and I'm like, why? And I'm just say it. And I'm like,
generate?
Yeah, my brain. So when I have a panic attack, my brain like randomly generates like a fucking structured sentence to send someone's way, and then that happens.
Boon, you know that there was someone who once tried to do that, right? I don't know if people still do the shock collar thing, but there was someone who put a shock collar on their girlfriend. So.
That's different, and that's also fucked up. Like that's.
The same person also licked their cat's asshole for subs on Twitch. So.
What the hell?
Finding an excuse.
So
to
you know
buy...
what finally got them banned?
Yo, Nick.
CS:GO gambling.
Yo.
We got him.
Nick, would you? Okay, I would. Do you think it's a fetish, man, to have a shot caller as a joke? As a joke.
As a joke, though.
I mean, even as you say as a joke, like you saying as a joke made me side eye you, like.
Yeah, as a joke.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
Nick and I are kind of freaks. I think he'd understand. It's as a joke. It's not like for real. Like, oh, don't sub to me, please. I think we came up with that during the Fortnite. Those Fortnite streams were a fever dream to me. And then like it culminated in us just getting fucking owned. We need another chance, Nick.
You guys
we
need to play more
a second chance.
You need more Fortnite.
I need a break.
Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Play more Fortnite.
I love Fortnite.
What if I bought a shot collar and strapped it to my balls? Haha. Don't turn it up to 10 as a prank. Okay, never mind.
Dude,
You're right. I'm gonna stop.
Dude, shot collars are not okay.
Choose. That's gonna be in the cards in the future. One day there'll be a Fortnite.
I remember one time, I stuck my fingers into a shot collar, and then I couldn't move my hand for 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? Wait, why were you near a shot collar?
I don't remember the context. I think one of my friends in high school just said, "Do it," and then I did it, and then it zapped my hands, and all my muscles tensed up, so I couldn't move my fingers good.
Do you want to play Call of Duty Godzilla vs. King Kong Battle Royale?
Wait, I heard about that. I heard about that because of King Kong's balls.
You guys should play that.
What?
No.
Can you shoot King Kong's balls?
No, you fly a helicopter into King Kong's crotch, and the helicopter blades do 1 point of damage, and you just sit there for the entire game, and you get 1,000,000 XP for not even playing the game by just flying a helicopter into King Kong's nuts.
Finally, an AFK arena game that I can actually get down on. Slowly cutting into Kong's nuts. What's fucking... This is still just chatting, chat. This isn't cucker.
Someone in my
at all.
chat said, "Did you know they make shock collars for humans?" I want to know how you came into this information.
Wow, interesting. Amish challenge starts this Saturday. All welcome, friends outside of Discord. That message just came up. We must have made it come into existence by talking about it.
Yeah, you made it happen.
Yeah, it's us. No, it's definitely Sam. Starts this Saturday.
Infographic with the rule set and start time will be posted Thursday. I'm gonna react with the orangutan emoji.
I'm gonna react with I don't know if I even want to do it. Nail care. No, nail care is too mean.
Just do it and die instantly if you think it's funny.
I've been to every single challenge.
I've actually never done one of these before because I'm new to the group, so I'm very excited.
Yeah, you gotta do it with your gatherer.
I'll do
Your
maybe
hunter.
one or two characters.
I'll be your
just to do it.
gatherer. We'll provide for each other. I put my fingertips together.
Free bands? Yeah, chat. Free bands. Poggers. Free band. What's in that cave in Cuckaro? Do you see the Cuck Cave near the waterfall?
I do see the Cuck Cave.
Yeah, Bleepy's eyeball in the Cuck Cave. What's in there, man?
They're gonna...
The Cuckaro Cave.
Dude, they should expand the training mode just for us because of how much we use it.
Honestly, yeah.
What, I guarantee we have more playtime in the training mode than any other person who plays Kakuro.
Boon, I know the answer. I know the answer and I'm gonna get upset. Didn't submit your skin yet.
My skin? What? You cut out.
Your skin.
What about my skin?
What do you mean, what about your skin?
What about my skin? What's
what
wrong
game
with
are
it?
you playing, bitch?
I'm Morbius. Look at my tongue.
Morbius.
Look at I'm all morbed up.
All morbed up, dude.
Oh yeah, I do need to get my skin in there though. I keep forgetting to message him.
Wait, what the fuck? You got enough referrals to get a skin in and you didn't fucking message the guy?
Yeah, I keep forgetting to.
Boon! What the hell, man?
I do that a lot with everything.
Skin?
No skin?
Not only that, but I made you the skin and you still just haven't submitted it.
What the fuck?
I keep forgetting.
Bro, you're letting fucking Blair's hard work go to waste? What the fuck, man?
I'll do it.
I'm withering away.
I'll do it.
Such a Malkavian move.
Such a Malkavian. I want to be Bruja though. I don't want to be
You have to
Malkavian
message him or I'm gonna fucking die, bro.
Malkavians don't like to break things, dude. They just want to understand
They do.
things.
You'll see. You'll see, bitch.
I just want to break and I want to wear leather jackets and I want to anarch and I want to drop out of college again.
Yeah? Who was the anarchist leader in Santa Monica?
Do you think I fucking cared?
Who made a fucking man her simp just to run her social media?
Guess what?
That's badass!
That is badass.
I'm such a rebel, I don't even address who the leader of the rebels are, dude. I'm that rebellious.
Yeah.
Wait, I guess there's a lot of stuff going on, but listen. That woman who made that man her simp for social media, you can fuck her. You can fuck her in Vampire the Masquerade.
Real?
Yeah.
Real, not
hey,
fake.
yo.
Fuck her.
Real shit.
Hey, yo.
Damn, I gotta play that game.
You better
For
fucking
real.
make some time, brother.
I'm about to be running her Twitter.
Chat, chat, I'm about to put you in the cuck cave if you keep this shit up. Only we can be degenerates. You guys can't. You have to be clean and Mormon,
You guys
just
always
like the killers.
take it too far. Like, we joke a little bit, and then suddenly one of you is talking about sucking the fungus out of our toe.
No one said anything like that. There's like a can I run
Oh.
her Instagram? They just want to be stepped on. They're not like can I suck
Let
the
them.
fungus out?
Wait, why are you yelling at them?
I don't know. I just like
You're
yelling
jealous.
at them.
You're literally.
I am not jealous. Sorry, I didn't mean to
my
yell.
God.
Oh my
Calm
god,
down,
you're
man.
a fucking.
Sorry, my Bruja came out. I should be
He's
milking
acting
it
like
up.
He's not a Malkavian, but like you're literally having a bipolar episode.
But that's also Bruja too, because they can't control their emotions. Malkavians actually control their emotions. They
Yeah,
just
but
don't.
who are you defending? Your Malkavian waifu.
I'm defending. Listen,
Mm? I'm listening. My ears are open.
You like Minecraft?
I love Minecraft.
I love Minecraft.
Yeah, same.
I'm just saying. You just got very violent over a
Sorry, I
wifey.
had the, what's it called when you get the blood rage? Get that blood anger? High blood pressure.
Classic vampire debuff, high blood pressure.
Low blood sugar.
Low blood sugar, blood anger. I'm about to have my blood anger. I'm about to morb out.
That's just what we call it.
Stand back. I'm gonna be so sad when the morb meme dies because it's such a good meme.
I like the meme, but I do not like that email. I really don't like it. Do you know Jared Leto has a cult?
Yeah. I know.
The Morbius Discord community.
No, another cult.
Oh.
But it's around 30 Seconds to Mars, his band.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and they wear white, and then they go to an island for like $1,000, and you go there for like a week free.
Damn.
And I think you just try to fuck Jared Leto or something.
I just want to know
awesome.
what kind of bored ape
We should
yacht
do a
club monkey
stream
he has.
where we I say investigate, but more so we react to how many celebrities have like fucked up cults or something.
I'll leave that to Asmongold to do. I don't want to go down that fucking rabbit hole.
What is that? I thought he was WoW.
No, he doesn't do. He just watches a bunch of like drama stuff and celebrity stuff. It's like
Yeah,
a new
he's
hot
been
thing to
reacting
do.
to the Amber Heard trial.
Okay,
It's
but
been
that's
good
different. People
content.
have a really weird morbid fascination with that because they want to see her get fucking played, which I get, but also like calm down.
Yeah. Dude, Tom Cruise is
Tom
wild.
Cruise.
Like
or
he
like,
was
did you know that
he was in
John
Scientology and then he like got out of it, but like they kept his family.
Yeah. Oh, did they?
Or like the reason he left Scientology is because they wouldn't let him see his family, or like be with his family or some shit like
Tom
that.
Cruise?
Yeah, they were like, if you're a
Tom Cruise has a
Scientologist,
family?
you need to be like not
gonna
with your
say.
family. I think
That's
he got out. I'm not sure.
I doubt.
You can get out of Scientology? I
Yeah,
don't know.
like you can get out. Did you know how John Travolta joined Scientology? They kidnapped his girlfriend. And they just kept her. And then they said, we'll let you see your girlfriend if you give us an early release screening of Saturday Night Fever or whatever the fuck that movie was called. And he did it. And then they didn't bring his girlfriend. But then eventually he joined Scientology and was with her. Isn't that sweet? And then she left the church and he stayed.
What?
Isn't that cool?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
What the fuck, bro?
What the fuck? I don't know what to say to that. I just don't.
Oh, right. No, it was actually... Okay, 2013, Tom Cruise stated that his ex-wife divorced him in part to protect the couple's daughter from Scientology.
Oh, yeah. That would be Katie Holmes.
It is kind of crazy to think, though, that most of Scientology is just a way to buy a bunch of homes and then get tax write-offs on the homes.
Yeah, real.
And then resell the homes at inflated prices.
Dude, Scientology
But also,
is crazy.
They can sit on 1,000 homes and like houses in like complexes and not really have to pay the taxes on it because they're a religious ideology. And the only country to fully ban it that I'm aware of was Australia. So they just completely yeeted out of Australia, which is kind of crazy to think about. Some big brain shit.
Yeah, it's all for fun. A lot of rehab centers were old Scientology. They got into that business. The business we make in America of rehabilitating drug addicts, you know, for pay, for money.
Yeah. He drifted away from the church but hasn't really left. I don't think you can leave.
You can't really leave.
No, because they would slander you and shit. Like, they stalk people and shit. I don't know how the fuck they legally stalk people.
Okay. I was stalked by a Scientologist once.
Hang on.
Yes. I actually
Like,
legitimately
to
was.
join?
No. Well, yeah, once to join, but it wasn't stalked. That was this guy following Buck and I trying to give us a Scientology pamphlet. That's different, though. But Nope Doubt. I don't want to tell the story anyways. It's not like a serious like stalk, but I had a Scientologist follow me home from the Max, which is our transportation from their church. That's all I'm going to elaborate on.
Wait,
it's a long fucking story.
Australia, according to Wikipedia, Australia fucking, like, they're the opposite of what you said. It says the Australian High Court has ruled that Scientology is a religion.
Oh no. Okay, so it's the exact opposite. I was wrong. What the frick?
Damn, they're going
Scientology has
Yeah, that's
existed in
crazy.
Australia since the early 1950s.
Jesus!
Wait, it's been around.
Yeah,
since
I'm
the
looking at
50s?
Scientology status by country. Australia is like the Australian High Court has ruled that it's a religion. A bunch of it is like status unclear. Argentina, as of 2012, officially recognized it as a cult.
Nice. That's one.
Damn, my chat didn't believe me. Yeah, it was totally a lie, chat. Definitely didn't happen.
There's a bunch of these.
We're going down the Scientology rabbit hole. It goes super
The first
deep.
church of Scientology in Japan was opened in 2015 in Tokyo. However, the country does not officially recognize Scientology as a religion.
There's like a huge process of being indoctrinated, like where they audit you and they just make you hold 2 tin cans for like 5 hours, right? And then they ask you really personal questions, and then they have you come in again, and then they keep asking more and more personal questions, and then they write it down, and they use it as a way to
Blackmail you so you can't leave.
blackmail you so you can never leave. Like, the audits are
It's
just
an
a way to
It's based on an actual like torture tactic. Like that's what of like just questioning people until they just start giving up everything. We should watch that movie about Scientology.
I don't want to watch that on stream. I don't want to go down any
No, I'm
serious
not on
rabbit holes.
stream.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, okay, when I was like 15 or 16, I was a part of a Scientology protest for about a few years. So like I went way down that rabbit hole of understanding how fucked up they were. So like one day I heard there was gonna be a protest, so I showed up early. But
As Portland man does.
As Portland man does. But it turns out the person planning it wasn't even there, and it was the wrong day, and that there was 2 new accounts responding on the post that there's going to be a protest there. So I show up. No one's there. Immediately walk home. Some dude in his 40s tails me. And I'm not paranoid. Like, there's no the guy literally walks out from the church, tails me for a few blocks as I walk back to the Max, pulls out a cell phone when I get to the Max station. I get a few stops in. A lady with sunglasses sits next to me and stares at me the entire time. I know her because I've seen her go into the church. I walk home.
Stalkers,
An
Jeff. You
SUV,
should not be surprised.
a black SUV. I know it sounds like some crazy, like I'm being stalked and shit. They didn't do anything bad. They just literally doxed me. They just literally wanted to dox a 16-year-old kid. They had an SUV circle around as I'm walking home. Like, and I caught onto it after the 4th time I saw it. I'm like, these motherfuckers are following me. They weren't gonna do anything nefarious. They just do that. They just
stalk people.
do
They're
that.
professional stalkers.
They
get
have-
away with stalking all the time.
At one of the
What the
protests,
hell?
they told one of the people, like the oldest person there that they thought was our protest leader, they told him that we know where half of you live. And they
Yeah,
probably
just
weren't
try to
lying.
people.
They probably weren't. I don't like to tell this story because I was 16. I was followed by a bunch of grown adults back to my house so they could get my address. And if I ever went to another protest again, they could just say, hey, we know where you fucking live, kid. Like, that's literally what happened. So, that's actually, yeah, it's gross as fuck. Yeah, that's Scientology, though. I don't like to tell that stuff, but yeah, no,
Jesus
actually.
Christ.
I mean, their objective was either to scare you out of never protesting against Scientology again, or like to recruit you.
Well,
know,
after
like,
that,
one
as
of
a
two
16-year-old
options.
kid, I'm pretty sure I stopped showing up to those. I was like like a year or two of me doing that on and off.
I mean, 16 years old,
So.
like that's when they start initiating like
Yeah.
their training rituals.
I mean, after a while, I wasn't even really protesting Scientology. I was just there to hang out with all my friends that happened to show up there, and we just hang out for a bit, protest it, and then leave, you know? But at first, I was like, really like, this shit's bad. And it is. But like, I was 16. But yeah, no, I stopped going to those protests after that because they had like a huge minor psyops online to get us to like show up. And then like get us separately to show up at different times and then stalk us. So, I mean, like, that's fucking weird. But yeah, they stalked me all the way home in a very kind of conspicuous way. And they probably wrote down my address, and that was the long and short of it. It wasn't like they were gonna fucking like kidnap me or do some crazy like strap me to a
regularly
machine.
stalk
But
people to intimidate.
yeah, they do
them.
that.
Everybody, no matter how tiny they are, you leave the church, they send like groups of at least 5 people to just stalk you and follow you all the time, and your loved ones too. Like, I remember there's a story or whatever about someone who left the church, and they would just like stalk his wife all the time, and it was an interracial couple, so they would just like do racist shit to her.
You
every
were
time
wild
she's out.
when you were 16. You were wild. I feel like a lot of people when they're 16, they just go to a lot of protests in Portland. That's what I did all the time up until my 20s.
I was gonna
That
say,
does
that's just
sound like
Portland,
Portland
man.
activity.
Yeah, when I
That's
go to
Portland, man.
every protest like there ever fucking was. Like I went to like a green anarchist protest once. I wasn't even a green anarchist. I don't even know why I went to it. Like there's just like
Because that shit just be happening in Portland.
that should just be happening. Sometimes you just want to protest something, you know?
Yeah, you just
But,
walk into it. Every street corner.
I'm all milked up in brouhaha.
Actual brouhaha. Wait, yeah, that's true. You just went to protests for no reason. You're an actual brouhaha. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, one time I went to like a free Tibet protest. I'm like, this is badass. I had no idea what the fuck it was. Like, the Scientology protest actually merged with the free Tibet protest, and we just hung out with them. It was kind of cool. It was very vibing. But yeah. I don't know. It was wild times, but I had no idea half the shit I was protesting. I just kind of showed up just because I get to hang out with my friends and do stuff. So, my brother been to more protests. I think my brother's been to like over 100 fucking protests in their life. Like,
Yeah, knowing how your brother is, that makes sense. Going to protests.
Yeah. Like all the time. Every protest that happens, they're there. Like every single protest in Portland, they're there. Every single one. Hold on, let me read through chat.
They don't deserve it. Pay attention to me.
There's a lot of protests in Portland. I think there's more protests in Portland than there is in New York, and that's been a thing for like 20 or 30 years now because Oregon is like the most I don't really like talking about this stuff because it feels really personal, but Oregon is like one of the most what's the word? Polarized states in the US, or at least I think it is.
Yeah.
You're
because
right.
The majority of the state is a red state. It's very right-leaning, but the majority of the population is centered around Portland and I can't remember what the next populated place is, but those are blue. So it's a blue state, but the whole entire rest of the state is a bunch of people who are very like rural, but they're also super like militant. It's really
And
strange.
also want you dead.
It's super strange. Oh Jesus! Don't gift anonymous gift sub to Scientologists. Oh Jesus Christ! Anyway, thanks for the gifted stuff.
Thanks for the PTSD and the money, I guess.
Thanks for the money. But yeah, no, it's super fucking polarized here. So you just get crazy protests all the time out here in Portland, like all the time, and that's been a thing since I was a kid. But not as crazy as now. I don't think it's safe to go to protests anymore at all. It's super dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything is California the same thing? It's just like a blue state, but like anywhere outside of it's just super red.
That's like every state. That's like every state. Even
makes
states
sense.
that are red, like Wisconsin, the city areas are all blue. Madison, which is the capital of Wisconsin, there's two major cities. Well, there's a few major cities in Wisconsin, but it's the only ones that matter are Milwaukee and Madison. And Madison has legal weed, and the rest of it doesn't even have, like, wouldn't have gay marriage. Federal.
There are a bunch of roaming groups of homeless skateboarders. Those aren't skateboarders, those are crust punks, and they're badass. They're actually super friendly. Make friends with them, and they'll literally, if anyone tries to mug you, they'll fuck them up. Yeah, so crust punks.
I have no idea what that's.
I'm revealing too much about myself today. Anytime we have just chatting streams, so crust punks is like they're actual Brujah. They're Brujah as fuck. A crust punk is they revel in the fact that they're unclean and they don't want to shower. They're all pro anarchists. They have a bunch of patches on their like leather jackets that show what concerts they've been to and what like huge crust punk events have happened. So every crust punk, like you can look at their like jacket and know their entire history and like how badass they are. And they sew on all their stuff with dental floss. You have to use dental floss because if you wash the jacket, then all the badges come off. So it shows that you've never washed the jacket. That's the important part. There's like a whole culture to it. I don't know. It's changed and shifted so much now. It's probably not even the same thing. But back in the day, if you made friends with the crust punks, if anyone fucked with you, they would have your back. So you'd always want to be good with them because they just hang out. A lot of crust punks are just like, they just kind of like left their homes. They're like, some of them are voluntarily homeless because they just didn't like their families. Or some of them just like the freight hopping.
That makes sense because like I used to go to like a bunch of garage band shows around because like I live in a university town. And, like, the most, like, chill, wholesome people ever are, like, hardcore, like, mosh pit enjoyers.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong, Chad. They
take
are
safety
homeless.
very seriously, too.
A majority of them are homeless. It's just a lot of them just, like, left home. They hop freights. A lot of them they just travel around a lot. There's, like, a whole freight. Oh, dude, I could go into freight hopping culture. I was supposed to. Like, my family wanted me to go hop freights because it's like a tradition or some shit. But anyway,
Boon needs to write an autobiography.
It's not that strange. At least like
the life of Portland boy.
I feel like here
Portland
that's
man,
pretty common. Pretty common here. Based vagabond Boon. I never did it though. I could never hop freights. I'm washed as fuck. My brother did it for 3 years though, so. Crazy shit. Crust punks sound ew. I don't know. It's badass as fuck. Imagine if the Smash community were badass and not pieces of shit.
Yeah, if they weren't like all like fucking weirdos and they actually did good shit. Yeah. And they used their stink. Imagine the power of stink for good. You know, concentrated stink of that magnitude, but for a good cause.
I got more weird stories. I've been to a communist commune, or a hippie commune for 2 weeks once. That was an experience. That was some crazy shit. Like, I don't know, I've done a bunch of weird shit, but I don't think my stories are that crazy. I feel like everyone's got a little bit. You know, like, take Blair, for example. If I got Blair to talk about a single story from the Midwest, I guarantee you it would make anything that I've ever done also sound.
Everyone's just on heroin.
I mean, yeah, same with over here. I mean, it was like, you know,
yeah, but people don't go on freights and stuff. They go to beer tent.
I mean, they do. They're hopping freights from people in the Midwest. The reason why you don't see people in the Midwest hopping freights
out of there.
is because they're out of there. They're in Portland. They hop freights. Most crust punks are from the Midwest. They left.
Most people in Washington too are from. It's like a lot of Midwest.
Yeah, a lot of Midwest escaping the Midwest for city culture and all this other like stuff. You know. The Brujah way, baby. Your stories are fucking insane. Are they? Do my stories come off as like some wild shit? I feel like they're pretty.
I think Portland is. I think Oregon is pretty unique.
It's very unique. Yeah. I think you get a lot of like stories that are very like specific to that region.
It's very, yeah, I think it's just growing up here, and I feel like it's not that weird.
Well, yeah, because you've grown up there, and it's
people in Florida are like, fucking
Portland
strange
in
to me.
particular
yeah, but that's
is
not
one of the very...
In Oregon, like, the craziness is wholesome, because it's, like, dumb shit like Portlandia. In Florida, it's not fucking funny. It's Tiger King. It's not funny. It's scary.
It's scary. Well, I mean, it's scary here, too, now, so...
Well, yeah, but that's because of, like... That's not because of, like...
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of underlying reasons, yeah. I feel like every state, like, if you take people from New York, for example, I think that they're fucking nutty as fuck. Like,
people from New York City definitely are.
Yeah,
but
like they take it to
New
a
York
new
City
level.
might as well be a completely different place from New York State.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like anyone.
And most of New York State gets fucked over by the city because of like all their like laws and shit.
You guys can't talk about this. You're gonna summon. You can't talk about.
Wait, who are we gonna summon?
You're gonna summon her. Don't do it.
What, Manda?
Yeah,
Manda's
you're
gonna
summon
apparate.
her.
Manda
She's
has
gonna
some crazy
appear.
fucking stories. If you think my stories are crazy,
New York woman and Portland man, dude.
Talk to Amanda. Amanda's.
Yeah, Amanda's got crazy.
I live in the middle of nowhere, Western
They're really
New York,
fucking
alright?
crazy. They're
I'm out
fucking
near Lake
insane.
Erie.
I think everyone's got crazy stories. It's just that you don't think about them. Like thinking about being stalked by, like the whole being stalked by a Scientologist. It's not like it was like some elaborate scheme. They were just like they literally just got 2 people to follow me, and then
It's not crazy because they do it all the time, but it's very unfortunate and. Like,
they never
crazy
did
that it
anything
happened to
with
you.
it. Yeah, it happened to
but
a bunch of people though
They
in our
could.
group.
I mean, you're a 16-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's life comes at you fast. But yeah, no, I think that everyone's got some fucking wild ass stories. It's just no one just sits down. And
My stories are just growing
revels
up in
in
the
them.
middle of nowhere type stories. Like it just used
that shit's scary
Just
as fuck.
used
We're in
to
the middle of
hop
nowhere?
fences and walk along railroad tracks all day.
I'm sure you got some crazy ass stories, dude. Like what's the craziest thing you feel comfortable telling? Like,
I'm trying to think. I don't know.
You see Bigfoot?
No, I ain't never seen Bigfoot. But
I want Bigfoot
my
to be real
friend's
so
brother
bad.
did run drunkenly into the woods about 5 miles because he thought he was a werewolf.
That's so fucking cool. Maybe he was.
We found him in a tree. He climbed a tree while drunk and we couldn't find him.
What the fuck? That's wild though. That's kind of cool. I feel like a lot
Just
of
like
stories
hillbilly shit, dude.
Yeah, no, the hillbilly stories are the best shit ever though, because you have a lot of like weird, crazy party.
My friends
stories and stuff.
hogtied me once.
That's crazy. I've had something similar happen to me with that, but I was like tied to a howitzer. They didn't shoot obviously, or I'd be dead. But I mean, like they tie you to the howitzer and they raise the tube, and you'd be stuck there for a few hours.
Mm.
They duct tape you to it. Isn't it like a hog tie when they tie all your?
They tie
things
your
to back
legs,
or-
your like hands to your feet, and then put them like up and put you on your back.
Holy shit! That just sounds uncomfortable as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
How long were you left like that?
for like 20 minutes until I could get out of the rope.
No wonder you two have so much sexual tension. All that male on male.
It was funny though. I did also once get followed home by like some drunk college kids when I was like super young. And I was like walking down a dark street, but there was a cornfield next to me, so I just ran into that and chilled.
It's fucking creepy. They following you? Those?
I don't know. I think they were just like drunk college kids that were looking to like fucking break shit or something. They were like the kind of people who would drive around and hit mailboxes with bats.
I don't have any funny haha stories like that because when you're a girl, that situation is always like, I'm gonna get kidnapped, I'm gonna get
True.
kidnapped.
Don't go outside anymore. One time.
One time I was going to middle school and I made friends with this girl from my special ed class, and then I later found out we were cousins.
Dude, it's a small world in the Midwest. Let me tell you.
Through marriage, but still, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, damn, you're my cousin?
My crazy Midwest story is that I was closeted for 20 years until I left the Midwest. Congrats, bro. That's badass.
Hopped on that freight train and never looked back.
Never looked
now he's a
fucking
crust
back.
bug.
That's some mood shit. That's some real shit, though. I feel like people like Midwest is like the motherland, and once you finally leave it, you actually discover who you really are, and
It's
the Midwest
true.
sucks.
I felt like so much relief leave my shoulders when I left the Midwest.
The weight of the entire
I was
Midwest.
like, oh
is
my god. Like, one thing is, like, I don't care how I dress. I don't care how I dress because nobody looks at me. We're fucking Seattle, right? Like, in the Midwest, I remember one time I went to a Joann's fabric store to buy lace, and people thought I was a degenerate because I was, like, wearing goth shit. And I'm like, girl, I'm in a Joann Fabrics. I'm obviously not a degenerate. I'm in Joanne.
Fucking Joanne Fabrics, dude.
Apparently Nick moved back afterward. I feel like that's like, I might have to move to the Midwest soon, and I really don't fucking want to. You know? Because living on the West Coast is like literally impossible.
Joanne Fabrics does have a cozy vibe.
What is
Yeah,
Joanne
so why
Fabrics?
the fuck would I be there if
It's
I
just
was
like a
a
craft store,
degenerate?
like craft supplies and like quilts and shit.
Profiling ass old lady.
Is it like a chain thing, or is it only like in a specific?
Yeah, it's a
I've never
chain.
seen a Joanne's. I don't know if we have them here. I don't think we do at least.
There's Joanne's here.
Oh boy. How long have we been going for?
6 hours.
Oh Jesus Christ.
I think I'm getting ready to wrap up.
Yeah, my brain's like having a hard time coming up with new things to say.
Yeah, I've been out of things to say for a minute.
But yeah.
Thanks
Yeah.
for the free content, suckers.
Oh yeah. Well, we
Hell
didn't do
yeah.
anything. We just watched someone else supply us the content. We were just
Thanks
actual
for the
goons
free
today.
content, sucker.
Yeah, thanks for the content,
Exactly,
lore guy.
exactly. But yeah, I'm gonna fucking leave you guys.
All right.
Fuck you.
Let me know when you play V Rising. I'll provide.
You guys
for
should play it together. I think that'd be a very
I'll probably I'll play
wedding,
off stream
like
a bit.
honeymooning.
Get a feel for it. I know everyone else is playing it.
Mm.
Let me go back to push the talk. I found it.
I had a moment in V Rising the other day where I was very low on blood and I was like, oh fuck it, I gotta just drink that wolf over there. And then all of a sudden that wolf, Blair? And it was Buck.
Wait,
I almost
Buck?
cracked open my boy.
Cracking open a boy with the
Damn.
cold ones, dude.
You know, you don't want to accidentally be cracking a wolf and then you find out it was actually your boy
I feel you almost
transmorgified
cracked
into-
open your boy.
I know. I was so happy I didn't, but fun experiences. Or like we ran into the same place. Same time we're like, oh my god, fancy meeting.
All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, I'll see y'all.
Thanks for hanging out.
It's been
Bye
fun.
y'all, it was fun.
Peace.
All right, chat. Good stream. Good stream. I'm gonna send you guys over to Acto, who is doing some Stellaris in preparation for tomorrow. And I will see you guys then. Good night. Good night. Bye.